Hello and welcome to the inaugural FIFA eNations Cup from London in England. We will be with you for the next 2 days to find out who will be crowned the first ever eNations Cup champion. So we've got loads of great FIFA action to come your way. Spencer's delighted to stay with me, as he was all morning. Spencer, we'll talk about the morning session in a little while because we saw some great action. But just for the viewers at home, just remind us why this event is so special, because it is an inaugural event, the first of its kind.
Exactly. We're saying this a lot at the moment because FIFA eSports in this amazing period where there's new tournaments popping up all the time. But this is super special. You're obviously getting chosen to represent your nation. And that's an amazing privilege. And you've got one player on each console, of course. So that makes it very important. But then also the 2v2 factor. We've only seen it once really in another event this season, which was the Club World Cup. And a lot of players really enjoyed that. A lot of fans really enjoyed that. Got the same format here. So 3 games per round, if you like. 3 different opportunities to get your country points.
And as you said, huge honour and pride representing your country for the very first time. We will be seeing Group B and Group D in action, but earlier on today, this is what happened in our first group. So Spencer, this was Group A and Group C, the first 4 rounds of the group stages that we saw, and we saw some great stuff.
We did, and there's still one more round of games to be played, but Group C is kind of done and dusted in the sense that we know who's going through. We don't know where they're going to finish first and second, but we know that the South American boys, Argentina and Brazil, have booked themselves a spot in the knockouts, which is fantastic from them. Big shock, Germany. Not going through, perhaps.
A lot of people tipping Germany beforehand. That was a bit of an upset, that, wasn't it?
Well, I was as well, to be fair. I was, and I was wrong about that. Germany, Megabit and Aubameyang not making it out. So well done to the South American teams. And then in Group A, still wide open. You've still got the 3 big boys, Saudi Arabia, France and England, competing for those final 2 spots.
And you say Group A is wide open. We can have a look at Group A. Here it is now. So interestingly, France playing 12, England only playing 9 so far. So equal on points, but England with those games in hand over France. And of course, Saudi Arabia still in there. So quite tight Group A still. Yeah,
England more or less through. They just need 1 point to 100% mathematically guarantee it, which I'm sure they'll get. They're going to be playing South Africa. Saudi Arabia versus Finland is a massive game.
Interesting game, that.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia needs 6 points or more to kind of get themselves out of that group and take France out at the same time. You know, France would be dropping to 3rd if that happens. They've played all their games, so it's not in their hands. It's not a great position to be in. I don't want to be a team that doesn't get to play last round. I'd rather miss any of the other rounds, to be honest.
Yeah, OK, let's have a look at Group C. And of course, like Group A, there's 4 rounds of the 5 have been done in Group C. And as we can see, we already know the 2 teams qualifying. And it's a great day for the South Americans. Argentina and Brazil qualified.
Fantastic from them. I'd say Brazil with a strong chance to finish top of this group, as well as Argentina have played their games and only have a 4-point advantage. The Scandinavian teams, Sweden and Norway, both doing themselves proud in a tough group, I'd say, and they're still battling out for 4th and 3rd place because you get more points on the leaderboard if you finish 3rd or 4th than you do if you finish 5th. So Global Series points very important this year. No one wants to finish bottom of the group.
No, they don't indeed. So of all the teams that we saw this morning, a team that you were most impressed with as a duo? Who would you go for?
I'd say Brazil. I'd say Brazil. Yeah, just because the group they were in was tough and they were picking up some big results, particularly against Germany, knocking them out of the tournament. And not everyone tipped them. You know, England were very impressive as well.
Yeah.
But a lot of people looking at England as a strong favourite because they've got Tex in there. Tom Lee's doing well, of course. And I'll give a shout out to Finland, right? They're not going to make it out of the groups, but they've got 10 points in arguably the group of death.
Yeah.
I think that's really impressive.
OK, so they are Group A and C, and we're about to commence with Groups B and D. So let's meet the players. So Spencer, here they come. These are the players from Group B and Group D. We are moments away from these first set of fixtures. So just explain how the players will be feeling now, because it's not long to go. We've got a big audience, as you can hear as well. So moments away from the important round 1 fixtures.
Yeah, of course, there'll be some nerves out there, but a lot of them would have seen the earlier games today and maybe got some confidence from the fact that some big teams were losing. You know, the likes of Germany getting knocked out is going to give some of these underdog countries some belief that they can maybe make out the groups as well.
And we see here are the rest of the players, as we can see, walking round. Still walking there. And as we say, some of the very best players from around the world playing today.
We've got some fantastic nations represented, some footballing, you know, big football history countries, the likes of Netherlands, you know, the likes of Spain there, of course. But we've also got people like the US, people like China, you know, who on the grand football stage, maybe a little bit off the pace in traditional sense. Obviously hoping to change that in the future, but this is their chance to change it now at the eNations Cup. China, for example, could put themselves on the footballing map by getting some big wins here.
Yeah, so many big countries, big players. It should be some fascinating matches. But for those who aren't aware of how the format works, here's how it works. Day 1 consists of the first 4 rounds of the group stages, with 4 groups of 5 teams competing in a traditional round-robin format. Each team is made up of 2 players, a PlayStation and Xbox player. All group matches consist of 3 legs. The first match will be on PlayStation, the second on Xbox, and the third and final match will be a 2v2 co-op. Each leg counts as an individual match and teams will be awarded 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw and 0 points for a loss. Therefore, each team can earn a maximum of 9 points from each matchup and the top 2 teams from each group advance to the knockout stage. Day 2 kicks off with the last round of the group stage, followed by the knockouts. Each knockout game consists of a 1v1 leg on each console, but aggregate scores have no bearing on the result, as each leg is worth 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. If after 2 legs these points are tied, a third deciding 2v2 game will be played. As well as thousands of dollars of prize money up for grabs and the chance of writing history as the first ever FIFA eNations Cup champions, the winning duo will get their hands on a massive 1,500 EA Sports FIFA 19 Global Series points each. Best of luck. So you can just see the players getting ready there. We can hear it as well. The atmosphere is very good down here. Let's just pick up on a few of those points, Spencer. One interesting dynamic, the 2v2, which is a great dynamic, isn't it? It's one that the players seem to enjoy doing.
I think it tests your kind of chemistry and how you get on with another person. You know, we have a lot of similarities now and a lot of connotations being borrowed from traditional football into FIFA esports, which traditionally has been a single-player event, you know, one person versus one person. Now we're starting to see it emulate a little bit more like the traditional game of football with a team, you know, technique, if you like. You have to put together, you have to work together, and it does test people's mentality. It does test people's nerve. You see a little bit more emotion come out of the players when they score, and they've got that kind of team mentality with the coaches as well.
The camaraderie as well.
So,
yeah, it was great this morning.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I hope it's a format that can stick around for a little bit, along with the 1 versus 1, and that's why this tournament's good, because you get a bit of everything.
And of course, the other thing that jumps out there, huge prize in terms of the Global Series ranking points up for grabs in this tournament.
Yeah, this is one of the last opportunities in the season to get serious points, 1,500 points to the winning team, both players. You're looking at players who are currently outside the top 60, because if you get in the top 60 on the Global Series leaderboard, you qualify for the playoffs coming up in July. Now, if you're in round 65th or anything, you could be down in the hundreds even. If you get some meaningful points here, you could soon find yourself climbing up that leaderboard and qualifying for massive events. Maybe even make it to top 16, which will get you into the FEWC Grand Final.
Yeah, and we saw the players walk on. They are set, nearly ready to go. Let's just remind us of the teams that are playing this afternoon. So these are the teams, Spencer. Group B, made up of China, Mexico, New Zealand, Spain, and USA. That is our Group B.
Really interesting group, this. You've got Spain, probably as the favourites to get out the group, definitely, but you never know what can happen. We've seen big upsets already. You've got the US, you've got New Zealand, Mexico, China, probably the underdogs, but again, don't be surprised if they get up some points early doors.
OK, and Group D, let's have a confirmation of the teams that are playing in our 4th and final group. Australia, Denmark, Netherlands, Portugal and Russia making up this group, Spence.
Potentially the hardest group to call. You've got some really strong nations and some very, very capable players here. I say Russia, again, no disrespect to the underdogs here, but they've got some good options. But Portugal, Netherlands, Denmark and Australia, you can't call it. These games are going to be, like every round of games in Group D is going to have a massive match in it. And yeah, I think it's going to be a group there where the points are shared. I don't think we're going to have one team running away with it. OK, so we saw some impressive teams this morning. We spoke about England, we spoke about Argentina, Brazil that you mentioned. Which teams are you most looking forward to this afternoon in this session from Groups B and Group D? There's a number of them I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm looking forward to seeing what Australia can do. They've got a nice team there with Marco and Marcus. I want to see Denmark, the Denmark boys, particularly Østen. He's one of the most entertaining players to watch in FIFA right now. Scores a lot of goals, very attacking. Leaves some gaps at the back as well, so there's always goals in his games. I want to see what the guys in Group B can do as well. Spain, Honey Badger for New Zealand as well. So, yeah, there's lots of opportunities for massive FIFA matches.
Yeah, you mentioned Group B there. Let's have a look at the fixtures. So, as this morning, there will be 4 fixtures taking place simultaneously in round 1. 2 from Group B and 2 from Group D. Group B fixtures first. See Spain up against USA and New Zealand up against Mexico. And Spencer, some very interesting individual battles within those fixtures.
Yeah, and you've got Chechu versus Dulster straight away. Dulster having a great EMLS recently. I'm hearing it from Richard Buckley that Zidane, who plays for France, ironically, will not lose.
Oh, is that a Richard Buckley exclusive?
He will not lose a 1v1. He's going up against the Godfather, Costella, straight away. A US stalwart of the scene, been around a long time, so it's going to be a tough test for Richard Buckley's prediction. And then New Zealand versus Mexico could be a really important game for that group. Whoever gets the most points there is going to be in a great position moving forward.
I just saw Richard Buckley's face. Looks very confident with that prediction. We will be speaking to him very soon. Here is the Group D fixture. So, as always, there are 2 games within round 1 in Group D. Starting off with Portugal against Russia and Australia against Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, Russia are going to have to try and find every opportunity they can to pick up points in these matches because every single game they're going to be the underdog. Can they get it against Portugal? Great team, Rasta Arta and Tuga. Very hard to beat. Australia-Denmark is the game of the round for me. I mean, you've got, like I say, Marco and Marcus, really good team. Want to see what they can do on the 2v2. Then you've got Marcuso. So that's a lot of marks in this, this fixture.
Tongue twisters.
Yeah, Marcuso versus Marco is actually a rematch from FUT Champs last week as well. We saw a good game between those guys. And then again, Østen, the free-scoring player from Denmark against Marcus Gomez. Another good game.
Okay, yeah, so lots of good games to look forward to. And as well as Spencer and myself, Anna is with us for the rest of the session. She's one of the players now. Anna, who are you with?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Danny, who's, of course, representing the Netherlands with Bob. Now, Danny, you guys have a bye the first round. Are you going to stay and watch the games, or are you heading back to practice some?
We are going to stay here, watch the games, and yeah, we are ready. We practiced enough, I think, and we're just ready for the tournament.
And in your first game, you're going to go up against Denmark, who is, of course, represented by Marcuso and Østen. What is your gameplay going into this?
Just the same gameplay as we practiced. Yeah, we have some good plans together, and we know how to play with each other also in the 2v2. Yeah, Denmark is probably the other favorite for us in the group. So I think if we do good there, then we can make some good steps.
Is Denmark going to be your hardest game, do you think, today, or is there somebody else in your group you're looking forward to?
It's hard to say. Australia with Marcus Gomes and Marco, also a very good team. But I think that Denmark is the strongest team on paper.
You guys definitely have a lot of strong players in here. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anna. Interesting there. Denmark, the strongest team on paper. What are your thoughts on that?
They are strong. They are strong. Yeah, it's hard to find these balanced teams that have got an equally good player on both consoles. And obviously, there's points differentiating between players depending on the season they've had. And you can't. This isn't like the Club World Cup when you can sign a player and improve your roster. You've got to go with what your country has to offer. So Denmark have got to be happy with their options. People like Aggie Rosemeyer, former world champion, is here as a potential replacement / coach for this tournament. He's not even making the roster.
Very, very strong.
That's how stacked it is. But I think there's a lot of other good teams in this group too.
Okay, it's that time when we're going to get Spencer to choose his picks. These are the players that all of these players must be playing within their ultimate team. So Spencer, just explain who you've gone for. These are the must-haves for the players.
Well, I really liked it in the session this morning when we saw players scoring with players from their country. Now we've got Portugal in tonight's session. We could see Portugal almost certainly scoring some goals with this man, Cristiano Ronaldo, 99 rated, team of the year, perfect striker really, physical, can score from any angle, very hard to get off the ball. He'll be in everyone's team.
You've got to have him in your team.
You have to.
Simple as that. Okay, that is your first pick. Let's have a look at your second pick. Who have you gone for and why?
What I was alluding to earlier was seeing the Brazilian boys score some goals with R9 in the Brazil kit. It looks fantastic. But it's not just the Brazilians that will be using him. He'll be in most teams. Prime icon moments, 97 rated R9 Ronaldo. 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, can score off either foot. Very hard to defend against.
Okay, and your third and final pick?
Yeah, I've gone with Kylian Mbappe here. We'll see him used a lot. Team of the year item again, 97 rated, of course. 5-star skill moves, can do any skill in the game. Very, very, very quick. And I'd be surprised if he's not in everyone's squad.
Okay, so they are Spencer's picks. Don't think anyone can argue with any of them. And we are ready to go with our round 1 of fixtures. So time to throw over to our casters, Brandon and Richard.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, we are here for the second part of the day now, the FIFA eNations Cup. We saw groups A and C, some conclude, some still open. And from this morning's session, obviously we'll have a little word on that quickly. Group A yet to be fully concluded. It's going to be France or Saudi Arabia moving through there. Yeah,
France, Saudi Arabia, or England. England could potentially goal difference. Who knows? I think they need to get 1 point to certainly put them through in tomorrow. I think the first game that we are going to see here today in this afternoon session is Spain versus USA. But touching on Group C, it's over. It's the two South American teams going through in Brazil and Argentina. Germany crashing out of the competition. It shows that no one is invincible in this tournament. And you see the first game of tonight's action. Little stat there. Dulster, 18 years old. The godfather, Gastella, 33. If you had him when he was 16, it could be his dad. Father-son combo right here, USA.
And what a team they do have as well. They obviously picked up their players via the EMLS, which was obviously so successful again this year. One of the big virtual leagues joining up as part of the Global Series. It was the best 2 players there, whoever made the grand final from each conference, and it was Dulstar against Jeppe Castella. From New York City, Chris got so close as well. He nearly was there, and alongside that, some other huge names coming out of that USA nation. Let's have a word about these 2 groups, Groups B and Group D. So we're looking at a Group B fixture now: Spain, USA, New Zealand, Mexico and China. And then Group D, we have Russia, Portugal, Australia, Denmark and Netherlands. For me, I'm looking obviously more towards Group D as a slightly more stacked group. But still, this group's massive. You've got Spain in there, you've got USA, New Zealand with Honey Badger.
Yeah, each player has almost got the standout player. I think USA and Spain are probably looking at this group and thinking we could do damage in this group here. We could certainly be pushing to go through in the top 2. People are sleeping on Portugal in Group D. I'm just going to throw that out there. Rastarata and Tuga are a serious team coming into this tournament. Both in really good veins of form right now as well.
Both played in so many competitions this year. Will be USA, though, getting us underway with the first proper attack of this game. It's going to be Dulstar. It's not just in the MLS or in America he can perform. He's doing it here in London, 9 minutes in. He gets us underway with the first goal as well from Group B. It's not a bad player to over your shoulder, is it, Giuseppe Castello? He's been around this scene for a very long time. He's been to FIWC Grand Finals. He's experienced a lot in this FIFA world.
It's his first international event since 2017, the Berlin Championship Series. That culmination of that season in Berlin, May 2017. It's his first international event since then. They were telling me earlier on today. He's excited, he's ready, he's confident with the United States roster. It's a big honour and privilege for him to be wearing that jersey and representing his nation. And multiple other games taking place around the grounds right now. New Zealand up against Mexico, Portugal, Russia, and we have had a goal. Australia versus Denmark. And it is Denmark.
It was, yeah, it's Marcuso up against Footwiz Marco there. You can see the reaction there from the booth there. We've got Houston. He's going to be playing on Xbox as well. PlayStation player at heart. He's moved over to Xbox. But a word on this Spanish team as well. You've got Chechu. You can see him on your screen there. Both of these are PlayStation players as well. Zidane, you may have heard of him if you follow the Virtual La Liga, all the success that he's had over the last few months.
Can we just talk about the coach as well?
Oh, you have
Let's
to
just talk about this. Alfonso Ramos, 2 times FIWC World Champion. There's no real better coach than him sat behind. We've got a number of great coaches here in this afternoon session alongside what we did this morning. And you got Bas over from Ajax and Netherlands, unbelievable knowledge of the game. You got Wes Tanser with New Zealand, another fantastic player there in his own right.
Dulstar nearly goes 2-0 up there, just ball ricochets off the post for him. But a word on Alfonso Ramos, you saw as you come into the studio today, you may have seen some pictures on social media. There's just like pictures of every single FIWC winner, a 2-time champion. Only 2 people have done that. Bruce Granick and Alfonso Ramos have won it twice. Their respective nations as well. Chechu now, chance to equalise off the post on the rebound. Yep, surely that's going in. And he will not be missing from there as well. He just turned around to Zidane and went, please take me seriously, I'm not missing that opening goal.
Yeah, big slice of fortune there. Bounced back off the post, straight back to him, just on the edge of the box. We've got a number of goals going around the grounds right here. We're talking about Portugal, how they're not to be left unnoticed. They're 2-0 down early doors against Russia. Russia had a fantastic World Cup in 2018. The surprise package there, and they're looking to do the same right here at the eNations.
Wow, 2-0 up they lead currently, and once again, both of those players from Portugal are PlayStation players, so you've got Tuga ranked slightly higher in the Global Series rankings. He's decided to move over to Xbox just for this tour, and Rastarata with a huge opportunity to jump up an extra few spots, maybe look towards a grand final place as well for him. New Zealand against Mexico, 0-0. We're going to have a look at some of those goals after this attack from Dulstar. Edge of the box for R9, chance to go nearly 2-1 up. Here comes a corner now for him. What a season he has had. I think the one thing that Dulstar's been lacking out on is that international success. He's been winning everything in America Won the 2 league series as they're on the build-up to the MLS final, won the MLS Cup as well.
Internationally, though, he's just not been performing to the levels that he know he can. I think this is a big opportunity for him. The world's watching as the ball does go dead from this attack. We'll have a look at the goals from around the grounds. Those 2 goals from Russia up against Portugal.
Wow, 2 early goals as well. Cruyff a starter as well for Russia. 12 minutes in. Did take the lead, and then just after the 20th minute, from distance again. 2 fantastic strikes for Russia. And a man that's been playing a lot of FIFA for the nation as well. Fenok, 184th in the Global Series rankings, qualified for the E-Champions League event as well in Manchester. It'll be on later this year. We saw him in Manchester actually last year as well. That was the last time we saw him, Richard. FIWCs he's been a part of as well. And a standout player coming from Russia.
Yeah, really good form he's been hitting recently. He's been a player for a number of years.
Dulster. What a half he's had. 3-4 big clear-cut chances for the man representing USA. Now he's 2-1 up. The start of dreams really for him. Neymar on the score sheet, 2 goals in the opening half. It really has been all him, one-way traffic, and it's all USA.
Really nice player as well. Just he did get quite fortunate with the ball bouncing through Vieira, but once he got onto the edge of the box, no mistake from Dulster. Played into Neymar. First time shot with Team of the Year Neymar. 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill moves, very similar to R9. And you got 98 finishing as well to go alongside that. No mistake.
Currently 19th in the Global Series rankings. Over 1,400 points to his name. Australia do equalise. That's Marco there, scoring against Marcuso. Keep calling him the cricketer king. We saw out the last FUT Champions Cup, the amount of cricketers he uses when attacking, the combination of skill moves, that flair side to Marcuso's game. Chance now for Chechu, and it's just like that. He only needs 2 chances, he's back in this game.
Whatever you can do, I can do better. Right there. From Chechu. Ball just came to Neymar on the edge of the box. I thought we were going to go across the goalkeeper, maybe a finesse shot. But that Team of the Year, 97 Neymar, he's so clinical in and around the box. Weren't even in the corner, but he had that much pace on the ball. Goalkeeper couldn't get down to it. And hit the back of the net.
Game. Australia against Denmark. Footwiz Marco against Marcuso, and off the post. Ronaldo will not be missing from there. 43 minutes gone in that game. This is our first round of fixtures as well from Group B and D. New Zealand against Mexico.
That's a mistake.
That's a mistake from Honey Badger as well, and a huge chance there to go in front for Villa Moore.
Yeah, he's tried playing out from the back and just intercepted the Mexico there, just nicked onto the ball.
Well, they're 1-0 up in their match.
It's all about capitalising on mistakes. You don't get a lot of chances.
It's also as well about doing your job on your console, because we know it's a case of you've got a PlayStation player, an Xbox player, then you've got you've literally got a 2-legged matchup. You have to go and do your own job. We've seen teams, how many points have we seen take you through at the moment? 21 points?
21 points.
You can get a possible 36 points if you win every game. So that shows that points will always be dropped from what we've seen so far. What a save. How was De Gea? Somehow parried that out for a corner, comes straight in. Will it matter? Yes, it will, because it's a great save. And into half-time, we played about an extra 4 minutes there on top of what we needed to. Dulster.
That save was ridiculous. Unbelievable save there.
Up there with a save I saw earlier today. I think it was Germany-Norway. One of the first games of the day as well, but pretty sure Chechen maybe 2 chances that half compared to Dulster. That's had, what, 4, 5, 6, and not really taking them.
Just going around the grounds at half-time. This game, 2 apiece. You've got 2-0. Russia leading against Portugal. Australia and Denmark, 50 minutes gone. That's 1 apiece. And Mexico with a 1-0 lead against New Zealand in Group B.
Straight to the second half here. But back to the point about how many points will take you through, etc. If you could be a team that can win your individual games, then maybe what?
If you win all your individuals, if each player wins their individuals, you're going through. It's as simple as that, 24 points. We've seen 21, 23 points take you through so far today. If you do your job in a 1v1 every single game, that's enough. We put a lot of priority on 2 versus 2. If you win your 1v1s, you're pretty much doing enough.
Just like that, Dahlstad extends his lead by 3 goals to 2. However, can he hold on to it this time? He's only been leading by a maximum of 1 goal each time, but Chechu seems to reply straight away. He has looked good in an attacking sense, Dahlstad, so far in this game.
Love a little drag back into with our 9 there, opened up the space and just smashed it past the goalkeeper.
Speaking of a turnaround, Australia 2-1 up. Marco leading against Marcuso over there in Group D. We can see the goal as well for it. Just before the 60th minute mark. Threaded through ball down the line in a more of an open view. We can see here the whole pitch.
What a goal.
Into a finish. How about that?
Yeah, the spin. You just double tap your right analog stick in the direction, in like a diagonal direction that you want to go. And we just come back, and it's Dahlstad extending the lead 4-2.
I said he needed to extend his lead. He's done exactly that. We've been away looking at the goals from Australia. R9 this time turns away from his man and fires Dahlstad 2 goals in front. 2 goals. He leads now 4-2 overall on aggregate. Is this the opportunity for him to start building into this game now?
It's the first time he's had any sort of cushion during this game. It's always been a one goal game, you'd say.
Mexico have just gone 2-0 up against New Zealand in Group B. That's Villamore, their representative. They're obviously part of the team with Bito. Avila, we saw him at the Foot Champions Cup last week, in fact. Goals are certainly going in around all the games we can see at the moment.
How important is that to have experience, like short-time experience before an event coming into an event of this magnitude? Players like Maestro, players like Desari, who have recently won events, semi-finals, console finals. You're then coming into this event and you're feeling good, you're feeling confident.
It's one of those ones, it's where you know you can get a world champion as Dahlstad comes in now. There's the lead we wanted to see. 3-0 up now.
Dahlstad, last event he played, he won. He's a winner.
That's a fantastic point, and you know you can say it's pretty much common sense that you can be a world champion from 2 years ago and come into an event like this. The players that are on form, the Dahlstads, the Maestros, the Texas, they're naturally going to start pushing on forward more. Here's that goal that we mentioned. Mexico 2-0 up, 65 minutes there. A nation that hasn't really been talked about.
Yep, I agree.
I'm sure we're going to see so much passion as well. Their booths are literally next door to each other in New Zealand and Mexico. Attacking-wise, though, I've not seen this for a player that would have had to watch all the action this morning. Would have been very nervous coming into this first game today.
We've opened up this afternoon 5-2 USA versus Spain, 2-0 Mexico against New Zealand, Australia, Denmark 2-1, and Russia are 3-0 up now against Portugal. I think the weight has just inspired players to attack in this afternoon session. I feel like this morning it was quite cagey in the first couple of games. We're going to see that 3rd goal for Russia. It looks like a counter-attack. Ronaldo down the left-hand side there, cutting inside with the accelerated fake shots.
I don't know what Rio Ferdinand's doing there. He looked like he locked onto it, then he lost the ball, and
just the strength from Ronaldo.
Just see behind him there, his teammate. Just like, get the ball, please get the ball. And in the end, he locked into it into the end. And Russia 3-0 up. You mentioned Portugal, and I'm not writing them off yet because this is only round 1. Portugal, their team is insane. Rasta and Tuga, what a team that is. Not again from Dahlstad. Oh, he's at the post. It could have easily been 6-2 up there. But speaking about form, speaking about recent events, I feel like Dahlstad, he wants to prove it. You know, he wants to prove himself on an international scale. And how about in a better way than doing it for your nation as well? Yeah,
there's probably a few rumours going about that he can only perform in the United States. He's had a couple of opportunities.
We've seen him at a few events, but some leaves in Swiss style normally.
Whereas this event, 5-2 up inside his first game. Doing everything he can to help the United States get through that group in Group B alongside Spain, New Zealand, Mexico and China, who are currently resting this round.
Yeah, China's going to be an interesting one as well, because we're going to see them in the next round.
A surprise package.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can go and do, because again, I feel like people can underestimate them.
100%.
And they can come out and probably put on an unbelievable performance. We don't know how everyone's going to play. Like, you heard Spencer mention about it, Finland. They might not have gone through, but they put up one hell of a fight. They picked up 10 points, and they've still got a game tomorrow. And there was another goal for Denmark. Marcuso equalising back against Marco now. 81 minutes played there. Into the last 10 minutes. Ronaldo just pulling away from his man. Taking the time just to slow down the shot as well. Just put his laces through it. No finesse there. Nothing funny about that one. Straight into the back of the net.
Really nice scoop turn away from the defender and then just bursting with Team of the Year CR7 past that last defender.
Not the perfect start from Chechen. At this moment in time of this game, we will come forward with Mbappe to Hullet. Surely got to finish out the goalkeeper move, but just threw Dolster off there. A clear mistake from him to let him back into the game. 2 minutes of 8 minutes, 2 goals with 8 minutes left, I should say.
It's doable. It's certainly doable. It will be a point aside.
That's one thing that's been really interesting, is the format of this tournament. Not just the 2v2, but the one-legged matchups. There's no time to build into a game for a second leg or an aggregate scoreline. It's one and done. It's simple as that. We've seen people approach it differently. Players go out from the word go, such as we've seen from Dolstar, who has netted 5 goals. More kind of the outscore my opponent technique compared to 1-0 and sit back and defend. It's worked out really well for him.
Sit back and sit on the lead. We have had a goal in the New Zealand versus Mexico game. Which way is it going? It looks like a consolation goal. El Tornado out wide, whipped into Mbappe at the back post. That's 2-1, 92nd minute already hitting that game full time. Will be looming.
That'll just be a consolation if anything there.
He's in.
Here's a chance. Chechu, keeper's off his line. Oh, I thought he wiped him out as well.
De Gea just absolutely clattered through the back of Mbappe there.
Portugal do get themselves a goal, and again another consolation similar to New Zealand. The looping header, it really is a thing today. That came off the bar and Eusebio just tapped that one in. The Portuguese icon scoring nothing more than a consolation, unfortunately, in their PlayStation game. Added time of 3 minutes here. Dolstar looks comfortable. He looks like he's going to be getting the first 3 points on the board in Group B for USA. Cuts back inside. Ronaldo, that would have been one naughty finish back inside. It's in anyway. Giuseppe with his hands up in the air. They know it's over on the PlayStation leg. 6-3 the scoreline. In an attacking sense, one of the best attacking performances I've seen all day long. 9 goals in one leg of FIFA. It's unheard of. We used to see 3-2s, 2-2s, 3-1s, 6-3 from Dolster in a one-legged game of FIFA. And what a confidence builder, what a start for that young man. Massive performance from Dolstar. 3 points on the board for him. A thumbs up to Spain, obviously. Just to show some respect, both players there. Just saying, good game on the PlayStation. There's still, obviously, Zidane straight into the seat now against Giuseppe Castella. Let's go and have a look at them, because we saw quite a few of them. We saw 9 in total.
So we're only going to see the United States goals, the 6 goals that he did net. Dolster, the first one, coming 9 minutes into the game with Neymar. A recurring theme throughout this contest.
He did concede, and this was kind of the storyline of the first half, that Dolstar would score, but then he would go and concede straight down the other end. It was only until the second half where he started to build upon his lead. This was his chance to go 3-2 up. Fake shot, back across. Don't know what happened there with Ramos on the floor.
Save that well. It was 2-2 with what, 40 minutes left to play. He then scored another 3 goals. A very, very quick double here for him.
This is where he could really just start steamrolling forward. In the end, as we know, finished 6 goals to 3. Neymar this time, and just the dribbling around the edge of the box, the confidence that he had every single time. See the big smile of Giuseppe there. He's seen enough FIFA throughout his career, and still to be involved He's one of the more mature players in the scene. A huge opportunity is for him there. If that went in, that would have been, as I said, a pretty naughty finish in the end. Fell back to Neymar. He just tapped in. That finished 6-3, Richard. And just having a look down the list there, we know that finished 6-3 USA. New Zealand, nothing more than a consolation, as I mentioned. They lost their game 2-1. Mexico, you've got to watch out for them.
Yeah, 100%. Now you got Beto 19 Avia coming in against Airborne on the Xbox, on the Spain-USA game. Zidane versus the Godfather, aka Gastella, coming over to Group D. Ufinenok with a perfect start, 3-1 against Rasta Arto, Russia versus Portugal. You now got Tuga, top 10 player on the PlayStation, jumping over to Xbox for this event versus Klenhoff, and then Australia and Denmark a point apiece between Marco and Marcozo.
Let's have a look at the prize money breakdown as well. Obviously, a lot at stake. $100,000 prize pool, $40,000 for the winner come tomorrow evening. The winning team, that is, so they'll get to split that money. As we know, runner-up 20,000. It goes down from there, 8,000, 3,000. I think even just for getting to this tournament, you will be walking away with at least $800 in the end. Obviously, Global Series ranking points as well are a big factor that we need to talk about as well. You go and win that, both players will get the 1,500 Global Series ranking points.
Which, to someone who's just joining, that is sort of the currency to the latter end of the season. To get into the playoffs, it's the Global Series ranking points. To get into the top 16, they then go to the grand final, wherever that may be. To put that in perspective, MS Dasari won $250,000 last year at the grand final. So it all builds to the culmination, which last year was at the O2. This year, I'm sure it'll be another fantastic venue and city.
Exactly that. You know, that's what it's all about, the grand final. We want to hear from you guys as well. Who are you supporting? Which nation, which player are you supporting at FIFA eWorld Cup on Twitter? Use the hashtag as well, FIFA eNations Cup. We saw all the hype this morning. We saw Germany out the competition. We saw England flying high. The Three Lions doing some amazing stuff in the session this morning. So far, we've seen USA score a lot of goals. We've seen a draw between Australia and Denmark. Russia winning their game against Portugal. Like, we're going to see so many surprises here, and it's all about representing your nation, the pride of that, and it's really pushed on so many players.
Yeah, we're going to jump over to the second match in that United States versus Spain game. I've just got it beneath me right now. It looks like it's starting any time soon, and Gastella steps into the hot seat that Dulster left him. His first event since May 2017 on international waters outside of the United States. Can he perform? That is the question.
And you said it perfectly. He's 33 years old now, Giuseppe Gastella. He's called the Godfather for a reason when it comes to competitive FIFA. He's been to so many FIWCs. He's been to, as you said, the FUT Championship Series when EA Sports really started to push competitive FIFA. And now he's representing his nation on one of the biggest stages in the world here in London.
Let's talk about the other side, Zidane. He's a fantastic season, you'd say, so far.
Amazing as well, and he's a PlayStation player, so he's moving out to his away console. 64th on the PlayStation rankings. He's at the moment 503 points. As I keep saying, he's done so well in the Virtual Liga, won King of the Hill a number of times there. I think he's won his third one just a week or so ago, actually against Chechen. These two will know each other much more than just teammates for Spain. They'll be competitors against each other. Always one of the big licensed leagues as part of the Global Series. You speak about Spain, you speak about someone who's part of that team there, Alfonso Ramos, the quality in Spain. Yes. Gravison, Andoni,
Moshigueras,
J.R.A. Lyon. You know, the list goes on of the talent out of every single one of these nations and how they got here, how they got to represent them. Tournaments were had, tournaments were made. I think the Spanish guys, they had their own event there, and these are the best two that you're looking at. Maybe 33 Giuseppe Gastella, but cool, he's been around this block a long time and he's been to so many big LAN events. I'm sure he's got enough experience to carry him through. Will it be enough, though, here at the eNations Cup in London?
Back post cross searching for Ronaldo. Slightly overhit, but CR7, of course, he'll always make something out of nothing.
Pull it into the Dan. First chance of the game, and a warning sign to Giuseppe Gastella. Just went past the left-hand side post. I think he even took a small deflection off the post as well, and then it went against the side netting. Just to say you're in a game, and when it's a one-legged game, We saw, what, a 6-3, we've seen a 1-0 before, we've seen everything.
When it's one leg, you have to start strong. That first half can be make or break, in all honesty.
Especially if you're down, what, 2 goals, 3 goals by that point.
You've got to completely change how you're playing. You've got to go more attacking. You're leaving more gaps in behind.
Mexico have just scored a goal against New Zealand. You can see it updated at the top of your screen there. We saw him at the FUT Champions Cup last week. And now he's scoring again. The Mexican player, Beto Avila, 1-0 up against Airborne. The Xbox representative on PlayStation. Other games you've got Marcus Gomes against FIFA Houston, who's on Xbox. Yes, he won the FIFA Club World Cup a year or so ago with Bromby on the Xbox, but a PlayStation player once again at heart. Scoop cross all the way over, Hullit's in there. Hullit will clear it as well, though.
Yeah, 94, prime icon. Ruud Gullit, what a player he is. Just so well-rounded. 95 shooting on his base item. He's
a must-have.
Different level in a lot of the stats that he possesses.
Mbappe. Vieira. You mentioned it perfectly, Ruud Gullit. Those 2 CDMs that are just an anchor in every single team. Especially if you're rocking the 4-2-3-1. Oh, that was the chance. He knows it as well, Gastella. We've seen the goal, the only goal of this round. We're going to go and have a look at it now. Mexico, oh no, it was a mistake at the back. A simple mistake, that's twice now. New Zealand have made these mistakes. Even the bar couldn't save them.
Didn't last long though, because Mexico did concede down the other end. An equaliser straight from the off. Tucked inside, in off the post there.
Ambitious finesse, a very ambitious finesse, Rich. I think it was time yellow as well, so for that just to drop into the back of the net, posting in, massive goal there for him. A big tournament for him as well. Currently 118th in his Global Series rankings on Xbox for Airborne.
To put Hullit's quality into perspective, his lowest stat out of every single in-game stat that he's got, 79 slide tackling.
He can do everything.
Literally anything on the pitch. He's got the height, he's got the jumping, 5-star weak foot, 4-star skill moves. There's a reason that there's probably 3 or 4 players who are used in every single player's team, and he's one of them. He's pivotal in that midfield. Vital.
He can even pop up with a goal or 2 as well. Saw that more last year in FIFA 18, where players were happy to take the risk with him from the edge of the box. Even played at right cam for a period. You could say back post cross. See, Ronaldo's normally the man to go out there and now and win the ball for you. Last year we saw him pushed out to right cam a little bit. We saw him shooting from the edge of the box as well, because he's deadly going forward. He has got the stats to finish now, but when you've got these, you know, Eusebio's a new icon for this year, when you've got team of the years, you don't want to take the risk with a Hullit. You want to ensure you've got the best possible chance. And that's why the likes of Mbappe, Ronaldo, the list goes on of players that you will take those chances with.
That's what you're expecting from Gastella, the godfather. Keeping hold of the ball, trying to fashion that perfect opportunity.
Can he find it? Ronaldo. Deflection. Goes out for a corner from it. Hasn't really had too much to see in this game. Only that warning shot that did come via Zidane. About 5 minutes into it, it was. Cristiano Ronaldo now moving forward for Spain. They lost their first game. There was 9 goals scored, but it was 6 goals to free Zidane. Now huge save on the rebound off the post as well. I have a feeling that hit the legs of someone on the way through, but I think it just went through the legs instead, hit the post, and it's gone out for a goal kick, so clearly didn't touch a defender of Gastella. He hangs in there though, Richard, but another warning sign.
He's coming straight back as well. Quite a poor goal kick from Gastella.
The skills are out in the corner. Also the defending is as well. Marcelo turns over possession, added time at 2 minutes. Ball down the line, Ronaldo.
It's probably going to be a yellow card if he comes back for it.
Still pushing forward, then we go into the half-time interval, but before that, another game, another goal. This time Mexico back in front, 2 goals to 1, and another fantastic finish. This time Neymar, edge of the box, just caressed that into the left-hand corner. And every single time, look at the passion.
It's the only game that's got goals in it as it stands. Every other game around the grounds from Group B and D is goalless, 0-0. Spain versus the United States, Portugal versus Russia, and Australia versus Denmark. No goals registered thus far.
So we have got China and Netherlands just sitting out on this matchup. They'll be back in for round 2 and onwards there. As see, the groups are 5-team groups. The team will have to take a break at some point in a round of fixtures into our second half now. No goals scored and not really many when it comes to Xbox games on the round 1 fixture. We may have just cursed it there. There has been a goal and it has come to Australia 33 minutes into that one. Stella with a chance, he thought he scored. Corner played short, this time Marcelo. Mbappe now will bring it forward. Just teasing back and forth, back and forth. Portugal get a breakthrough as well.
Maybe I just need to give everyone the hint.
Just offside he was. They celebrated to the left of us. Suga thought he scored, he was just offside though. In that game, that's still 0-0. Mexico 2-1 up. Sepi Castella building into this attack, very patient as well. In possession. Keeps saying he keeps teasing, going forward, going back, but Zidane, he's no forward, he's got the numbers back. Just shuffling left to right, well, the shot coming. There we go, he's defended it well, giving it straight back to Castella. He's going to defend and he's going to win the ball. He needs to try and keep it. Pull it into Neymar, Castella.
It's less of him. I like the way that he's playing. It just seems a little bit too passive in a one-legged game. You see the goal here from Australia. We're a big shout as well from Marcus Gomes, and that goal did go in. Played to the back post.
Let's go, bro. Come on. Let's go, man. Let's go.
And lots of let's goes from Australia.
Massive game as well. Marco picking up a draw in the first game, 2-2 against Marcuso. Not a bad result at all.
The play style right now almost plays into a two-legged game. We're currently sat at 0-0. The possession, probably 70% to Castella, to the United States at this point.
But the risk with that, you're going to make 1 or 2 chances at most.
And the best chances have all fallen to Zidane. You can't argue with the fact. He's had 2 chances that probably should have been goals, where they've just hit the side netting or hit the post.
There needs to be some sort of attacking
threat.
Yeah. From Castella if he's going to try and get himself going forward. Here's that chance maybe now. Fake shot back inside. Oh, it's going to be Maldini that just turns over possession. Surely not a 0-0 after so many goals we saw in our first matchups on PlayStation. Obviously we are in round 1 of our second part of the day here at the FIFA eNations Cup. Cross all the way over. Marcelo can win that one in the air.
We have had another goal in the New Zealand versus Mexico game.
And he has responded. Airborne, 2-2, all square there, 4 goals.
And just as this goal has been scored, this was on the 50th minute, Airborne got back into the game. We're now in the 65th minute. Mexico have retaken the lead in that game, and an enthralling matchup between New Zealand and Mexico. 54 minutes, I should say.
54 minutes, and there's 5 goals scored as well. I think they're laughing that he timed it red and somehow found a way into the back of the net for Cristiano Ronaldo. And then we mentioned it, you saw it perfectly, Richard. 3-2 down off the post on the rebound. Just like a lot of fortune in that game. Everything's coming off the post, everything's being a rebound.
Attacking players, yeah.
No one being able to really grab the game by its neck and control it.
No look handshake as well. That's practice.
I'm going to follow this game then. Seems like he's had all the goals in it compared to our other matchups. Airborne has responded on 2 occasions. We don't know much about Airborne, as we said, 118th in the Global Series rankings, been grinding away years on years to ensure he can get to a big major event. This is his chance, this big international tournament. Pairing up with Honey Badger, what, 23,000 miles was it, or something on those lines?
For one match.
He travelled all the way from London over to New Zealand. He's playing for #United now, so Had to fly back home to compete in that tournament for one game of FIFA, 2 legs of FIFA. And he went and won that tournament there in the end. If he didn't win that, it may have been a bit of a wasted trip.
It was a must-win game, in all honesty. Not only for the travel, it'd have felt shocking, but for his FIFA season, for FIFA 19, if he loses that game, it's pretty much over for him.
Mbappe back to Vieira. As I said, he's responded twice. Can he respond on a third time? This time Neymar Croqueta into the finish. Oh. Just wide of the net. And into a pause. Denmark have responded. Houston has responded. 50th minute. Ronaldo on the finesse.
He makes it look so simple, doesn't he? FIFA Houston. The way that he scores goals, effortlessly, almost. Got the word out in the end.
Of the changes that have been made for New Zealand. Pele comes on, he's fresh as well.
Talk about Houston scoring goals.
It's like he can hear you, Richard. Now he's 2-1 up against Australia, and Marcus Gomes there. He's moved over to his Xbox console to go and give Marcuso a huge chance. He jumped up from 78th in the rankings to 45th. Now he's got another chance to move up into the top 16 if they can have a good performance here in London. 2-1. They lead now. Spain, USA still 0-0 in that game, and that's really near its closing stages. The last few minutes there, will there be a goal? This game, 20 minutes left. 5 goals have been scored. Mexico won the first leg.
And there has been a goal. Huge reaction to my right-hand side. I think Spain will get that goal as quickly as we can. 88th minute winner.
Just erupted next to us where the Spain players are playing. This is the goal. It's been a frustrating game, I'd probably say, for Zidane against the possession style that he's had to face. And you can see the reaction, I'm sure, here. 87th minute, there's the passion. You can see us as well, just to the side of where we are watching all the games. Here's Houston, though. You said it perfectly, Richard. Effortlessly, he goes forward, the way he attacks and scores goals. And even that was a half-hearted finish from Neymar.
Yeah, just rolled it into the bottom left corner. We had another big reaction to our left-hand side, and that was Portugal 1-0 up against Russia.
In that game, Tuga, you probably know him pretty well. Standout performances throughout the year in FUT Champions Cups. Full-time for Spain, USA. Spain get that 1-0 win, that important 1-0 win after losing their PlayStation matchup 6-3. Marcus Gomes responds over there. Now we're starting to heat up in round 2. Goals are going in.
The heating's been just turned up. We're on high right now. It's tense.
Goals are slowly going in. Let's have a look at that goal for Portugal, though. We said it perfectly. We had an eruption to the left of us, not the right of us this time. This time it was Portugal and Tuga. Ronaldo with a goal. I have no idea, but the goalkeeper was off on his holidays. He went to the left and just completely moved out of the way. That was against Klenov. The Russians. Xbox One representative. In this game, though, last 7 minutes. Will Beto be able to hang on to this result? Hasn't been able to hold on for anything more than a 1-goal lead. Airborne's responded twice. Could this be the chance? Could this be the opportunity to go 2 goals in front? Look at that run from Marcelo. Just to try and get around the right side of Mbappe.
I thought Mbappe got the wrong side of him there.
Still a half-hearted chance though, Richard. Eusebio into the shot. Out for a corner once again, into some changes now. Whilst this is happening, let's go and have a look at the equaliser from Marcus Gomes in the 60th minute. Just 10 minutes after Houston extended his lead by 2-1. Seeing this so much. Get it into the box, get it into your players' feet. R9, Cristiano Ronaldo, Mbappe, and just turn. Finesse, laces through it, low driven, whatever it's going to be. It seems to be working.
Get the ball out of your feet and shoot. When you've got players at Team of the Year Ronaldo, prime icon moment Pele, prime icon moment, any of the prime icon moment attackers, Team of the Year Mbappe, Team of the Year Neymar, don't be afraid to shoot. And just as we're talking about Portugal, with 5 minutes left on the clock, there's been another goal in that game. Which way has it gone? Is it a double or is it an equaliser? And it is an equaliser from Russia.
We heard an unbelievably loud roar as well. Russia and Klenov, 85 minutes gone. What a time to score, and a player to score against the Portuguese players in Cristiano Ronaldo, who's going to be doing it all day long, all weekend long.
There's been another goal. Australia versus Denmark.
How many more goals? This time, we're going to have a look who scored that one. 3 goals to 2, one of these two leads. It's Denmark that leads as well. Houston in front, can he hold on to it though? Someone else that can hold on to it as well, Bito Avia. 3 goals to 2 up in this game, just trying to see out the clock now as well. Houston though, 3 goals to 2, we can have a look at that goal now. Vieira into Ronaldo, same again in the box, just turn away from your man. Time Green into the back of the net, no chance. Well, looks like it was Van der Sar in the net.
Doesn't matter who you've got in the goal, you can have 2 keepers in there. When R9 gets it inside the box,
Wait.
you're not saving it.
This could be the last chance of the game. What's a tackle from Ramos, a match-winning tackle. Will it fall back to Messi? No, it won't. 6 points on the board for Mexico. Let's start talking about them now in Group B. They've won both their 2 opening matches.
6 points from 6 for Mexico in Group B. We didn't really give them a shout coming into the tournament. We didn't talk about it in the preview when Spencer and I were talking. We didn't talk about it in our preview. They're turning up right now. And you can't avoid them.
They're about to go into a 2v2, and what we see in chemistry base, they're going to be looking very dangerous in the 2v2. We're going to this match now, it's live. You've seen all the goals, you've seen the 5 goals go in. It's kind of been, I'll score, you score, and now we can see the last live few minutes. Australia, Marcus Gomes, representative for the Xbox. Melbourne City Marcus Gomes, you would have seen him, I'm sure, a number of events this year. Up against Houston. Call him a goal machine. Marcus Gomes, can he respond? Oh, that was the chance, saved away.
Parried away from the goalkeeper. It wasn't really out of the danger. Marcus didn't have any player there really to react onto the ball in such a tight area. And it looks like Houston's just going to take this ball away from his goal as far as possible and seal this 3 points on the board for Denmark.
Must have been the easiest of 2 games for them. They picked up a draw. Marco against Marcuso. And Houston looks like he'll be adding 3 points onto the board. Their first win for Denmark. He will. Houston beats Marcus Gomes 3 goals to 2. And he's very relieved to do so as well. An incredible season so far for the Great Dane. Whether it's in his Superliga, whether it's for his nation, whether it's for M10. You can just see there, disappointing Marcus Gomes. You don't blame him as well. We were so close in the end. Let's have a look at some of these results then, Richard. Spain against USA. That's a 6-3 win. A 9-goal thriller, dual-star win in that one. Zidane, he did finally get a goal 87 minutes into it against Giuseppe. And then New Zealand and Mexico, 6 points on the board for the Mexicans. Villamore, 2-1 win against Honey Badger. And then a 3-2 win against Airborne.
Let's head on over to Group D after 2 rounds. 2 fixtures, I should say, in round 1. It was a 3-1 win for Ufananok versus Rasta Arta, and Tuga and Klenov played out a 1-1 draw. So Russia still unbeaten and going down into the bottom half of Group D. Marco and Marcuso sharing the points 2 apiece. A late winner from Houston snatches 3 points away from Australia. So Denmark 4 points alongside Russia.
Amazing, amazing first 2 games we've seen here. And we spoke about a little bit the Mexicans, 6 points on the board for them. Denmark, they did get their first one on the board, but it's not going to be an easy ride for any single nation here. We've seen a 9-goal thriller. We've seen dual-star scoring goals for fun. We've seen Portugal lose their first game, and I think potentially go and draw their second one. Like, it's unpredictable. It's unpredictable, this FIFA eNations Cup at the moment. It really is.
It's super unpredictable. If you told me this morning that Germany wouldn't be in the final 8, you'd say, and get out of their group, I'd have laughed in your face. They're out. They're not going through. It's Brazil and Argentina, the top 2 players. A little recap from this morning in Group C. Group A is still up for grabs with England, Saudi Arabia and France all vying for that top 2 position. England in pole position to go through. They only need 1 point really to go through. Let's have a look at the pairings, however, from that Group B matchup between the United States and Spain. You can see the USA, the stars and stripes on your screen right there. Headsets on.
Yeah, an interesting one. You normally see players, well, both teams have got their headsets on. It's one of them, if you want to try and communicate with your partner, we've seen all the 2v2, a lot of the players will just take the headsets off and try and talk to each other. But sometimes you don't even need to communicate. It's just, as you said, the brain of FIFA knowledge there, just linking up with each other. You know, have you practiced this before coming into the tournament? Have you played in Spain? Have you played in America? It's crazy how this all works out, because you go back a few weeks ago, the MLS Cup, this was your grand final. It was Giuseppe Castella up against Dulstar. Now they're teammates. Now they're in a 2v2 matchup.
So you've got Dulstar no headset, Castella headset. I'm not really sure how the communication's going to work there, but I rate it. I like the decision.
As if they need any. She said players coming into this tournament would have practiced. Some may prefer just playing with the game sound on to get them into the zone.
Dulstar's just going to have to shout really loudly for Castella to hear him.
Hopefully it'll be a let's go if they go and score a goal. The points are shared between these two at the moment, because the first game was a 6-3 win for Dulstar, a PlayStation. On the Xbox, it was a 1-0 win for Zidane. 87 minutes on the clock. You can see the love coming in as well. On the bottom, we want to hear from you on Twitter, of course, hashtag FIFA eNations Cup, with the Twitter out of FIFA E World Cup over there. Let's hear from you. Find out who you guys are supporting as well.
What a love there for America, New Zealand, Australia, Mexico.
The rest of the world region thrived in the last few years when it comes to competitive FIFA. Who will have the last laugh in our first round of games? Obviously, as we know, we haven't just got this game, we've got Australia against Denmark. I'm a little bit worried to see that team in action, and another team that have got us underway. 11 minutes in, R9 Ronaldo smiles all round. He may be wearing a headset, Richard, but that's not affecting their FIFA ability at the moment.
Yeah, great goal there from the United States. Early doors. 11 minutes in, it seems like when Dulstar plays, he always gets an early start, whether that being a 1v1 or a 2v2. Quite, you'd say, opposing play styles, I feel like, with Dulstar and Castella. Castella, more of a possession-based player. Dulstar, from what we've seen, very direct in his attack. I think he's playing a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, the United States right now. 2 strikers up top. Usually you see a 4-2-3-1, but if he is playing that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, it just shows that the aggression and the sort of direct play, they've gone with Dulstar's play style over Castella's.
That's going to be the interesting thing about these 2v2s, is who takes control, who moves the goalkeeper, you know, who's
the in-game leader. That's a viable role. In other esports titles, you have that sort of player who is the more vocal on a team where you might have got 4 or 5 players. In a 2-man team, you both got to be talking at the same time. You have to have an in-game leader.
There's so much you can talk about when it comes to 2v2 FIFA, because we're going back for a free kick here. I don't know who was actually tripped over. I think it was a back out on the edge of the box there for Spain. Currently 1-0 down in this game, and we'll talk about kind of the importance of the 2v2, what you need in a team to work. But yeah, about the 2v2 is, it's a tough one, because you need obviously 2 people that get on first and foremost, who can have a bit of a laugh, you know, can understand how each other play. You've got to be a team as well. If you're just going to be someone that flares and El Tornadoes and, you know, brings out all the skills for Ketters and stuff, it might work in some ways in an attacking sense, but you need to be playing as a team.
Well, that's fine if you both agreed that that's how you're going to play. You can't have opposing play styles. For example, if we were playing together and we knew that we were both going to do skills, going to play that sort of play style, that's fine, that's acceptable. But if you are wanting to impose your passing, almost Arsenal, Barcelona-esque play style, and I'm wanting to do skills and get players in the box, that's where you have a miscommunication. I think we saw it a little bit earlier, sorry to interrupt you, with France, with Maestro and Dax. Dax wanted to play quite a slow, possession-based play. As soon as Maestro was getting it in the final third, he was shooting snapshots coming out on the edge of the box, because that's how Maestro plays. It was getting a little bit, you'd say, a little bit nervous in the final third and didn't want to fully commit to Dax's play style. That's probably why they struggled in a lot of 2v2s.
Whilst alongside that, you've got the attacking side. Who's pressing the ball defensively? You know, who's running back? Who's being the person that's going to come out and press? And we often see all the players that make mistakes in 2v2 are the ones that start basically moving around the formation. If you're playing 4 at the back or you're playing a 4-2-3 on v2 CDMs, you've got to keep those 2 CDMs back, just as you would do when you're playing 1v1. Players will pull out centre halves, the Maldinis, the Varans, Vieira. They're all going to be pulled out of position at times if you're not playing properly.
You can double press, something that
that can work as well, but
really
there's risk with it.
I think we saw Saudi Arabia really good at just pressing the ball super high up the pitch. But
England as well.
They've got a sort of connection, have Royal and decided that not all of the players have got. They were friends for multiple years. They've been playing for multiple years together. They're on their own team together. Falcon Esports.
There has been a breakthrough for Mexico. All smiles, it seems, there for those guys. They're on for their 3rd win if they can continue in this fashion and style. Australia, Denmark still 0-0. Russia, Portugal still 0-0 as well. Nothing really to talk about as of yet other than this game. And the only goal, the breakthrough for Mexico, who have looked really strong as well. Here comes Spain now this time. A fake shot back inside. Ronaldo for a drag back. Did he need to do the drag back? I'm not too sure about that.
Oh my God, he's just absolutely clattered him inside. Vieira.
Patrick Vieira's tackle there, just to break up the play.
Broke him in half. Never mind, just broke up the play.
Himself a yellow card for his efforts as well.
I'm not going to see it. It's been skipped through. Probably for the better as well, given that we're before the watershed. Tackle like that.
Just to break up the play completely for him. To turn possession back over USA now. The only scorers in this game. Australia.
A goal from Australia against Denmark, 1-0 up. Mexico leading against New Zealand, 1-0. And Portugal, Russia just getting us underway.
Speak about team chemistry and what you need in a 2v2. Team morale is one of those things, and it's something that these two have. Marcus Gomes and foot with Marco. It was a penalty in the end over in the New Zealand-Mexico game. So we'll have a look at the Australia one in the second. Mexico stepped up, did go right. That was the only goal we have seen so far in that game.
Slotted past the goalkeeper there for Mexico. Let's have a look at the Australia goal.
As I was saying about the 2 players, they play in the E-League as well, maybe for different teams, but when it comes to international FIFA, another penalty. That one looks a bit harsh.
Yeah, very harsh. But you've seen Van Dijk give penalties like that in FIFA, I feel like. He gets his hands on a player, usually that player goes down. Usually a penalty is gave. Disposed of by Australia there. So a few interesting handshakes. I feel like some players going in for the fist bump, some players going in with the open palm.
Oh, you've got the no-look one.
Oh, you've got the no-look,
We've started that. Nearly at the half-time interval. Spain, USA. USA are in front only by 1 goal. That goal came really early on. You can see the half-time stats there. No shots registered at all for Spain.
We've just seen a goal as well to our left. That's Portugal with Cristiano Ronaldo breaking the deadlock against Portugal and Russia in Group D.
Who else would you want to step up than the man from Madeira to score the big goal for you in your 2v2 game? 15 minutes played here, and you saw the goal. Raqueta into the finish. Not bad at all.
Just slotted in at that near post. From CR7. Is there a better player in FIFA than Cristiano Ronaldo?
I think the only player you can debate against is Mbappe.
I feel like that's the... A lot of players have been swayed by Team of the Year
Still,
Mbappe.
for me, I just felt Cristiano Ronaldo is the best finisher in the game, in my personal opinion.
He's the best athlete, 100%.
Just for the all-round game as well. Yeah. He can leap from... He can be a defender if you want him to be.
He could definitely play CDM.
Give him a go. Move him in there. But just going forward, he's just so good. Yes, Mbappe, Team Mbappe, as he keeps saying, is tinted a lot of players.
Speaking of Team Mbappe, he's just doubled Australia's lead against Denmark.
However, Spain could be back in this game. Great defending from Rafael Varane. Let's have a look at that goal. You said it perfectly. Lots to chat about this team of the year. Mbappe, here he is from a corner. Looped header to the back post where the Frenchman was waiting.
I think he stole that goal from Ronaldo, in all honesty. I love the intensity right here that we're seeing in this afternoon session. And if you like intense FIFA, if you like passion, do not change your channel, because coming up soon we have got Ajax Danny in action.
Wow. And we've got China as well in action as well. They're going to be making some noise, I'm sure. Alongside every other nation that has been here, and we're going to be competing heading into tomorrow as well. Still, no way back for Spain. That was their first shot registered. Great save there.
I did not see this result before this round of fixtures started in Group B. Mexico looking for a 9 point out of 9 clean sweep against New Zealand. They've just doubled the lead in the 2v2.
Not just got picked up 9 points though. They've played so well. They've scored a lot of goals. They've looked convincing. And as a team, they've looked really strong as well. They've got no coach in their booth. They don't need anyone. They've travelled all the way from Mexico and they're just here to play their feed through currently. They're looking very confident as well. Let's have a look at that second goal, Richard. 43 minutes just before the half-time whistle. Oh no, Ronaldo. Only David Egg just flap his hands here. And the confidence is oozing out of these two.
Timed it green. No mistake from R9.
Still finding it hard. I don't think Spain have registered more than one shot so far in this game. There has been a goal in Australia against Denmark. It could be a potential comeback goal though, yeah. Denmark maybe starting some kind of comeback. They score 2-1. Australia do lead still. Spain with a chance now. Lofted to the back post. Didn't do enough.
Just poured it away there, the goalkeeper. Let's have a look at that Denmark goal that's potentially started a comeback here. Ruud Gullit, lovely fake shot into the near post. There's a lot of FIFA left to be played in that game, not even hit half time yet.
Still a lot of time yet for a comeback. Someone else that's running away with the game, Richard. Mexico 3-0 up just before the 50th minute as well. How good are these guys? We've only seen round one of them, but I'm sure they're going to continue in this fashion. Look at the skill as well. It was Elastico originally to pull through the legs of the defender, then to lay it back inside. Now they lead by 3-0.
Making a statement right now, are Mexico in Group B. We'll be walking away with 9 points out of 9. The United States, as it stands, walking away with 6 after Dulster and this 2v2 victory. New Zealand have just got one back straight away, but we'll see that goal when the ball does go out of play.
USA on the other hand, Neymar now! Pivot and a finish as well. Neymar steps up and he extends the lead for USA by 2-0. Smiles all round once again.
Is that enough to seal this victory for the United States? Let's have a look at a consolation goal that it could potentially be for New Zealand. It looks like a mistake from the back. Yes, it was.
Seen so many of those mistakes. That's like a FIFA 18 mistake, that is. Just throwing out from your goalkeeper. We saw that. It used to be like the common mistake. Players would just throw it out from the goal kick, and
I like this change.
There's so much.
I really like this change. Going 3-5-2, going attacking. You know that you have to do something in the attacking third to try and spark an ignition back into this matchup. I'm guessing presión constante is constant pressure, if my English to Spanish pronunciation is correct.
Spanish is getting better as well. We get to see all the different languages in custom tactics here, from German to Spain. And that was the goal. Simple pivot turn. Neymar, just a simple little drag back to turn away from his man. David Gea, no chance for him once again. And it's really just, it seems like the simple goals. Get it into the box, get it around the box, and the technical players who can just turn away from their man, a fake shot, a drag back, open up any kind of space you can, and then if you want to do a time finish, a low driven, a finesse, that's what's been flying to the back, and then that has been what's working out for so many of these players. Spain now, free at the back, all guns blazing.
Good defending though. Looking to get straight back in the game there. Were Spain from kick-off, but United States standing strong at the back. A wall of white shirts in between Spain and the States.
Yeah, a chance to go 3-0 up as well. There's be 6 points on the board for USA. A win in the PlayStation game for Dullstar, and as it looks like a win on the 2v2. Unfortunately, couldn't get the win. Gistella.
Ooh, blazed over the bar there at the near post. But we're, what, 7 minutes left? This game looks like it's going with the United States, and those precious 3 points. We're bumping their tally up to 6 after the round 1 of fixtures has concluded.
The real story, though, of this round, Richard, is that Mexico will be top of that group if they can hold it for 20 more minutes. Spain do reply with a goal. Still lots of time as well.
Yeah, 5 minutes left. If Spain can get another goal here and squeeze a point out of this tie, Patrick Vieira with a heroic run to the back post.
Of all people as well, free at the back, everybody's forward. And so is the Frenchman, Patrick Vieira, jumping up for the header. 2-1 behind. First real proper chance we've seen as well. Hate to say it from Spain. At half-time, they had no shots registered and just a lack of
bodies going forward, in all honesty, from Spain.
Just a big lack of their attacking side to their game, it felt like. But free at the back now, that's going to become natural, though, to bring more players forward and to naturally attack more. Vieira. Will it to Ronaldo. Just see out this game, let that clock run down for USA. Chance for them to go second in this group. Mexico 3-1 up. 15 minutes left for them. Added time of 2 minutes. A massive header there. A match-winning header from Marcelo.
Yeah, that header's probably the same as a goal, in all honesty. Final chance of this game. It's a long ball over the top, and the referee's going to let this play.
Or will he? Marcelo, there we go. Just kicked out, and a big high five from those two. 6 points on the board, their first win in the 2v2 format as well. They knew it was close, and they knew that Spain had an amazing chance right at the end. They were going to follow this game. It's got 20 minutes left. Australia against Denmark.
This is live coverage right now as the game is playing out the final stages. 20 minutes left. Australia versus the Danes.
The first game was a draw, 2-2 Marcuso and Footwiz Marco. Second game, Houston did win it. 3-2 was a very tight game. And this is your 2v2 matchup, which currently Australia are in front. Looking for the equaliser, Denmark. Have they got that side to their game, that 2v2 side to their game? Because if you look at the players individually, they're quite skillful, they're quite flary players in the way they play.
I think there'll be question marks over defensively. Are they solid enough in a pairing? Because individually, there's no doubt that Marcuso and Houston on their day are world beaters. Does their day come regular enough, though? That's the question. Is it more like a leap year when they're going to perform?
Just here as well, Houston just watching Marcuso making all the changes. They'll have a little bit of a discussion.
Just looking around the grounds as this pause does come in. New Zealand 1, Mexico 3 with 2 minutes left in that game. Portugal still leaning 1-0 against Russia with 15 minutes left in game.
All the small changes that could mean a lot for both of these two teams. Again, to add more points onto the board. Whoever wins this as well will stay potentially chasing the guys over in Group D. If anything, they actually go top of Group D, because I'm just looking here in front of me. looking at how that's going to look, I think Portugal won one game, or maybe drew actually a game. Russia won that first leg, well, obviously from what we've seen. So Group D is still open. We've still got Netherlands to get involved as well and play a game there. Russia, yeah, they won a game, they drew a game, so this 2v2 game could ensure they could stay unbeaten. Denmark have not tasted a defeat yet either.
You'd have 4 teams all on 4 points after the first game. Win one, draw one, lost one.
The perfect way you want a group to sit, really.
Before the Netherlands to be introduced into round 2 of fixtures.
If you were a player, would you want to be playing in that first round, or would you mind sitting out for a game? Well, everybody's got to sit out at some point, but it's just when would you want that time to sit out?
I want to be playing in round 5, so I know that my future of the tournament is in my hands. It's not in someone else's hands, like France. It's not in their hands anymore, really. So I want to have, I'd probably like to miss like round 2 or round 3, start the day, and then play round 5.
Try and start with a win as well, because France, as you said, they're going to be praying tomorrow that they can somehow hold it out, get second place. Ball into the box now, Ronaldo will leap up, Denmark will reply. You could say a typical FIFA goal that we've been seeing in the last few months. Out wide it goes, a scoop cross into the box and a head from Cristiano Ronaldo.
And I don't know if you see the actual movement here from Ronaldo. I think it's human controlled, this movement inside the box. It reads the flight of the ball and then moves backwards, just to sort of give himself a little bit more space inside the box to attack the ball. That's when Ronaldo wins the headers, when he's running onto it. When he's standing, usually Marcelo, Varane, they'll win the header against him. When you're running onto the ball, that's when it becomes dangerous for Ronaldo inside the area.
At the moment, Denmark are on to still stay unbeaten from this first round, or is someone going to be pushing on for a winner?
So if you see the movement of Ronaldo, he moves out and then moves back in.
Which just allows the striker to have an extra few yards on Marcelo, or at least get a run on him. We know the lead that Ronaldo's got, the finishing stats he has. He was 99 overall team of the year for item. How deadly he can be, and a match winner at times. Will there be one more big chance? Who will it fall to? Australia, if they can hold on to the ball, that is. Ronaldo, dragged back. Where's he going now? Just straight into Van Dijk, still in possession, Pele. So now this is Australia now, last chance of the game for them. Added time of 2 minutes. Where's this one going to go? Fake shot deflection. The ball is going everywhere.
Tell you what, Denmark might have a one last chance here. If it goes over his head, unbelievable defensive header.
Had to be a big header as well. They know it's game over, but more for them. They're still unbeaten in the competition, and they were 2 goals down.
Big performance from Denmark, and you can see how much it means there to Australia. They feel as though that 2v2 should have been coming home with them.
Especially as they were 2-0 up at the time as well. Marcus Gomes and Marco there. They've still got points on the board. They've still got an important few points on the board as well. 2 points for those guys. Have a look at the groups now. The story of Group B, the story of round 1 of the second half today was Mexico. 9 points on the board, 3 wins for them, and scoring goals for fun.
Mexico go top. The United States are second on 6 points. Spain on 3 points. New Zealand bottom, yet to register a point on the board. China yet to play. Let's have a look at Group D. On the other hand, it's Denmark, 5 points out of 3 games played. Russia, 4 points. Portugal, 4 points. Australia, that late equaliser, puts them on 2. And the Netherlands yet to play a game. Bottom of the table, but they're going to have a game in hand over everybody else.
Exactly that. A fantastic round 1 of fixtures here at the FIFA eNations Cup. Well, for now, I'm going to throw over to Anya, who is going to be with the 2 USA players. Fantastic performances in round 1. Dalstar and Jeppe Costello.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Team USA. And, guys, you had an amazing performance. You pulled out 6 points in your first games against Spain, who was very favorited in your group. How are you feeling about your performance?
Yeah, you know, we got off to a great start, won the first game, so that kind of set the nerves, and then Giuseppe was unlucky in the second game. They scored late on, and then 2v2, we're confident with our play. We play very similar, so we knew we had the ability to win that match, and luckily we did.
Being from the U.S., do you feel like you have something to prove? You're with a whole bunch of European and world-famous countries, and the U.S. gets a bad rap when it comes to football. Do you think you're going to prove that the U.S. is where it should be?
As in esports, we are going to prove it at this event today. So it's going to be a great event, and USA is going to prove everyone at this event.
Now you're going up against New Zealand next. That's Honey Badger. You have some big names, but they just lost all 3 of their games. Does that make you relax some? Are you going to stay at the top of your game? How are you going to go into this?
Yeah, no, I think we're going to have to stay at the top of our game. Even though they lost, you can't let that affect you. You just got to treat it like any other match, regardless of if they lost all 3 or won all 3.
Well, good luck. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anna. Great to hear from Team USA. Fascinating round of first-round matches here, Spencer. We looking at the morning session. You had a lot of pre-tournament favourites playing. We had the likes of Argentina, of England, Brazil, Germany, France. Is it fair to say these 2 groups are a lot more open, tougher games to call? And there's so many matches. You've got them there that were won by 1 goal.
Yeah, I certainly think it's more open. I think we're going to not know who's going to get out of these groups to the latter stages for sure. The team that's got to be most happy from this group, at least, over here is Netherlands. Because they haven't played yet, and no one's got more than 5 points than them. Obviously 9 points available for every single round. So if they come in now for their first game and get 3 wins, which they're capable of, they'll have a nice little lead.
And we were glued to the action, watching all of the round 1 action. Of all the teams we've seen in the first round for Group B and D, who are you most impressed with so far, would you say?
I'd say 2 jump out. I'd say Russia, first of all, because they went in against Portugal, probably heavy underdogs, managed to win that first game and make everyone stand up and notice, then got a draw as well, so 4 points solid against Portugal. But you've got to look at Mexico. I don't think a lot of people are talking about them. They're the only team so far from these 2 groups that's managed to win all 3 of their opening games, so they're sitting pretty on 9 points.
Spencer, let's just remind ourselves of the ecosystem, because it's a huge tournament. This is, of course, the inaugural eNations Cup, so it's a fantastic event, the first of its kind, all these players representing their countries for the first time. So just explain what this event means in terms of the overall FIFA 19 Global Series.
So on the left of the screen there, you can see all the different events that's sort of the first phase, if you like. This is a FIFA Major, as well as you have the FUT Champions Cups. We had one last week, licensed qualifying events, official league partners. We saw the EPL recently, of course. The Ulster just won the EMLS. We've got players coming from all different leagues. And of course, the Champions Weekend League, which you can play at home. Get 10 points every single week. If you can find yourself in the top 60 positions on your console after all these events take place, you qualify for the playoffs. Okay, they're happening in July, and there's a lot more points up for grabs there. 1,800 points to the winner. And then after that event, if you're in the top 16, that's 1-6, not 60, top 16, you get into the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final, which is where the big prize money has been handed out.
Yeah, and you touched on the points there, and this is another reason why this is such a big event. Not only is it the first ever eNations Cup, but also huge points up for grabs this week.
There's only a handful of events all year that give you 1,500 points if you win it. That's the FUT Champs Majors, which are all done now.
Yep.
And it's the FIFA Majors. We saw the Club World Cup, of course. This is the eNations Cup. So there's a lot of points up for grabs, and people need these points now more than ever if they're going to get in that top 60.
Yeah, so big prizes up for grabs for the winners. So we are ready for round 2. Let's head back to our casters, Dan and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get into round 2 of the action as far as Groups B and Group D are concerned. Dan, very interesting to hear the guys talking about some of the surprise packages that we saw in that first round of games. And no surprises on some stages, but Mexico and Russia, I mean, they've reminded everyone that every single country that's being represented here has some fantastic players that we need to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, they were 2 of the nations we were looking at. If we could include China into those nations as well, with those potential upset nations that might be able to turn around some results that maybe weren't expected. But also being introduced into this round 2, we have the Netherlands coming into play, and I'm personally very excited. I know there's a lot of people at home who are probably excited about Netherlands as well. Ajax Danny coming into the equation here, and we know how passionate he is. We know he gets loud, he gets proud, and he's also very experienced. He's had 4 FIFA events in recent years. He knows how to get the job done.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's going to be looking and getting onto the pitch here, and obviously getting his games underway. If you don't know about Danny, I'm sure you'll hear about him for the rest of the tournament. But the game that we're going to be watching is going to be China-Mexico, 2 of the surprise packages from that first round of games, Dan, and a real chance for us to have a look at these 2 players and see what they've got to offer.
Yeah, and we had a chance to kind of learn about Mexico in that first round, and we know that they have qualified for FUT Champions Cups in the past. However, China, even more unknown. I mean, probably the most unknown team in the tournament. They're going to have an advantage, I guess, that no one's going to know what kind of tactics they're going to bring. Is it going to be slightly different meta in the games that they play in China? That will remain to be seen.
It's Mexico who are going to be on the attack here with Villamor. Mbappe with a little Cruyff turn around the corner, looks to Cricketta back inside, but well defended there by Zhang. It's always fantastic to see these nationalities where we haven't had the opportunity to see them so far in the year in the FUT Champions Cups or the LQEs. Qualify for these kind of events and just remind us how much of a global esport that FIFA 19 really is.
I mean, 9,000 kilometers is how far they had to travel to get here today from China. Quite the trip. I'm sure jet lag is definitely a factor, but something I'm sure they would have been preparing for as they came into this tournament. Chang now has a chance to really show what China's made of. And who knows, maybe they could upset everyone in this tournament. Maybe they're one of the favorites and we just don't know it yet.
As you say, those unknown packages are sometimes the most dangerous ones, where you don't know what to expect or how they're going to attack the ball. And it looks like at the moment, just from the early moments of this game, that Chang likes to play a possession-based game here, Dan. He's taking no risk whatsoever and just slowly building his way up the pitch.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything out of the ordinary, does it, that we're used to seeing from some of the top players in the world. So fitting in perfectly at the moment, patiently building up, looking for a little bit of space on the wings and trying to utilize the pace of the likes of Neymar and Ronaldo. Unfortunately, just being cut out there. I'll tell you what a start to the tournament it would be for Mexico, though, if they were able to pick up big points here as well. A team that maybe weren't expecting to get out of this group with the likes of Spain, United States, even New Zealand would be favoured above them.
We have seen our first goal of the round going in the background there. It's the USA who take a 1-goal lead in their game, so keep you updated with all of the scores as they come in, of course. Make sure you don't miss any of the action. Now it's Mexico on the attack once more. Halit twisting and turning on the edge of the box here. Neymar gives the Dutchman the ball back. Vieira now, who we've seen pop up with a couple of important goals there, lays the ball off, and Villamor looking for a little snapshot there just to test out the goalkeeper movement potentially here of Zhang. And now there's a corner hit to be whipped in from this left-hand side. Neymar in towards that front post, and there isn't too much goalkeeper movement there. And it almost created the opportunity, but it was actually put out by the defender for another corner hit.
Villamor, who had such a good round one, taking down Honey Badger 2-1. Honey Badger from New Zealand, of course, and that's a shocking result, and I'm sure that Honey Badger wasn't happy with that one. But let's take a look at the goal from United States versus New Zealand, and Honey Badger trying to rectify that result. Well, it's not gone too well in the early stages, as Dorster showing up yet again, the 2-time EMLS champion, getting the job done.
I think he wants to put in a really, really strong performance here for the United States, and that little back heel there from this player to provide the opportunity for that finish was absolutely superb. And if we can produce moments like that, I'm sure the USA are going to have a fantastic run here in the first ever FIFA eNations Cup. But back to our feature game now, as you can see, and there has been pressure again coming in from Villamor and Mexico, but no real big chances to talk about, but maybe there is one now. The deflection will actually take that out for another corner. The pressure is building here onto Zhang.
Yeah, Mexico starting to really push on and look for this goal now. A little bit of frustration from Villamor as he's thrown away a couple of good chances, and from the corner though, he finally finds the opener. And who else but Cristiano Ronaldo, just lurking and waiting to nod that one in.
Yeah, no goalkeeper movement was something that I noticed early on from those corners, not covering that front post cross, and that's what can happen. You allow the likes of Ronaldo or Ramos or even Mbappe to get up at that front post, they are going to bury those headers with those fantastic jumping and heading accuracy statistics, as well as the height, of course, to make sure that they rise above their man. So the first goal of the game does go to Mexico here. They continue their fine form after that first round.
Yeah, we're going to see whether China can actually react to this now and start to press on, but still giving away possession in areas where it's going to allow Mexico to try and hit on the counter-attack. You can see Mbappe making very decent runs on this left-hand side, but opting to go down the right instead.
Yeah, there is a little bit of space for Ronaldo as well, but now it's R9 who's going to have the shot from distance. Straight into the chest of David De Gea, though.
It's a shake of the head every time from Villamor. Really not happy with how he's proceeding with his attacks.
Well, maybe this one will produce better results. Mbappe goes for the strike, falls to R9. And De Gea called into action. That one wasn't as simple as the previous one. And he had to make the save here to keep the difference between the two nations at just the one goal.
Most importantly here for Mexico is the defensive ability of Villamor. He's really cut out China from the game. Every time going forward here, Chang, it's just not working out for him. Passing lanes being cut very successfully from Villamor.
As we know, it does only take one chance now.
And it does.
Wherever these players are from, they've got here for a reason. It's because of the quality of the FIFA that they can produce. Marcelo, good interception, high up the pitch there from the fullback. Mbappe with the scoop turn finds the run now of Neymar, tries to burst around his man. think that's just going to dribble out of play there for a goal kick here. So Villamor, although he was showing some frustration earlier, maybe with some of his attacking play, after that goal lead, he's defended well as well, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the shot statistic in the top left-hand side of the screen. It's China with 0 and Mexico with 7. All the play has been in Mexico's favour. Nothing really for Villamor to be worrying about thus far, but with just a 1-goal lead, you need to be very wary of your defence and not slip up, make any mistakes.
Well, here's Neymar then inside, tries to find Cristiano Ronaldo, who's looking dangerous and looking for the chance to release. A shot onto David De Gea's goal. A little bit of a mistake here. He's going to allow Ronaldo to have that shot. And there is the second goal here for Mexico. It has been coming. And no surprise whatsoever to see Cristiano Ronaldo once again on the score sheet.
That's the kind of attacks that Villamor's wanted for this entire game. He's wanted that quick 1-2 movement just inside the box to give him the clear shot on goal. He hasn't been able to connect with those passes several times, but finally he notices a little bit of space. And the finish, well, I mean, it says it all. Cristiano Ronaldo again, just curling it round the keeper. David De Gea going to get nowhere near it.
Yeah, it'd be more of a surprise there to see Cristiano Ronaldo miss that chance. Put it away in the way that he did do. So from the restart then, China looking to find a goal here to find their way back into this game. Haven't really offered too much going forward. As you say, no shots on target so far.
It's just passes like that every single time. It's almost like Zhang is saying, all right, I'm going to play it left, and then Villamor notices it, reads it, moves a player, and Zhang isn't reacting quick enough to the defensive movement. So he's almost playing into the path of Villamor every time. However, you have to take into the fact that Mexico have already played a game. We've already had a warm-up for Villamor, whereas this is the first game of the day for China. Sometimes it does take players a little bit longer to warm into games than other teams. I mean, even some of the best players, like Mr. Sari earlier, losing out in his first game, but then coming back and performing extremely well later on. But that's the end of the first half. No goals to talk, no shots to talk about for China, but 2 goals to talk about for Mexico. Could this be the surprise team in Group B?
And I think that the 2 Mexican players here are thinking this is, a real opportunity for us after our first round performance to get potentially maximum points on the board here. Get 9 points from this game. And all of a sudden, I think everyone in the group is going to be looking over their shoulders thinking, well, these guys are no longer the surprise package. They're someone that we've got to take points off ourselves and make sure that they don't qualify within 3 or 4 games. They're playing so well at the start of round number 2 here. But back underway. And at the moment, it's just a case of, can China and Zhang just find a way towards goal here, create an opportunity? And something to write home about at the moment, because it has been one-way traffic so far.
Not only have they been unable to get any shots, but they've just been struggling to get possession at the same time. Really well played at the moment by Mexico.
Here's Vieira then on the edge of the box. Maybe this is another chance for Mexico to create a chance, but well defended here for China. We do have another goal to report though, and it is an equaliser here between the United States and New Zealand, and the cricketer created the space, and the finish again from Patrick Vieira across goal. It's going to mean if it stays that way, the United States and New Zealand will be sharing the points in that game. Back into this game then, and Zhang reminding us all that he's got some tricks up his sleeve going towards goal. Just again, couldn't find his way past that last man. But a little mistake there from Van Dijk, and that is going to be a corner here to China.
It was a little bit better from Zhang going forward. Starting to offer a little bit of a skill set now. Nice little flick up from the corner. Is it going to be enough? Still has possession.
Oh, Varane back over his head. A couple of little uses of the first touch system here. Couldn't quite find that ball inside, but you can see what he's trying. It just seems to be maybe a second or two's too sort of a delay on it before he can execute those passes he's looking for, which is just allowing Villamor to get back into position and cut out those passing lanes. But he's coming forward once again now. This would be a huge boost here for China. Into the box now to Neymar, dragged back onto that left foot, looks for another ball inside. But he's certainly starting to grow back into this game now, Dan.
We had a goal between Australia and Russia, though. Deadlock was broken there. It was Australia going forward, so I'd imagine that it's a goal for Australia as well. Back post and into Mbappe. The cross from Sergio Ramos, of all players. Elsewhere, we also saw a goal between Netherlands and Denmark in their first game of the day. Netherlands, unfortunately, going behind to the Danes. The Danes, another team that's amongst the favourites of the tournament, as well as the Netherlands, to be honest. So amazing matches going on everywhere at the moment in the arena. But still here, Mexico lead 2-0. Zhang has looked better in this second half going forward, offered a little bit more. At least has posed somewhat of a threat to the Mexico goal.
Okay, here comes Villamor then, looking for the third to maybe put this game to bed. Vieira finding Hullet on the edge of the box, and this is where things start to get dangerous, when those two CDMs start creeping forward. Neymar with the little scoop turn. Vieira gets a little bit lucky as the ball falls through the legs of Neymar on the edge of the box. You can see he's just trying to pull some players out of position here. Zhang is trying desperately not to allow that to happen, and he looks for that ball over the top to Mbappe. Well read there from the clearance as well. Ronaldo now into Ronaldo. Comfortable though for De Gea, the shot from distance.
And you're right, I think that might have been too much if that one had gone into the back of the net, but still a glimmer of hope maybe for China. Needs to be a goal soon though in this, perhaps in this run of play. But again, it's just those passes being preemptively read by Villamor. I've got to say, Zhang looked better when he was playing very quick-fire passes, first-touch passes that Villamor wasn't able to read as successfully. He's not been able to find as much space as maybe he would be used to in games playing at home, or maybe that he expected to in this game.
Mexico coming forward again. You can see another goal's gone in as well. It's United States 2, New Zealand 1 now, so Dulster giving his team the lead in that game. Is there a goal in this one here for China? Can there be a little bit of belief reinstalled into Zhang here to go and get a point out of this first game here? China competing at the first ever FIFA eNations Cup. Marcelo now down on this left-hand side. Crickets inside. Here's Hullet. Plenty of men behind the ball here for Villamor though. The concentration levels impressive here from the Mexican player, making sure he doesn't give anything away unnecessarily, but there is the shot from Ronaldo. But again, bodies in the way minutes, it'll just be a corner.
We do have goals between USA and New Zealand though. USA were able to take the lead once again because of a dodgy penalty in the box. And you can see what Honey Badger thinks about that as well.
Wasn't happy about that, was he?
Didn't even think he pressed tackle, but the goal advantage for USA after the penalty. But Honey Badger was not going to go down without a fight.
Absolutely not, and you saw the reaction from Honey Badger off the pitch, and this is the reaction on the pitch, and that is how you want to answer back. Now they're finding the right foot of Kylian Mbappe there, and him driving it back across the goalkeeper to tie that game up now at 2-2.
Intense matches over between USA and New Zealand, and Honey Badger, we saw how he reacted after his loss earlier on against Mexico, so he really wants to fight back. We're back between China and Mexico. Is there a China goal?
Oh, it might be a chance on the rebound here. Ball fell. I believe it's LA in the middle of the 18-yard box there, was looking to pick up the pieces after the rebound. Great ball out wide here to Mbappe. Maybe a chance. Great little ball back. Zhang trying to come forward here. Trying to beat a man to find that final pass, but again, Villamor's focus cannot be broken. He's keeping that clean sheet intact, and now he's going up the other end and maybe looking for a third, but referee will bring that one back here for a Mexico free kick.
You can see how much better Zhang looks though when he's playing that first touch football. Villamor really struggling to keep up with the play, but just using skill moves maybe at the wrong time, allowing Villamor to get back into it.
Also the cross into the middle there, intercepted by the centre-back with that header. Sabio sends this one out wide now to Sergio Ramos, inviting him to attack the space that's in front of him, and Zhang needs no second invitation, I should say, to go forward. Tries to find the ball in behind Ramos. And again, it's well defended, but it's starting to get a little bit more last ditch in the last few seconds here from Mexico, but straight up the other end now. Might have the chance to put this one to bed. The supporting run here from Neymar, the roulette round the corner, but Zhang defends well. And now it's just a case of, can we keep the clean sheet?
Clean sheet should be there, to be honest, and it is. Mexico and Villamor defending very well, played very well. A great all-round game from him. Nothing majorly surprising from the China side, from Zhang. but maybe they're warming into the competition. It was their first game, but another huge result for Mexico.
Yeah, I'd say that was a professional performance, and we're now going into Russia versus Australia at the moment. You can see Best is getting down the right-hand side here. Neymar inside to Ronaldo. He finds the top corner there, so Russia tie it up here against Australia, Dan. Big stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, Russia is another one of those sides that maybe people weren't expecting to be getting out of their groups. They did say their goal in this tournament is just to get out of the group stages. And we already saw one penalty, but this time it went the other way. No, sorry, it went against New Zealand again, and you can see Honey Badger in absolute tatters. And once again, it was put away to give United States a 3-2 victory. You can see Godfather just not able to look there in the penalty shootout.
Yeah, sometimes it's not best to look. We all know that you can jinx things if you look or you do anything that you don't normally do. So Godfather showing there that he didn't want to put any unnecessary bad juju onto his teammate there. Dulster staying calm from the spot twice to put USA into the lead, but now we're into our live game here between Russia and Australia, and it's Australia coming forward. There's Marcus Gomes versus Klenov here. This is the kind of game that I feel like is a game where one of these nations needs to pick up big points.
This is a game where Australia would be really expecting to win. We look at where the Australian players are ranked in the Global Series rankings, both of them in the top 30. These are the two highest ranked Australian players in the world as well, representing them. A lot of expectations, I would imagine, from the Australian community, but struggling here against Russia at the moment, but 10 minutes still left to play.
Big chance here, though. Unfortunately, Hullet couldn't find a pass inside. You can see the focus on the players' faces. And now it's going to be... They're not coming forward once more. Marcelo down this left-hand side, attacking, trying to find the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. It was actually Neymar, excuse me. He was looking to receive that pass, and now straight up the other end. Marco gives the ball away unnecessarily. Maybe a second tap on the tackle button there, as he was expecting the ball to maybe not fall back to him. Slightly worrying moments there, got my heart fluttering for sure.
Marco, who has had some phenomenal tournaments this year, really come out of his shell, both personality-wise and gameplay-wise, but this looks like trouble! And Russia erupt as they take the lead against Australia. And Marco just sits in disbelief.
Big stuff here from Russia. They have shown that they are here to play at the FIFA eNations Cup. Lovely little touch inside onto that left foot, and Kylian Mbappe with a low-driven shot past the goalkeeper. And with not too much time left in this game, Dan, this could be a vital 3 points going to the Russians.
And we thought in Group B and D we'd be talking about some of the major teams, but it seems to be the relatively unknown ones, the underdogs, Russia, Mexico. They're the teams that are standing out at the moment. But can Russia hold on?
Marco inside, he's equalised almost immediately.
Oh, and a shush as well.
Oh, and he's turning round because both of the Russian players are sat right behind them. And I think Marco's just answered the question that was answered of him.
A little shush and a calm down. You ain't got that win yet. Maybe Marco has rescued a draw, or there's still time, who knows, maybe he can even find a victory here. Into added on time now. What a response from Marco.
There's just a few moments left in this game. Is that going to be the point shared here on the PlayStation 4, or is there going to be another twist in the tail here when Mbappe round the corner but just drives it out of play? The dramatic end of that game means the points will be shared here between Russia and Australia. Well, that was a stressful point to the game, wasn't it? That was full of excitement.
I mean, perhaps not the result that Australia were expecting coming into it, but to rescue a point after going 2-1 down in the 89th minute, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to at least get something from that game. I'll tell you what, I don't mind a little shushing celebration sometimes when you've just heard a team erupt behind you, and then good sportsmanship shown afterwards from Marco.
Good stuff from both of the players involved there. You can see how much it means to them. It's the passion representing the nation that is on your chest. Russian and Australian players there showing that that point means 3 points could have meant even more to Russia as we look at the results here from Group B after round number 2. USA versus New Zealand. Dalston picking up the win over Honey Badger, 3-2 on the PlayStation 4. And in our feature game, as we just saw, Mexico, a 2-0 win for them on the PlayStation 4. Zhang going down to Villamor.
Yeah, Mexico are going to be looking at this now, this group, saying, actually, we can get out of this. This is maybe our time to shine. But of course, it wasn't only Group B that we were looking at. We did have Group D as well. Russia versus Australia ended 2-2. And Denmark versus Netherlands, well, Marcuse was able to take down Bob 1-0 in that one. A very close affair. But we're going to go into China versus Mexico's second game now. Can China show up in this one and get some more shots on target, Mark? I've got to say, maybe not enough pressure from Zhang in his first game. Maybe we'll see more from Ma.
So you can see the two lineups ready to get underway here. Now we move over to the Xbox One, of course. And all the pressure now goes back onto Mark. Going up against Beto. It's going to be interesting to see if there's a change in play style between the two players here.
I mean, you'd expect it.
Right, because there wasn't too much going forward, to be honest, from Zhang. There was a little bit of a lack of ideas, it seemed. Maybe Mark can bring a little bit of spark here to his teammate just before they get into that 2v2. But for Beto, what a chance this is to go forward and pick up 6 points from 2 games after their fantastic start in round number 1. It's just a big opportunity here for Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, just because 2 players play on the same team doesn't mean they're going to have the same play style as well. It doesn't mean we're going to see exactly the same game from Mark. However,
what we might see here is the opening goal, but well defended there. The players tracking back nicely there for Mark.
Well, the one thing we have seen across several of the nations, to be honest, is teams agreeing on a formation that they like to play in the 1v1, so that when they go into the 2v2, they'll feel more comfortable. They'll feel like they're at home.
You can see that with the Danish players as well, both of them playing a 4-4-2. Marcuse. But it's going to be the opening goal here, and it really was simple. Ball into Ronaldo, facing away from goal, just moved it onto his stronger foot. A simple finish past the goalkeeper as well. And that's going to be 1-0 here to Mexico.
Mexico, who were able to secure the full 9 points against New Zealand, seem to be doing the same thing here against China.
Goal for the visitors.
We didn't see any teams in the previous groups manage to score all 18 points after their first 2 rounds. So perhaps Mexico could make a little bit of history here at the first ever eNations Cup.
Well, here's Mbappe then coming forward for Mexico again. Villa inside, big amount of space here for Neymar. Oh, and he doesn't hit the target. I think there might have actually been a touch from the goalkeeper or defender there as it goes out for a corner. Big chance, though, for Mexico at the start of this one, and you almost expected that one to be buried there, Dan.
Yeah, Beto will probably be kicking himself for that one. But he's still got possession. He's still the one going forward. China very much on the back foot.
Oh, no, with a roulette pass, his man. Got another shot away there fairly comfortably. Goalkeeper caught into action once more. Nothing to report from the Chinese side of things in this game as far as goals are concerned, but we do have the deadlock broken here between Denmark and Netherlands, and this is a huge game. And it's Cristiano Ronaldo with a back post header that puts Denmark into the lead.
I mean, these are the 2 giants of Group D, Netherlands and Denmark. Australia, of course, were up there, Portugal up there as well, so you know you need to be securing the points against the big teams. Unfortunately for Netherlands, it looks like they're on the receiving end of some goals they were hoping wouldn't be going past them today. Now, I really want to see something that just lights China's day up, to be honest. Gives them a little bit of hope in this tournament.
Well, here comes Ronaldo then, back to Hullet. Maybe a chance to let one go here. Hullet round the corner here to CR7. Ooh. Will be a free kick here just on the edge of the box for China. See what ideas are up the sleeves then from Mark. Is he going to take this one direct? Is he going to look for one of those little set-piece routines with a little short pass? Neymar's the man who's standing over it. No one in support. Instead, Neymar plays the little ball out wide and shot across goal there. Will not beat the frame of Thibaut Courtois, all 6'6" of it, but there is a goal here between New Zealand and the United States, Dan. It's New Zealand who have taken the lead.
It's New Zealand who need points desperately as well after being beaten by Mexico earlier on. So a big lead versus United States in arguably already a must-win game.
It's crazy, isn't it? Second round of action.
Yeah,
people are already looking at, how desperate they are to pick up points. It's just what can happen. If you have a terrible first round, 9 points is available in one round of action. So that's huge.
That's the thing. It's not as simple as just playing one game. It's the fact it's 3 games in each round. The amount of points that are up for grabs.
Mbappe then round the corner. Chance here for China. Look at the space out wide here for Neymar. Must be a goal.
Oh.
What a save from Thibaut Courtois. I mentioned he's 6'6", and he needed every single inch of his frame to get near that one.
It was a beautiful pass and move game. And would have been a phenomenal goal from Mark. He did everything right just to finish, not able to beat the goalkeeper. Just good goalkeeper movement from Beto. Last ditch from the corner though, looking towards the middle of the box.
Neymar whips it in, it'll be cleared away there. Van Dijk collects and sends it back out wide here for Neymar. Maybe that's the spark that China needed. They will pick up another free kick here as Ramos drops Neymar on the left-hand side. You can see there after the opening goal came in from Denmark. Netherlands have actually tied that game up, so 1-1 there in that game.
Well, I did hear a loud roar come from across the arena.
I wonder what that could be.
So I'm not really surprised, but the header just going across the bar. Courtois again using his height to his advantage and tipping that one over.
Another corner here for China then. Again going to be whipped in towards the back post this time. Ronaldo gets up, big chance! A chance wasted.
Well, I said we heard a roar. Netherlands did get that equaliser. Ajax Danny's showing up in this tournament, as he always does. Well, maybe it wasn't the roar from them.
I don't think it was Danny's roar, but
that did not look like a roar. Roar came from elsewhere, clearly.
Here comes Beto, though, and the shot is going to have to be dealt with by De Gea. But, I mean, Mars had 2 huge chances in this game, Dan. He hasn't been able to put away. Need to be clinical at this level, because we know what can happen as Vieira timed his shot perfectly green. Don't take your chances, your opponent will go up the other end, and he will make you pay, as Neymar now is inside the box. Unfortunately, to be just caught offside.
Well, sometimes it can come down to just timing it green or moving the goalkeeper a little bit. Maybe if Mar had timed that one green with Hullet, it could have been nestling into the back of the net. But sometimes when you're that close, you just want to connect with a shot. That's what separates the best in the world from just some incredible FIFA players, is being able to make those split-second decisions to make sure you can time it green.
Here's Ronaldo then, bursting inside the box. Vieira's trying to track back there, and he does so well. Corner here for China. Whipped in once again. Courtois should deal with that, but it's a bit of a lazy punch, to be honest, and maybe another chance. I think a combination of Courtois and the defender managed to keep that shot from crossing the goal line. But you have to say the biggest chances in this game, Dan, so far have been to China outside of that first goal for Mexico.
But it's been Courtois earning his spot between the sticks, to be honest. Some massive saves from him in various different ways. Mar's just got to find a way to beat him. Sometimes it is a low-driven, can get past some of the taller keepers.
Is Ronaldo onside here? No, the linesman's flag will just go up. And you can see his teammate there, Zhang, just sat next to him, Mark, feeling every single moment of every single decision that's being made at the moment. Neymar comes forward now for Mexico. Little Cruyff turned back onto his right foot. Ball's going to have to be won here by Van Dijk. And it is in the central defensive position.
The fourth official has indicated...
Well, starting to grow in confidence. You can see it with his passing plays now. Much more deliberate, much more thought behind the execution in these passing patterns.
He definitely knows how he wants to get to that final third. It's just been unfortunate that in that final third he's not been able to find the goals.
Neymar Fake shot pass one to get it onto his left, but the shot blocked once again. And you have to wonder as the half-time whistle approaches here, Dan, and as it does go, Mexico going to worry about these chances that have been missed, because there has been chances at both ends, and I can see plenty more goals in this game.
I think Mexico will definitely be aware that they've been against the run of play for the majority of that first half, despite taking the lead. The second goal is most definitely going to be needed to try and put this game away. One thing I have noticed from both of the Chinese players is not too many skill moves, very little croquetas, to be honest, and maybe that's just something that we don't see when they play FIFA. A couple of roulettes here or there, but no croqueta to beat that first man. As New Zealand, looks like they secured a second goal against the United States. Very important.
And speaking of croquetas, there was one.
Yeah, and that's the difference that a croqueta can make, just to get past that man and give you that little bit of room to get a shot on target. You can see what it means to Honey Badger as well.
He's going to be feeling good. Good stuff there from Airborne to double the lead there for New Zealand. Relying on him a little bit to pick up some points after Honey Badger went down on the PlayStation 4, but back underway here in the second half. Pito against Ma, China against Mexico. And here might be the chance. Oh, he had the chance to move that onto his right foot there, Ronaldo, and strike it for that extra pass. Sometimes I just think, you have that ball in the middle of the 18-yard box with Ronaldo, know how good he is. Sometimes you just got to give it a go.
Yeah, and it was probably already predetermined in his head that he was going to pass that left when he already saw the player making the run before Ronaldo got the ball. It's very difficult to switch your decision that quickly.
Here's Marcelo looking towards that back post. Will be dealt with by the fullback. Now China can come away again. There is space on that left-hand side.
I do like that Ma's not playing into the obvious space. That was maybe one of the traps that Zhang fell into in his opening game, is he was looking for the obvious balls and they were very obviously cut out by his opponent.
Well, here's Neymar. He's going to collect the ball back here. Big chance! Doesn't strike a goal, goes for the extra pass, and that's been the story from both sides of the stage here as far as the last 10 minutes are concerned. Here comes Neymar up the other end. Ramos will intercept that attempted through ball, and now Mark can come forward once more, but he has looked every inch a player who should be here, Mark, representing China and doing everything he can to rescue some points from this tie. Ronaldo, croqueta inside, gets it on the left, and there is the second. And that is what happens when you don't take your chances at this level. Mexico 2, China 0.
And that's the difference of just what one simple skill move can give you in your arsenal as well. As Beto now takes a 2-goal lead. Speaking of leads, I believe a lead has been gained. Netherlands against Denmark. Netherlands went down 1-0, but Danny has responded. And that's more like the Danny that I'm used to seeing.
I was going to say, maybe I'll give you some credit. Maybe that was footage from the first goal that you heard the roar from. But Danny showing that he's here to play. But now Mara on the other end. Can't time the shot. And yeah, I'm loving the reactions of Zhang behind him at the moment. He's feeling every single shot. He's kicking every single ball.
Well, it is a team tournament. Both players, Ma and Zhang, neither of them have any global series ranking points. And of course, if they were able to get far in this tournament, maybe they could secure themselves a playoff spot. Who knows? But you've got to live and breathe your partner's games. Give them the confidence, give them the momentum, give them hope, maybe.
Mexico coming forward once more then. Neymar on the left-hand side. There is the croqueta. Marcelo is on the overlap. And on the underlap here is Cristiano Ronaldo. Little step over to get inside the box. Beautiful scoop turn. De Gea deals with the first shot. Mbappe wins the header. Oh, it's going to be the simplest of finishes. With the goalkeeper out of position, all Ronaldo had to do was make some good contact with that one, and that's exactly what he did. Mexico 3 up.
Pretty messy goal, to be honest. But we did have a goal again in Netherlands versus Denmark, and it's orange shirts going forward. It's Danny again. Flick up. Is that a back post? It is a back post. Nodded away. And that is music to my ears.
And there's been a step up in noise, in roar from every goal. The first one was a little bit subdued, the equaliser. The second one was just Danny, and then you saw Bob and his coach getting involved as well, Dan. So you happy now?
I'm very happy. It's what I live for, to be honest, in these tournaments, to see players react like that, to see how much it means to them. But for China here, 3 goals now, you've got to feel is most likely out of reach, considering the chances that haven't been put away thus far. There has been moments of promise, though, moments of that maybe China can build on in the rest of their games, but just not enough against Mexico.
Well, the thing, Dan, is they've got to learn these lessons quickly.
They do.
There's only so many games before your potential tournament life could be over. So many rounds of FIFA 19 here at the eNations Cup, and if they don't learn, they're going to find themselves in a position where they have their backs against the wall almost immediately here. So they need to step up their game a little bit, but we have had a goal here to break the deadlock between Russia and Australia. A heated end into the last one between these two teams, and it's Australia who take the lead here.
Well, Netherlands did have a 3-1 lead. That lead has been somewhat reduced. Denmark getting back into things. Modric just being able to get that ball back, and that's what a cricketer could do. Not just one, not just two, but 3 cricketers. And then a finish from one of the best ever midfield foot items in FIFA history. Back over to our main game, China versus Mexico. Not much time left for China to do anything, but a chance for Mexico to improve their goal difference.
Oh, and there's a flick inside as well. Ronaldo trying to set himself up for a volley. Some nice tight dribbling there from Beto inside the box. And maybe this is a chance for Mexico here to really solidify their position in the group, look for some extra goals here, maybe try and improve their goal difference. 3 to the good here. Mexico's start to this tournament has been everything they could have wished for.
And we saw England's approach to the start of the tournament and how they only drew 1 game in their first set, but it seems to be Mexico who are matching that form at the moment. It would be fantastic if they could walk away with 18 points from their first 2 rounds.
Oh, ball's just going to fall wide here. As De Gea was caught flapping in the middle of his box. Another corner here for Mexico. That should be David De Gea to deal with a little bit more comfortably, but he makes it look very uncomfortable. Flicked up here by Ronaldo in towards the back post. Ramos has to deal with it.
And Beto really now is just trying to press on and look for goals. But whilst this game is all wrapped up, we're going to move over to Netherlands versus Denmark. 10 minutes left and just 1 goal in it.
Chance here though, 3-on-2 situation, and Neymar is on the overlap here, but Van Dijk steps in. Of course, this game, the Netherlands were up 3-1 in this game. Denmark have just pulled one back, and Mbappe is looking for the equaliser. Oh no, it's in the middle, but he doesn't make contact. And the man on the far side can't make contact either. As De Gea gleefully clutches that ball to his chest.
Such a big opportunity for Denmark, but Netherlands now straight down the other end. Relentless in their attack, not giving even any sort of time for Denmark to think about anything, but oh, the ball given away again. And every time that ball is in possession of Denmark, you know that's a chance.
He's one of the most free-scoring players that we have in competitive FIFA, and that is Ooston. And there's a chance here in the back post, but Mbappe misjudges the flight of the ball a little bit. Ooston keeps control of the ball here for Denmark. Ronaldo inside the box, scoop turn! Save from De Gea.
Massive save, just a very subtle amount of goalkeeper movement just to position De Gea in the right place at the right time. Corner now though, just switching those players to try and get the other players in the right place. Pull it in the middle.
Twist in the tail here, can Denmark steal a point away? Ball's going to fall here to Rio Ferdinand on the edge of the box. Hullet. Denmark need a goal, and they need one now if they want to take a point out of this Xbox tie. Big tackle though, coming in from Danny. And now he can just flow forward. With just a few moments left, I think that will be the end of the game. Hullet sends it forward. And that is 3 points going to the Netherlands. You don't hear the roar from Danny because I think it's more relief than anything.
Danny, who had some good performances throughout the year, was of course at the E-Club World Cup as well. But Houston, a man who has had a phenomenal season thus far, currently in the top 5 rankings of the Global Series, not able to secure a victory, not even able to secure a draw. It may be early stages in this group, but some massive, massive points for Netherlands.
Well, let's check out the goals from that game. Show you some of the highlights and some of the moments that gave us the result that we had at the end of the game. The first goal, of course, going to Denmark, a towering back post header there from Cristiano Ronaldo. It's not the first time we've seen it this season, won't be the last time either. But you have to give huge credit here for Danny and the way that he came back in this game.
We do. We also have to remember that Houston is not playing on his usual console either. Usually we see Houston playing on PlayStation, but instead he's playing on Xbox in this tournament. So is that going to be somewhat of a hindrance? Who knows? But the fact that Danny was able to get back into this and then press on to gain the lead as well. And this is when we started to see trademark Danny with his reactions to these goals. And it really is music to your ears when you just hear the screams across the room.
That scoop turn was absolutely phenomenal after collecting that pass, and the finish was nothing to be ashamed of either from Kylian Mbappe. But then Houston showed signs of life. There's 2, and there's the finish as well on the left foot of Luka Modric. And then things got a little bit nervy towards the end of that game. There was a few chances right at the end of the game for Denmark to take a point away from that. But drama I'm hearing in my ears, Dan, because we have a late equaliser between Russia and Australia. Almost history repeating itself between these two. But this time it's the other way around. Russia might be stealing a point from Australia.
Oh, and a little shush as well.
A little bit more subdued, though.
But I love it. I love a little bit of banter between these teams. Great stuff from everyone. These are the results, though, from Group B. New Zealand finally picking up a victory with Airborne taking down Godfather. China, however, no goals yet so far in this tournament, losing 2-0 and 3-0 against Mexico, Mark. And Mexico looking really hot this tournament.
Yeah, Mexico certainly a team that I've got my eyes on to see what they can do in the next round, especially when they go up against some of the bigger boys, and they can pull off a couple of results there and get some more points on the board. And they're certainly going to be in a fantastic position to make it into the knockout stages. But Russia and Australia, nothing to split them down.
Yeah, still going on at the moment. A couple of minutes left, but it looks like that is going to be the final result unless there is any final drama. But Denmark did lose their game 3-2 with Danny taking that one. And I'm just looking to my left to see if there's any late drama, but it looks like the final whistle is going to go between Russia and Australia. So points shared in both of the games, Mark. Really tense stuff in both of these groups.
Well, let's see how that affects the tables then. Group B here, Mexico sitting pretty at the top of the pile. 15 points from 5 games for them. Fantastic stuff coming out of the Mexican players. USA in second place. New Zealand struggling a little bit to kick things off here. Spain as well. And China down at the bottom there, yet to register a point on the board.
And you can see how close Group D is. I mean, no standout team thus far. Denmark and Russia are the top 2 as it stands, but you can see how much that has potential for changing, looking at how many games there is still left to play.
Well, if you only just joined us, of course, we had Group A earlier. So let's have a look at how that finished off. We've still got a game to play tomorrow as well in these groups. England top of the pile with 20 points. France played all their games today on 20 points, and they're kind of looking over their shoulders very expectantly tomorrow, because Saudi Arabia have a game to play and they could take that spot away from qualification from France.
And not only did we have Group A, but we also had Group C with Argentina topping that one with 25 points and Brazil knocking out Germany in their final game of the day to see an upset with Germany eliminated from the tournament. And you can see how important those 15 points are for Mexico, by the way. When we look at the qualification, it's around 20 points, it seems, for these teams.
Yeah, it has been some crazy action so far, and we're going to join the 2v2 action now, the final stage, if you like, but in the games between these two nations that are being represented here. United States versus New Zealand is the game we're going to be watching, because there's been nothing to separate these two so far now.
There's been so much between the both of them. So much on the line, of course, and there's plenty of room in the middle. 2v2 adds that extra little dynamic to the games of being able to control that extra player. You can get yourself into more dangerous areas, but defensively, you can also cover more areas as well.
You can cover more areas, but you can also double commit to certain areas of the pitch. You can leave a lot of space. Communication is so key in 2v2 play, and something that we don't really have to take into consideration in the 1v1 aspects of the game due to the fact that you're only talking to yourself essentially. But there is going to be a free kick here, and the referee has a little bit of a decision to make there as Marcelo brings down Cristiano Ronaldo as he was looking to burst through on goal.
Free kicks and set pieces in general in 2v2 are always more interesting as well, because you do have that extra ability to move people around. So let's see if there's anything creative here from New Zealand.
Neymar standing over it. A couple more players are going to come and join him. 21 yards from goal here. Hullit's going to step over it. R9! Big save coming in from Courtois.
Now they get a corner. And maybe a chance to get an opening. No, not quite. Poor from the corner, to be honest, but USA just scrambling, giving the ball away. Lassie Flick not going to be able to provide a goal. As another corner now presented to New Zealand. Crossed right into the centre of the box, and Marcelo winning a header for the first time in his life.
Ooh, Ronaldo's a strike back across goal as well, and Courtois had to spring across to his right-hand side to pick that one out of the air. But early chances at both ends here, Dan. What are your feelings on this matchup here? Because there hasn't been anything to split on the PlayStation 4, there hasn't been anything on the Xbox. How do you think this one might swing?
Well, Honey Badger will certainly want to make up for his performances so far in the tournament. Trying to maybe secure a little bit of help towards his teammate in the 2v2. Is it going to be enough? That's the thing when you're looking across at everyone else in the group, when you're looking at how Mexico are high-flying, you suddenly realise how important victories are, and you can't just be walking away with a single point from some of these games. Honestly, I was expecting both of these teams to be up there on that table. I guess someone has to walk away with the points.
So here come the United States, surging forward. Dolster and Godfather coming forward. A little bit wasteful there. With the possession, Neymar trying to get away from the attention of Patrick Vieira, but he seemed to certainly had his breakfast this morning. The pace that he managed to close down the Brazilian there. Hullet spreads it out wide now to Marcelo, joining the attack. Lovely driven ball inside here, and Dolster and Godfather looking very dangerous, and so is Neymar! And on the rebound, they get a little bit fortunate. And it's going to be R9 who puts it away. But the build-up play there from the United States, that was impressive.
Yeah, the USA boys showing a little bit of chemistry here. I do love the dynamic of this USA team. The fact you've got the new blood and the old blood. Godfather, a 5-time grand finalist. Dolster, 2 times EMLS champion in recent years. Maybe we'll see Dolster reaching that E-World Cup final, ticking his first one off the list, and maybe he'll be as much of a legend as Godfather is one day.
So New Zealand on the back foot then, but they have managed to potentially create an opportunity for a cross to come in there as R9 was kind of hovering towards that front post. United States then coming forward once more. I'm sure they've got a lot of fans back home at the moment who'll be watching as well. A lot of the United States will be up and starting their days right now, and tuning in to watch Dolster and Godfather do their thing. And here's Ronaldo doing his thing. Neymar inside the box here. Well, Ramos had to be so careful there. We've already seen Honey Badger give away a couple of penalties, and he didn't want to be adding another one.
I mean, the US fans probably just waking up round about now, so it's probably a breakfast treat for them. Meanwhile, in the 2v2 between Netherlands and Denmark, it's Netherlands again, it's Croquetas again, heel to heel, just a little bit of everything. It's like a little recipe being delicately put together, stirred and delivered.
Absolutely superb. Not sure if that was Danny or Bob, but whoever it was, if I'm his teammate, I'm saying, I'm going to give you the ball and let you do that again, because that was fantastic stuff. The Croquetas, the heel to heel and the finish, all executed absolutely superbly. But back to our feature game now, as the States are doing a good job of keeping the pressure on New Zealand here high up the pitch and really not allowing them to settle.
I think that's important in 2v2, is just applying that pressure where you can. having the ability to stop your opponent from having easy passes in the midfield is something you really have to use to your advantage, but it's New Zealand now breaking away, and decent defensive work from the United States, recognising there was going to be an attempt of some sort of flicker. And instead of allowing that animation to be completed and the cross to the back post be on the cards, you just dive in behind the attacker and try and, yeah, you just nip that ball away from him. Good defensive work.
Neymar picks the ball up then for New Zealand, coming forward. Ronaldo with a little drag back in the midfield, but Vieira has just been dealing with everything that's been coming his way here for the United States in that central position. A little bit fortunate to retain possession here, the United States. Ronaldo will turn away, use Vieira, this time in a more offensive capacity to maybe start an attack of his own. And now it's going to be Ronaldo with a chance to maybe attack the space here down the left-hand side, and that is exactly what New Zealand do try and do. Here's Mbappe back onto that right foot, trying to commit a player, bait a player in to make a tackle before maybe looking for a pass or a skill move to beat him. Mbappe now with one of those skill moves. There's three cricketers, so he went for the fourth. And that is going to be fantastically defended. About the second attempt there by the States.
I mean, I know we often say they're dancing their way into the box, but it really does look like a dance when you chain together that many cricketers as you walk towards goal. New Zealand really targeting that left wing, trying to utilise the aggression of Marcelo at left back, joining the attack, I'm sure. But if United States spot that left wing position is where there's going to be so many attacks, I'm sure they will focus a lot of their defending in that area. You do have to be slightly unpredictable. You can't get into too much of a rhythm or a pattern.
Chance here for Neymar. Didn't quite get the shot the way that he would have wanted it though, but one game that's given us a lot of action so far today is the Netherlands versus Denmark, and after the Netherlands took the lead down, again, it's Denmark who have answered back here, and Mbappe just bursting past his man.
And you can see it's just a back post again. Such a vulnerable area sometimes. You've really just got to find those positions when you see there is a little bit of space. And Denmark managed to equalise as we headed to half-time between USA and New Zealand. And Group B is an interesting one. 4 different continents represented in this group, Mark. So we're talking about fans, all different time zones to be trying to watch your team and support your nation.
What I think about now is probably the time where most people somewhere in the world are going to be watching this game as Neymar takes a shot from distance. Whistles past the left-hand post of Thibaut Courtois. And thankfully there for the States fans at home. Doesn't trouble the goalkeeper too much, but just a reminder that goals can fly in at any moment. And speaking of goals flying in, here is one to break the deadlock, and it's Mexico again against China who take the lead.
Well, when we look at the other groups, we look at A, we look at C, that are almost wrapped up with one game to play. Teams at the top are around 20 points. They've solidified their spot in the knockouts. After this game, if Mexico win, they would be on 18 points, Mark. That sets them up for a fantastic chance of getting through knockouts. Really the surprise of the tournament so far, along with Brazil, I'd say.
Giving themselves such a great start to this tournament. And just kind of taking the pressure off themselves a little bit as well. I mean, some of the teams like tomorrow, look at France, have got what, you know, they've got to wait for other teams to play before they know of their fate as far as the knockouts are concerned. Another one of our favourites coming into the tournament could be going home. Well, speaking of fans as well, if you are watching at the moment, make sure you use the hashtag FIFA eNations Cup to let us know who you're supporting, who you want to see go the whole way here in London and lift that first ever FIFA eNations Cup. Well, the States with a 1-0 lead here. Approaching the hour mark in this game, Dan. New Zealand haven't offered too much apart from that little long shot there.
A lead that they're just really trying to press on and trying to improve on as well. And that's exactly what they do. A second goal for the United States as New Zealand fall to a 2-goal deficit now. And maybe, just maybe, 2 goals is too much for New Zealand.
It's just like that there. You can see the ball played in. Well, I got the little turn onto his right foot. Simple finesse shot past the goalkeeper. Interesting to see the United States here employing the 4-1-2-1-2 as well, the little diamond formation. Because of the 2v2 format, cover a little bit more ground out wide, get those two players up the pitch. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's good to have two strikers, honestly. If you've got two players on the pitch, really use two strikers going forward. You can play such a good pass and move. You have so much ability going forward. It offers so much more in terms of pressure. This is not the only game that's going on at the moment. We've also got games elsewhere, Russia and Australia.
This is a grudge match at this point, Dan.
It is
to say.
We've seen so many celebrations at one another, but who takes the lead? It's Russia.
It is Russia, and it's Cristiano Ronaldo who puts it away. And the shush is actually getting quieter every single time, because I think they know it's premature celebration sometimes is not the best thing to do.
Yeah, start with a small shush. You can go for a larger shush later when you secure that
goes
victory.
in as 1-0, yeah. Just the biggest shush you've ever had in your life.
The biggest shush you've ever shushed. Maybe we'll see that later on, but right now it's the United States who can be shushing New Zealand. New Zealand, who have really struggled in this tournament, to be honest. The fact they didn't pick up any points whatsoever against Mexico means they might be struggling to get out of this group. There's potential if they lose this. Maybe it might even be mathematically impossible for them to get out. Who knows? We'll get some confirmation on that when we look at tables later, but definitely a lot of work for them to do.
Here's Cancelo on the right-hand side. 65 minutes on the clock here, and the States looking dangerous moving forward again, but the counter-attack might be the opportunity here for New Zealand. You can see Mbappe was trying to get behind enemy lines, but just maybe holding onto the ball a little bit too long here. 2v2, you can afford to maybe look for those balls in behind a little bit quicker. Those players being caught out of position, and speaking of being caught out, Ronaldo just dawdling on the ball there, giving the ball away.
Speaking of dawdling, United States, they're starting to slow this down a little bit now. Play it around the park, try and manipulate the pitch in the way where New Zealand have to chase the ball. And as soon as they do chase them and bring those players out of position, they quick fire passes into those areas. Being told that Mexico have just secured a second goal against China as they edge closer and closer towards the perfect record in these first two rounds.
Fantastic finish there from Neymar, and I have flashbacks to 1997 Newcastle United with Les Ferdinand heading it down to an on-rushing Alan Shearer there. Simple goal, but sometimes that long ball, the little nod down, still so effective.
Simple but perfect finish at the end. And speaking of perfect, there was a perfect set of skill moves. Massive chance for New Zealand. And USA, that's a little warning sign for them of, all right, well, there's still fire in their bellies just yet. Let's try and calm them down. Let's try and put out that fire.
Committing so many players forward now, and Mbappe's got round his man. Looking for the return ball. Out wide now to Neymar. Is the flag going to go up? It is up on that far side. So it won't count, I don't believe. The flag is up on that far side. The celebrations will be muted there from the United States players. Stays at 2.
It was a risky pass, and Mbappe was clearly offside for the United States, but you saw what they were trying to do. However, sometimes in 2v2 that also happens. You can run that man too quickly behind the defensive line. But it ate up a little bit of time for United States, so that's at least one important thing that came out of it.
Well, it's going to pick up possession here and put it out wide. It's actually going to go and collect his own pass. Sometimes you just got to do everything yourself on the pitch. Ronaldo now for the States, little back heel. Marcelo will intercept, and is there a chance here for New Zealand to go away? But that ball should play too quickly upfield there. No real chance for that player, the on-rushing player, to collect possession, but Mexico's amazing start to this tournament has continued. They were 2-0 up, and guess what, Dan? They made it 3.
Neymar just coming down the left wing, and unfortunately, defensively, China not able to hold on to the ball, giving Mexico the chance to take it to 3-0. The China, still no goal for them in this tournament, but it is their first round. And we did see New Zealand also struggle against Mexico as well, so I don't want to count out China's hopes just yet.
The United States looking for a third to really finish this game off here. Hullet turns back onto his right. Fingertip save from the goalkeeper to tip it over the bar. Not sure if the referee's going to have the corner taken or if it'll be pulled back for a free kick here after Vieira picked up the booking. It's actually going to be the corner. Taken short smartly here by the United States as well. You have to say they've deserved this win, Dan. New Zealand really haven't offered too much going forward. Look at the space in the back post here for Hullet. If they could have spotted him, instead just opting to do the smart thing here and just win this game.
I think there's just a little bit more chemistry between the United States players in this 2v2 game. They have an idea of how their partner wants to play. They know the spaces that they should be running into, when to press with defenders, when not to press with defenders. And I'm not saying New Zealand haven't done that, but they just haven't done it as well as the United States.
So into stoppage time here at the end of the 2v2. And it will be the United States who take home the points here, barring something happening which I haven't seen before. And there it is, the final whistle goes here. And the United States do pick up 3 points here with a 2-0 win in this game. But speaking of drama, look where we are again.
Oh, it's
Russia up by 1. Chance to equalise for the spot here for Australia, and they can't do it. Back across goal. Oh, what a header that was.
And that was the penalty, but now we're going live into the game. It's still 1-0 to Russia, and still only a baby shush can be applied. No big shushes just yet from either side.
Oh, Mbappe inside the box. It's beautiful from Mbappe. Everything but the finish.
And this really has been a tentative affair between these two teams. A draw on the Xbox, a draw on the PS4. Late drama in both of those games with last-minute equalisers. Fingers to the lips to shush the other team when they celebrated.
And they're set up for another one here, Dan. It's 1-0 at the moment. Is it going to be another equaliser?
It's not who has the last laugh, but who has the last shush.
Australia are looking dangerous when they get inside the box. Mbappe's looking particularly sprightly. Been utilised heavily here by the two Australian players, Marco and Marcus Gomes. But it's Russia here, who might have an opportunity to double the lead. Mbappe looking towards the back post. Deflected out for a corner.
An absolutely ginormous tackle there from Varane. There was so much space in the centre of the box. If that ball had been crossed, it was almost a guaranteed goal. But it's time for a couple of tactical changes. You've got plenty of personnel on the bench who can make a real impact. Also, you might want to switch things up and change your strategy if you're Australia searching for a goal, because they need points. You can't just sit back and say, all right, we're happy with the 2 points we've secured thus far, because Russia could be a team that they're competing with for that second place spot. You never really know until we get to those kind of fourth round situations. Back underway, substitutions are made, and it's going to be a corner here.
Russia with a chance from the corner. Did they go direct? Instead, it's short here to R9 Ronaldo. Van Dijk steps in and wins the ball here, and that's so important for Australia. Possession means chances at the other end. For Marco and Marcus Gomes. This is a game you feel they need to pick up points from here, Dan.
You know, I'll be honest, I was expecting Australia to potentially take all 9 points in this match, and I don't think that's anything we should take away from Australia, but more give credit to Russia and how they've performed and shown up at this tournament so far. Marco and Marcus Gomes, two of the best players around at the moment. Very highly ranked in the Global Series, players we will be seeing at playoffs for sure. Potentially even players we could be seeing at the E-World Cup if they're able to secure more Global Series ranking points. And of course, here in this tournament, they can secure those Global Series ranking points if they can get further.
Yeah, I mean, the chances of picking up those points are running out very, very quickly. Australia on the attack once more. Ronaldo gets in the way. He's actually going to win possession back here. A little bit of a lax clearance there from Marcelo. Ronaldo inside the box, goes for the fake shot, but the chance was there maybe to strike it. Neymar comes back and nips in the front of Patrick Vieira to knock that ball down, and here comes Russia once more. Ronaldo. Vieira spreads it out wide here to Ramos. And you can see the pause cued by Australia. They know it's go time. They need to change something here.
And sometimes that can be as simple as a formation change as well. They probably want to go for the win here. They don't even just want to secure a draw, so I would imagine that they they're going to get very aggressive, but you just need to be careful.
Look at the space here for Neymar, though. Chance to finish it here for Russia. And they can't take it, Dan.
You can see Russia playing in the 4-4-2 as well, with those two holding midfielders. 4-4-2, quite popular with many a pro FIFA player now. It kind of came out of nowhere with the latest patches and meta changes. I'd say players like M10's Houston really showed us what you could do with a 4-4-2. Tuga as well from Portugal, someone who implemented it and had so much success because it is a fantastic formation.
Shells recently had a lot of success as well.
It's not just going forward and having those two strikers, but it's defensively what those forward men can offer as well.
So changes here for Australia. Need to find a goal. Just 20 in-game minutes to do so. Ramos gets it round the corner here to Ronaldo. Win the throw-in here after the tackle from Marcelo. But you just feel like, Dan, sometimes it almost feels like you know what's going to happen in these kind of games. You have two games where there's like late equalisers with just one goal between the two teams. It's set up at 1-0. If Australia do it, I won't be surprised, put it that way.
Well, they've certainly got the potential to do it, and this group, Group D, has been the closest group so far in the tournament. Very little to separate all of the teams in the standings. Everyone still with a chance to top the group, let alone just qualify. Back and forth results, and that's what can happen with the format, with the 2 1v1s and then the 2v2 implemented as well. Plenty of chances to cause upsets and shocks.
Mbappe wins the header there, but the ball will actually fall here to Australia. 23 minutes plus stoppage time for them to find a chance, to find a goal, to pick up a point. But you have to wonder if 3 points from 3 games here is going to be enough for them to really challenge at the top of the table. And the same for Russia. You know, it's been so tight between these guys. If you don't pick up the wins, you don't really get the rewards as far as points are concerned.
I think the benefit is that there's been close games elsewhere as well, which makes that table so tight. However, it just means that they are going to have to pick up results against arguably bigger teams.
Yeah, it makes those wins even more valuable moving forward.
Considering this group is full of teams like Netherlands, like Denmark, you need to be picking up results against Russia here. But at the moment, it's Russia who are looking the better side.
Look at the space here for Mbappe. Chance to finish this one. Varane comes across, and Mbappe takes it down, strikes on goal. They can't breach through the final defensive here of Australia. And the Aussies are coming forward again. Here's Pele. Neymar gets back to do some defensive lifting. But Australia again pick up possession, but with 87 minutes left on the clock, Dan, it's go time for the Aussies.
Yeah, they have to presume that every chance that they get now is going to be their last chance, and they have a little bit of room on the left-hand side, but it's given away, thankfully. It is a throw-in their possession, though.
Sabio then will take the throw.
Is it going to be the same story as the 1v1s with last-minute equalisers from both sides? Or can Russia hold on?
That Russia will learn from the mistakes of the past here, and maybe they're going to go for another goal. Eusebio smartly takes it away from goal, and that's what I mean about learning your lessons quickly in tournament play. They will take the corner happily here, as we're in the 91st minute. And Russia look like they're about to pick up 3 huge points. And they do pick up those points. No big celebration, but those 3 points are going to be vital for the Russian team moving forward.
Yeah, I think the 3 points speak for themselves. You don't need to have any sort of big celebration. They got the job done, Russia. Massive results for them in the grand scheme of things, and they can put themselves in contention of getting out of this group in a very hotly contested group that I'm sure you'll see when we look at the standings in a little bit. But really, they've surprised me, Russia. I would be not expecting those results. The Australian players are incredible. I want to put that out there, and Russia have done one over them.
They have, and I think, you know, maybe after the excitement of that win in the last game has kind of, you know, relaxed a little bit for the Russian team. They could probably be looking back and thinking we should have had 6 points from that game. You know, the last-minute equaliser coming in from Australia is really going to affect that points tally, but Speaking of results, here are the Group B results after round number 2 has concluded. USA versus New Zealand. You can see the first game went to Dulster in the USA. The second one, New Zealand answered back there, and in the final game was Dulster and Godfather who managed to pick up another win there, giving them a total of 6 points, and New Zealand taking 3 away from that game.
But Mexico, the talk of the afternoon. 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, as they secure now 18 points from their opening 6 games. Arguably, only a few points away from solidifying their spot in knockouts.
Yeah, and then the game that we just saw the conclusion of there in that 2v2, Russia versus Australia. There were last-minute equalisers in the first 2 games on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox. That final game, a big win coming in for Russia, is going to give them those 3 points.
And you can see why this group is so tight as well. Netherlands and Denmark, very closely contested games. The points shared in the end, with Denmark taking a win, Netherlands taking a win, and then a draw in that 2v2. So not really much between a lot of these teams.
Well, that's going to do it for the results then from Group D. I believe that Anna is down with the Australian coach at the moment. Let's see what they've got to say.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Elise, who is actually from the Australian FFA. She is the team manager of the guys behind us. And Elise, looking around this studio, we are about the only girls here. How does it feel to be a part of an esports event, bringing women into the FIFA scene?
Look, it feels fantastic. I'm grateful to be a part of this over here, as well as to looking after the E-League back in Australia. It's definitely not something you see every day, women in the esports space, but it's definitely something I want to see more of, which is why I'm so passionate about being a part of it.
It's really great seeing you back with the guys, and you're working with esports in Australia. What is the future you're seeing for FIFA coming from Australia? Are we going to have some bigger names just bouncing out all the time?
I hope so. We've definitely got a great pool of talent in Australia in the E-League. As you can see, obviously Marcus and Marco are here. We've got a number of other competitors within the E-League that are, playing on the world stage as well. So I think it's just going to keep getting better and better.
Well, I wish you luck. Are you giving your guys any words of encouragement? I know it's been a tough day. What are you going to go say to them?
Look, just to take a deep breath and reset, and the show goes on. Another game.
Thank you so much, Elise.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Great to hear from Elise there, Spencer. And we're looking at the groups, and they're so tight. We'll talk about Group B in a minute, but Group D is wide open, isn't it?
It really is. Anything can happen in this group. I mean, the gap between top and bottom in that group is just 5 points, right? Which compared to the other group is crazy. So we'll see in a minute.
Here it is, Spencer. As you said, 5 points separates bottom place team, currently Australia. We just heard from the Australia coach there, and Russia top 9 points. So wide open after 2 rounds of fixtures as well.
5 points, 4 goals is the swing between top goal difference and bottom goal difference. Australia have drawn 4 times in their 6 games. That's where they're going to be worried about, why aren't they winning games? Why haven't they picked up a win yet? They've got work to do because they've played double the amount of games as Portugal and Netherlands, who have the same amount of points as them. So Australia teetering on the edge, I'd say, right now.
Yeah, impossible to pick who's going to go through from that group. As you said, Netherlands and Portugal with 3 games less played than Russia, Denmark and Australia.
But shout out to Russia, by the way. I wrote them off. A lot of people wrote them off, saying they weren't going to do anything in this group. It was too hard for them, too many good teams in there. Leading the way convincingly. And also, when they score, they go crazy.
They do, don't they? Do you think they're one of the most animated of all of the nations that we've got here?
I think they probably are. And also, it has that kind of reverberation effect because they make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
That's why we saw Marco then, when he equalised against them for Australia, shushing them. But Australia having the last laugh at the minute.
Yes, that was Group D. Group B,
Russia, not Australia.
Russia, yeah. So that was Group D. Let's look at Group B. Mexico. Do you think they're the surprise package so far of the day?
I mean, they've done everything they can do.
Couldn't be any better, could it?
They've won every game. They've got huge goal
Here is the
difference.
group. As you can see, 18 points from 6 played, which is perfect. Plus 13 as well, as you alluded to there, the goal difference. So it's been a great start for Group B
and this is
for
where,
Mexico.
This is where this group's so different to Group D, because the difference between top and bottom here is not only 18 points difference, 22 goal swing in goal difference from China to Mexico. So this is a lot more black and white, this group. There's 2 front runners, Mexico and USA. The only criticism, and it's not a criticism actually, but the only thing you could probably point out about Mexico is they've arguably had the 2 easier games so far. They played New Zealand and China. Based on form, they're currently the 2 bottom teams. So how will Mexico do against Spain? How will they do against the US? That's going to really find out how good they are.
Yeah.
But you can't ask for any more than winning every game you've played.
Yeah, big next fixtures for Mexico to see how they get on. And of course, Spencer alluded to it earlier today, we've seen just what this event means to all these players and all these nations. These are just a few, and there were so many to pick from, a few emotions that we've witnessed here today. It's been brilliant, hasn't it?
It's been fantastic, and I love the team camaraderie effects as well. The guys getting behind. Look at that from the Netherlands boys, staring each other down. New Zealand lads there. Badger, loving that one, shaking everyone all over the shop. So yeah, it's coming through now for sure. As you get to the latter stage of the group as well, every goal means that much more because you know what's on the line. So you're seeing the emotions get a little bit more crazy now. I think we've got more fireworks to come.
And it's what we're saying as well. We've spoken to a lot of the players behind the scenes. We've spoken to a lot of players in front of the camera. And it's just, they all saying the same things. The chance to represent their country for the very first time. It's a huge honour.
It's massive, and there's a lot of different ways these countries have chosen their players. Some have hosted tournaments, some have gone off the rankings, etc. But there's only one spot for your console available. And think how many, some of these countries, USA, hundreds of millions of people. That's a huge achievement to be the one chosen by your country, whether it's because you won that right or you were picked. You might never get it again.
Yeah.
This tournament hopefully will become a yearly thing, but you might not get that gig again. It's not necessarily even in your control. So take the chance while you get it and get your country some much needed kudos in the FIFA community.
Yeah, take your chance while you can get it. Good words indeed. And with that said, we are ready for our round 3 of fixtures. Let's head over to our casters, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, round 3 now of Swiss, obviously Swiss Star? Round 3 of the knockouts here at the eNations Cup finals. Obviously, we have seen some crazy goals already. We've seen Russia perform well. We've seen some teams or some nations not perform as well. One of those, potentially Portugal. We haven't seen a big standout performance from them as of yet.
This is live gameplay right now on the screen. Portugal getting us underway. 6 minutes in, taking the lead against Denmark. Early doors here in the group stages. The game we are going to be watching, New Zealand against China. And that's a goal going in for China. 1-0 up against New Zealand. This New Zealand team, it's not been a day to remember so far in Group B.
Exactly that, only 3 points to their name. This is Group B and D. We're looking at round 3, as I've said, of the group stages now. Group B, Mexico, what a day they're having. 18 points out of a possible 18 for them. Played 6, won 6. United States in second place there. Looking across those games, Mexico are playing against Spain at the moment.
Yeah, it's Mexico, Spain, Denmark, Portugal. China versus Denmark and Australia against the Netherlands. The 4 games taking place right now across the board, and a big cheer there to my right-hand side.
Spain going 1-0, that's Chechen. Up in his game, there's been an equaliser straight away as well. Goals are flying in.
This is do or die.
Exactly what we love to see as well. Honey Badger equalising there. A word on Group D though, quickly, Rich. I'm sure we'll be looking at that throughout all of this round. Russia are top on 9 points. Denmark are joint with them. They're just behind on goal difference. Netherlands on 4 points. Only seen them once as of yet. Portugal have got some games in hand too, but Australia only 4 points for them at the moment. So that's looking really interesting. They haven't picked up a win yet, Australia. You spoke about Spain though, Richard. They do lead 1-0.
Yeah, lovely touch there from Patrick Vieira. Played into Ronaldo. Smashed it past the goalkeeper. 20 minutes gone in a Mexico-Spain clash. Mexico unbeaten in the tournament so far. 6 games, 6 wins, 18 points top of the pile.
It's one of those.
Is it going to be Spain who dethrones them?
You wouldn't really expect that from what we've seen from Mexico. You've got 2 players that just outside the top 100 on the Global Series rankings. However, we're going to leave this game where it is there and go to something with a bit more passion behind it. In Australia against Netherlands, Ajax Bob up against Footwiz Marco. You may know very well, you saw the reaction against Russia for him when he equalised in the 89th minute. And he does go 1-0 up in 4 minutes. Here, Cristiano Ronaldo, the scorer for him. Not messing about is Marco. And find Australia into a really important 1-0 lead. They need to pick up a win. Haven't picked up one yet.
Timed it green, smashed it past the goalkeeper there. Did Marco, and you look at that group in Group D, it's literally all to play for. All the teams potentially could still go through. Russia on 9, Denmark on 9, Netherlands on 4, Portugal on 4, Australia now, as it stands, on 4.
You saw the reaction, sort of keep on going about that game. Between Marco and Ufenok. the Russian player there. Both had a heated celebration. Marco turned around, just gave him a bit of a shush and went, let's calm down a second. That game was 2-2 in the end. Nearly a foul there in the box for Bob, and it comes off the post and goes anyway. That's not going to matter. He's straight back in this game. Within 10 minutes, we're all square again.
Doesn't matter how it goes in, it just means the important aspect. The ball's hit the back of the net. It can be ugly. As the ball goes through the goalkeeper from Bob there. Got some big deflection off David De Gea. Hits the upright. We're playing ping pong there inside the box.
I mean, you've got to think that would have been a penalty if not. Someone came right through the back
of
R9 Ronaldo. Just a word on both these players as well, especially Bob. It's a huge tournament for him. Obviously, he's going to be part of the J League as well a little bit later on in the year. See with the club that he represents. This is a Global Series ranking points opportunity for him, though. No Lev Vink, and you'd probably look towards him as being that PlayStation 4 representative. But in the tournament that they had, he just wasn't successful.
I think it's safe to say if the tournament was, if the Netherlands went down the route of picking their players, Bob wouldn't be in this position. It will be Danny and Lev as a team. Simple as that. If a number of the nations picked the players that they wanted them to represent, whereas the Netherlands did a tournament, they did a countrywide tournament, it's fairly similar to the UK, and it was open. You could qualify, you could play. Bob just won the tournament. It's as simple as that. He won the right to represent Netherlands here at the eNations Cup.
He's trying to put on the best performance he can, wearing that orange strip. Massive tournament for him, as I keep saying about these rankings, these Global Series rankings, where he can get really important points. He can shape his FIFA season, looking towards the playoffs, the grand finals. Speaking about the passing accuracy there, 96% from Marco so far in this game. Not putting a foot wrong. Ramos out on this right-hand side, a little dink all the way over to De Gea. Does get bundled over in the end, and we'll go back for a free kick for De Gea, pretty much a goal kick.
Yeah, collision inside the box there. Goes Bob's way there. Just looking around the grounds, Spain still leading 1-0 against Mexico, half-time looming in that game. Portugal leading 1-0 at half-time against Denmark. And China and New Zealand still drawing one apiece.
This is round 3 at the moment, so there is round 4 still to come today. Then tomorrow is round 5, the last round from all the groups. We'll look at how they'll basically conclude. Will France go through? Will Saudi Arabia go through? Will England ensure they go through, or will be top of their group? We know that Argentina and Brazil have got the job done there. Who will be the other 4 nations to join them in the last 8? From 20 down to the last day, that will be the story of tomorrow, and then we'll have our first ever FIFA eNations Cup winner. $40,000 they'll pick up, and both players with 1,500 Global Series ranking points as well.
It's less about the players and more about the nation. Who has the right to call himself the best nation in FIFA esports?
We've seen a lot of nations now jumping into the esports space. This is a taster for quite a few of them. Here comes Marco now. It's placed over the bar. I didn't even think the keeper got a hand on that because it's Patrick Vieira. That's exactly why it's just been placed over the bar.
Even Vieira, though, he's got decent stats in the attacking third. Not fantastic, but decent stats. You can see there at the top of the screen. Denmark 0, Portugal 2. Let's have a look at that. Doubling up the lead, I should say, by Portugal. Lovely elastico.
Arthur as well, playing against Marcuso. Ball goes out to Mbappe, flicked over his head, back inside. How about that one? Neymar just hooked it over his head. But Rasta Arthur to the last. That's an interesting celebration there. Get yourself psyched up for the game. They need wins, they need points, and same again, we've got the curse. We go away for a goal, and Bob 2-1 in front now for Netherlands.
Neymar, the goal scorer for the Netherlands. Let's have a look at that goal, see how it went in. As soon as the celebration is complete, let's have a look at that goal. Edge of the box, went for a cricketer, got tackled. The second time it fell back to him, executed the skill move. Exited the skill move. And a low driven finish from Neymar on his left foot past the goalkeeper. 2-1, the Netherlands lead.
Interesting about Bob as well. We spoke to him like just 2 days ago, and he said that I've been waiting to get to an international tournament for quite a while. I can play online, I can do the online qualifiers, but I feel like when I can get to an event, when I can get my hands on the esports edition of the game, I can thrive there. We saw him do that at the Netherlands tournament. You mentioned that he turned up and was just the best player on the day to get his opportunity to represent the Netherlands here at the eNations Cup. Can he thrive in the actual final itself? This will be him picking up his first win as well on the PlayStation for himself.
The Netherlands do have a game in hand. They were the first team that did get the bye, so they'll have a game in hand towards the latter stages. One team will have finished their matches. The goal here for New Zealand. I think this one cannons off the crossbar from what I saw. It's Mbappe weaving through the players, dancing.
And off the bar and in the end.
Thought it were offside. The Chinese players there, it wasn't meant to be.
Back to this one, we came back at the right time. We've just about called that one. 44 minutes played. Back to the drawing board again. Australia versus the Netherlands. 4 goals and still they are all square at 2-2. But a quick word on that New Zealand game. About 20 minutes left in it. Honey Badger needs points. New Zealand need points. Have not registered a win yet on the board, so.
Honey Badger needs points and he's extended his lead yet again. 3-1 now. The scoreline in that matchup.
Over here though, Denmark against Portugal, through ball to Cristiano Ronaldo. This is a highlight from that. 3-0 the score. Astarata finally getting underway and playing the FIFA that we know he can. Added time of 3 minutes in the first half in this match, our featured game. There's a lot of FIFA to take in, a lot of goals to digest.
We want to show you every single goal as it goes in around the grounds here. And the sort of penultimate round of fixtures for today. New Zealand ball played down that right-hand side. Ronaldo cuts inside. Lacroqueta make it 2. Through the goalkeeper at his near post. And that's Honey Badger, 3-1 now against China.
Ronaldo just went on his own, didn't he? 2 croquettes, as you said. Found a gap. Put it through the legs in the end of David De Gea. China 3-1 down at the moment. 15 minutes left in that game. I think maybe that could be New Zealand getting their first win on the board. Only a 1 half played here. Coach pass, you can see behind Bob. Normally see him with the likes of Danny at most kind of major events. You saw him kind of integrated towards the end of FIFA 18. We saw him at the grand finals alongside Danny. And the impact that he's had into his FIFA career over the last 8 months or so has been massive.
Oh yeah, you can't go understated the impact that Bass has had on Danny's career. He also works with Bob as well, does Bass. So they have that relationship there. I spoke to him before the Netherlands got underway in the second round of fixtures. He said, we've got a game plan for every single match we're going to.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how that plan can go into a 2v2 game as well. So, you know, Danny already won his game, had to beat FIFA Houston. He did exactly that against Denmark. Half-hearted chance there. You can see the reaction markers going on your screen just to the left of Marco. Behind him and supporting him all the way. Need to register a win to Australia. Have not registered one yet in the competition. See the scores coming through. New Zealand edging their way towards their first win as also.
See the possession dominant. 60% of the ball going to Bob in this matchup. New Zealand,
they've done it.
Further extending their lead. First win on the board alongside, for Honey Badger, I should say. We saw Airborne get a win earlier today. Now Honey Badger getting one in the column. 4-1 he now leads against China.
Spoke to Airborne, he said we need to win all our games against China, pick up 9 points. So that's all 3 games there. They've only got 3 points at the moment. It's going going to be Honey Badger that does his bit of the job, ensures there's going to be some more points on the board. Portugal, they look pretty happy there, 3-0 up against Marcuzos from Denmark.
That's Jihang from China that Badger is beating right now.
Spain 1-0 up against Mexico. That'll be Mexico's first loss of the tournament. They've played 6, they've won 6 at the moment. We saw the point tally that took a number of teams through already today, 21 points, 25 points. How many will take the teams through from Group B and Group D? This will be the questions we head towards round number 4 coming up very soon. Still got Xbox games, still got 2v2 in this round to see first. Bob coming forward now, Vieira into Ronaldo. Croqueta away from his man, and a little bit of passion as well. 3-2 up now. I think Danny enjoyed that one a little bit more than Bob.
65 minutes on the clock. The Netherlands reinstating their lead in this matchup. Just Marcelo got drawn out to the ball. Croqueta passed him. Ronaldo is not going to miss from that range. Smash past the goalkeeper.
So efficient, the Croqueta, isn't it, this year?
Yeah, it's by far the best skill move on the game. The most effective skill move.
It's just one of those things, when it's in use, and
it's because you can exit to either side.
Yeah, you just can't, you can't read it, of course. And there's always going to be a risk when you try and defend it.
You almost feel like you can dance through it.
Well, if you're Marcuso, you can. We've seen, what, 7, 8 of them in a row before. Currently he's 3-0 down in this game, but from what we've seen throughout the season so far, we're just looking across and we're seeing him already bringing them out. Whether he's 3-0 up or 3-0 down, the Croquetas are out for the Great Dane.
He waltzes through people with that Croqueta.
A slight advantage for Bob. Back in front again. For the 3rd time in this game, he was 1-0 up, then conceded, 2-1 up, conceded. Can he build upon this now? 3-2. I think Spain have just dethroned the winning streak of Mexico. 6 games on the bounce it was for Mexico, and once again over in this game, Cristiano Ronaldo scoring and bringing Marco back square again. It's like a broken record.
No wait for Marco to get straight back in the game.
Needs to build upon it. They need
3 or 4 passes.
Goal, yeah.
3 or 4 passes from the kickoff. Worked it very, very effectively, did Marco. Left-footed finesse past the goalkeeper, and I'll tell you what, if you were to predict this game right now, you'd be a very brave man. It's ebbing and flowing. You score, I score.
It's the 3rd time as well. He hasn't been able to hold on to a lead as Bob. 3rd time Marco's come back and was back against the wall, so credit where it's due. You see the full-time result there, Spain. Chechu getting a massive result there for Spain. Huge, huge win.
After like an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes off as well for Spain in that last round. Coming back now for round 3 and round 4 of the group stages. Feeling fresh.
Exactly as you would expect as well. Portugal in additional time there. They're about to win that game, 3-0. Not a good PlayStation leg from Marcuso, unfortunately. And we're still having a guessing game in this match. 3-3 the score, 6 goals scored. Where is this match heading? We aren't too sure yet. Every time Bob scores, Marco replies. One more goal could maybe see this game through, or will it end as a draw? Both players picking up a point. And Australia still finding or trying to find that first win.
Portugal with a 3-0 win there, you see it in the top right corner.
Big
against Denmark.
Big win for them. They've had a game break as well.
And they've just won against Russia at Portugal. See that result there.
Ronaldo now. Trying to get something going forward for Bob. There's going to be one more chance here to maybe see this game out, to get yourself a goal. Goes for the tornado cross. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for him. Marco can get that chance. What a turnaround it will be as well. The courage shown from him. 3 times he was behind. bounce back all 3 times. You can bounce back a 4th time with a winner. Oh, has Bob got other ideas? Out to this corner area again, looking for that cross. Whips it in. Still nothing to separate these 2 teams. That clock is slowly just ticking down. Added time to come any second. Pause cued by Marco. Ball falls kindly back to Pele now. Accelerated fake shot back inside. What a block that was from Van Dijk. Still in possession from the fake shot away from the man. Wins the ball as Ramos.
Was it going to be a late surge from Bob? That's the question. Was he happy to take a point from this matchup?
Sorry, but how calm was he then? He made a mistake originally. Van Dijk made the block, and that tackle from Ramos had to be timed perfectly, and that's exactly what it was. Added time at 2 minutes.
No reaction from Bob. He knew that just deal with the pressure. I made the mistake. I'll make up for it. Hoofed away from Marco. See the aggression there from the Australian. Does he feel like that was 2 points dropped potentially against Ajax Bob?
I think the important thing is he did not lose. He did not lose that game, Richard. He ensured he still got a point on the board against Bob. It was an end-to-end game, 6 goals, 3 apiece. We'll have a look at those goals now. This was the early chance from Hullet. Played into Neymar. Just team with the edge of the box here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Dragged back into the shot. Marco did get us underway. But you can see by the scoreline at the end of it, didn't exactly go to the perfect script that he would have wanted to follow. Bob bounced back straight away, maybe a little bit fortunate there through the legs of De Gea, posting that, put it 1-1. Bob did go in front though, 2 goals to 1.
You see it played into R9 just on the edge. Quite fortunate with the cricketers there. The ball bounced back for him. Neymar makes no mistake. You see that reaction from the Netherlands. The roster there. A swift reply from Australia. Finesse shot past the goalkeeper. Aggravation for Netherlands.
Of course, it wasn't this just happened at once or twice. It kept on happening. Modric into Vieira. Into Ronaldo. That was to Guqueta. That was another time that it really did work well for him. Was really efficient. Saw the reaction from Danny and Bob and Bassel there. It's part of Team Netherlands. There was another equaliser though. That's how the game did finish in the end. 6 goals were scored in the last 20 minutes. There was a few chances, there was a few mistakes. And there has been a goal in another game. This is the Xbox matchup. It's underway. It's Zidane against Beto Avia. And it is Beto that is 1-0 up there. As we said, saw him at the FUT Champions Cup a week ago. Needs Global Series ranking points.
Let's go live into this game right now between Mexico and Spain. Beto versus Zidane. First game ended Chechen 1-0 against Villamor. This is the second matchup here in this round 3 series between Mexico and Spain.
It's going to be Beto that comes forward again. Chance for him to go 2-0 up. Really well done, Vieira, that standing strong. Made the tackle where he needed to. Elastico away from his man for Zidane, but only goes out for a throw-in. So looking at that previous result for Spain, a 1-0 win for Chechu against Villamor. First loss Mexican FIFA fans would have tasted Mexico as a team here at the tournament. Would have experienced as well. Looking at that group that they are in, Group B, they are top, 18 points, of course. They've been running away with them. Any team that are really chasing them behind is United States, who have still lost 2 games, but they've won 4. They've not experienced a draw yet. New Zealand with their first win in that last matchup, 4 goals to 1 for Honey Badger. They're 0-0 at the moment against China.
You've got to think, given how the results are looking, from completely just looking at the table as it stands, results, points will be taken away from China. Yet to register anything on the board. So if everyone beats China, you're looking where the points are elsewhere going to be made up. New Zealand had a rough start against Mexico. The United States and Spain shared points. Now, in that first game's gone Spanish to Spain, I should say. Is the second game going to follow the same suit? This is where the points start to get distributed sporadically. Draws start to come in. You start to look at goal difference.
All those factors will play a huge part in the group stage, especially as it keeps on saying, and we're going to finish it tomorrow. We're finishing the group play tomorrow. We're playing round 5 tomorrow. We're only playing to round 4 today, so some players might have a sleepless night worrying of how the group could end, how it could all look. This was the opening chance in the game. Over here was a penalty incident. China giving away the foul as Vieira just sticking her leg out. I thought the first warning was there when he was trying to just flick the ball up into the air for airball. We've seen the flair side to his game that we've seen. Not happy at all with the penalty shot. Ronaldo stepped up. And Ronaldo went straight down the middle. No one was there on the rebound for New Zealand. However, as always, Richard, we blinked for a second and New Zealand have a breakthrough now. The penalty was a warning sign. Now they have got their first goal of the game. They're 1-0 up against China.
Yeah, we'll get that goal as soon as we can. New Zealand taking the lead there through Cristiano Ronaldo. 40 minutes gone in this game. Is that a chance potentially down the line for Spain here? It's Mbappe bursted in to the box. Good tackle from Virgil van Dijk back there.
Needs to be a big tackle from him as well. Point as well that Zidane, an Xbox player, is not normally his usual style. He's always been a PlayStation player. That's what he is on the Global Series ranking. So helping out his teammate Chechu made the decision to go over to play the Xbox. What tackle it was as well. He's had a few interesting results so far today. So one of those, a 1-0 win against Giuseppe Gastella. That was the goal. They finally got New Zealand underway. Airborne at the back post. Cristiano Ronaldo, the typical header from a corner. They need wins. They need all 9 points from these 3 games. It's going that way at the moment for them. They've still got a 2v2 game and what, another 45 minutes left for Airborne to ensure you can get those 3 points.
Mexico potentially back to winning ways here against Spain. At half-time here. Mexico and the Spanish.
It's a Mexican team though as well. They deserve a lot.
Oh, 100%.
Yes, they lost their first game. Obviously, from what we saw with Chechu, I think this would be a small controller change for Spain at the moment. Not happy with something. But they don't need a coach. They don't need anyone behind them.
Just got each other.
Both made 1 for Champions Cup this year. That's the only points that they have been able to gather when it comes to Global Series ranking points. They said that they ran a tournament, as all nations did, to try and win this. We'll be used to commentating on the likes of Ulibarri or Rain 10 when we think of Mexico. It wasn't the case this time. It's this fresh wave of talent coming through. Here's another chance, and here's that goal. An equaliser, in fact. If there was a problem with the controller, we'll wave away that one anymore. Because R9 has just leapt up, 47 minutes on the clock, and pulled it down straight back into this game.
Little dink to the back post, R9. With a towering header there. Doesn't matter if there was a controller issue or not. I don't know if it got resolved in the end. I think he just decided to play on. 47 minutes, 2 minutes after the get-go. R9 getting Spain back on track here at the FIFA eNations Cup.
There's also been a breakthrough for Denmark as well, Richard. They are 1-0 up. FIFA Houston with that goal against Tuga. 2 PlayStation players not in the comforts of their own home. AK playing on Xbox. And 28 minutes in, they finally get a goal and get underway for Houston. He's had a rocky road on that Xbox. Won the first game of the day, lost to Danny in that last round. Now he's in front. A big chance to prove himself once again to the back post over here. Zidane turns it around. 2 crosses, 2 finishes, 1 via R9, 1 via Neymar, the 2 Brazilians.
I didn't know if he could actually shoot there from that angle. It looked like he was sort of anchoring his body and angling himself towards goal. I think he probably could have shot near post as well. You might have got a similar result. But he just played it simple, dinked into Neymar at the back post. And 7 minutes after being 1-0 down, the game has completely turned on its head. 2-1. Zidane now leads.
And are Mexico potentially on their way to taste a second defeat in the competition? They've had a fantastic opening first 2 rounds.
Has the Mexican hype train derailed in round 3.
New Zealand, they need wins, they need points on the board. They're 2-0 up now. South, it's going to be Van Dijk. They nearly pushed R9 over. In came that cross, and just a typical goal from Cristiano Ronaldo in the air. Always going to be winning that battle. Airborne, 2-0 up now. Honeybadge didn't even seem too impressed with it, to be honest. Big goal though for Airborne. 2-0 up New Zealand. Need to get all 9 points from that round.
Yeah, imperative in their
not again
FIFA Nations Cup.
It's going to be a third cross there.
Tournament for New Zealand to pick up every single point that is possibly up for grabs. If for them to even have a glimmer of hope of going through, they've got to win all their games and hope results go their way after a poor start to the competition here in London.
They've got 30 minutes left to just pull out a draw or turn this game back round, but the pressure from Zidane in the last, 15 in-game minutes or so. Tactics been pretty simple. Get the ball out wide, whip it in. He's going to try and do exactly the same again. A few ball rolls from Neymar, the goal scorer of the second for him.
See both players here on Xbox. Zidane, usually a PlayStation player.
To the bar configurations as well. A combination of skills. I'm sure we'll see that. If we see a Cricket, you might get to see one live on your screen. I'm sure if we go over to Marcuso, we'll see that. Plenty of time left as Zidane grinding out a 1-0 win. Or snatched a 1-0 win, I should say, against Giuseppe Castella.
Yeah, last 3 minutes? 87th minute.
Yeah, it was a really tough game for him. Pause cued by Mexico. Australia have a breakthrough against Netherlands as well. Marcus Gomes 1-0 up against Ajax Danny in 22 minutes there. That's when the first goal has registered, has come forward. Who else would it be as well than R9? Keeper was moved, the space was there. A gaping goal. We'll go and have a look here in a second. After this attack does come to an end. Coming forward, Zidane again. Great save. Thibaut Courtois in goal as well.
Looked like a chance maybe still alive, but does go out in the end for a corner. 4-2-2 formation from Zidane there for Spain. Sergio Ramos down this right-hand side for Cristiano Ronaldo. He's going to play the ball inside. Look for R9 just peeling off his man there. Goalkeeper movement to the left. R9 slots it to the right. More importantly, fires Australia into a 1-goal lead against the Dutch.
That game is nearly in its 30th minute now, so we'll keep you up to date with that as always. Denmark 1-0 up as we know, Australia 1-0 up as we've just seen. 2-0 at the moment for New Zealand. They're in the last 15 minutes there. Very close to closing on 6 points. Have a possible 9 heading into that 2v2 game against China. Unfortunately, they just simply can't get going, it seems. No wins on the board, no points on the board for them. Back to this game now. 20 minutes left. Mexico have made a few changes. They're not used to losing from what we've seen today.
Could be on a losing streak though if this game goes away from them. Mexico. Spanish Armada coming out strong in the third round.
They could be on for 3 wins in a row. No, no. Let's just hold it for a minute. Scooped away from his man. Eusebio, the sub. And he's going to be the hero, it seems. Not just for Mexico, but for Beta Avia. 15 minutes left, the perfect time to score. And as I've said so many times throughout this competition, so unpredictable it seems. 4-2-2 at the moment in use for Zidane. Time to bring on some fresh legs for him as well. Pele comes on. That's about it seems.
Pele is that left cam. Looks like it's going to be a change of formation also from Mexico back into a 4-2-3-1. I'd be intrigued to see the potential probably went 3 at the back to get back into the game. Now back to the more trusty 4-2-3-1. We just had a big round of applause from the audience here. And it was Denmark doubling their lead against Portugal in Group D.
Massive result it's looking like there. That is technically a PlayStation matchup over on Xbox. Tuga against Houston. Now this game is all square again, 2-2. Goal coming via Eusebio, the super sub it seems. Now can they push on forward, Mexico? Spoke about Boto Villa back inside. Oh, took the finesse, took a deflection as well.
Let's have a look at that goal from Denmark to double their lead against Portugal. It was Houston playing inside to CR7, round the corner to Mbappe. First time Cruyff turned away from his man. And even from that close range there, Houston still timed it green.
Never missing that time shot. Xbox or PlayStation, it doesn't matter. China did get a goal back. It's in its last 5 minutes now. They have still got time to go all the way. Have China, they did score though literally about 2 minutes ago in game time. Cristiano Ronaldo winning the header there. China only a goal behind, so is there going to be an equaliser there for?
Potentially so. Just
China,
looking in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. It's Virgil van Dijk with a big goal. I'll let you know who he scored for when this attack has come to a close.
Here's Zidane. Could he be free to? Oh, yes he is! A huge Vamo just to the right of us as well. Is that the goal to fire Spain into the third game with another 3 points behind them to push them up this table? And Mexico, you mentioned it about their train derailing from all the wins they've been picking up at the moment. This could be two on a bounce for them, and against Spain as well. Just seem to really be struggling, it seems, against the Spanish.
Number 4, Cristiano Ronaldo.
New Zealand and China has finalised there. You see that goal at the top of the screen. Netherlands 1, Australia 1. It was the Dutch giant, Virgil van Dijk, getting the goal for Ajax, Danny.
It wasn't even a header as well, was it? It just bounced up to him on a half volley outside the 6-yard box, and what a story that is. Van Dijk, oh no, there's been another goal, an equaliser this time.
We come back to the game, and there's a goal. Mexico leaving no time for Spain to savour that potential winning goal. A late equaliser, 86th minute.
You just saw Zidane there scratch and said, what more can I do? I'm 3-2 up, I'm 2-1 up, I'm 1-0 up. Vitor Villa, never say die attitude, just continuously back against the wall, find himself back into the game. Zidane, he's time to go forward now. If there's a goal now, surely this would be the winner. If Mexico can go and grab one. What a turnaround for those guys. They do not want to drop any points at all. And why would they? Here they come forward now, added time of 3 minutes. What will be an incredible story. Vitor Villa with the shot off the post.
I'll tell you what, the Richard Buckley prediction nearly went out the window there of Zidane not dropping a game for Spain.
Well, he still might. Ball through again to Ronaldo, cuts back inside, a huge tackle from Van Dijk. An important one as well.
Last chance for Spain here to actually snatch this.
He's playing on Richard. Pele all the way over to Ronaldo, cuts back inside. R9 was there, but just in front of his man was Luka Modric. And that's going to finish 3-3 the score. Mexico, I'm sure, are happy. We have not dropped any more. Well, we haven't lost another game, sorry. We have still picked up a point. And looking at how that game went, we should be very proud of the point we've picked up. We chased the game on 3 occasions. We're going to this game now as it is live. 30 minutes left. Australia against Netherlands.
Talk about nearly snatching a win from the jaws of defeat there, off the post, from that same play. Nearly went down the other end and won the matchup. Denmark 3-0 up now in their match against Portugal. Seems to be plain sailing for the Danes and FIFA Houston.
Two players that you know a lot about if you follow the world of competitive FIFA in front of you right now. Marcus Gomes and Danny Hakkeberg from Ajax. Eredivisie champion. Oh, the turn. Oh my, that would have been a sensational goal. If he could have got the touch on that. I don't even know how he pulled that away from Dyer.
I'm asking how that's not a penalty, to be honest. He's just been absolutely bullied off the ball there by the centre half. Let's have a look at that goal from Denmark. A lovely passing sequence in and around the box, round the corner to R9. He kept it alive. El Tornado fired past the goalkeeper.
That's FIFA Houston for you, isn't it? Prime FIFA Houston, smiles and laughs all around. And even a little sing-song from FIFA Houston there. 3-0 up. Another big 3 points on the board for him in Denmark. But yeah, penalty shouts, where were they? R9 had the ball, he moved away from De Gea. Did so well to nearly open up a finesse shot for Marcus Gomes. Just under 20 minutes left. Will we end as a draw? Will there be a winner? Viva Australia or Netherlands? You wouldn't normally say that. You know, when you look at a player like Danny, who scores a lot of goals, you would not say the player that would have scored in the only goal in this game would be Van Dijk.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've not seen a lot of Danny. You'd say post-patch. He was unbelievable with the first-time finesse shot. I think I've heard through the grapevine he's still doing that. He's using a lot more of the chip up into that finesse shot.
Well, we may see it now because it's this kind of dangerous area, isn't it? Just on the edge of the box on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. They used to just whip into the back of the net before. 4-0 up, Denmark are now. That's just updated at the top of your screen. Houston on fire at the moment. Cricketers all coming out from Danny. Has to stand strong to the defender there. Got to be careful when diving in. Could easily give away a penalty. Danny again coming forward now. A few step overs. Mbappe back to Vieira. Keeping possession. Lovely ball through on the finesse as well. That's a little bit of Danny that we haven't seen yet. Total football from the Dutchman. And now he leads by 2-1. Need to see that again on the replay.
Beautiful play from Danny. Building up outside the box. Just played it through the eye of the needle. And you saw what it meant to him. That reaction from Danny. Emotion, passion. A national pride all on the line there for Danny and for every single team and nation represented here at the eNations Cup.
So we see both players, tactics, formations all lined up next to each other. 4-3-3 now for Marcus Gomes. Going to have to come out and attack these last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, 4-3-3, fourth variation as well. So he's playing with that central cam. You see on the side of Danny.
It's also a 5 at the back for a second.
I think he adjusted one of his defensive custom tactic builds. I think it might be his ultra defensive, which is a 5-4-1. The most defensive formation on the game.
We've seen him play 5 at the back before, haven't we?
We have, yeah, a 5 which goes to a 3. Usually what we're used to seeing from him, very similar to what Tas does at the minute. We know he's got that in his locker. All the sliders there being pushed up to the max from Marcus Gomes. That goal came, what, on the 78th minute, I think it was, from R9. 12 minutes left to play. So look at the Group D table, as it stands, that is.
You can see Denmark currently top on 12 points. There's still a 2v2 game to be played. The Netherlands have got 3 games kind of behind a number of teams. Same with Portugal as well. Basically, that means that these teams have had games off already today. Netherlands having their break round 1. Portugal in round 2. Marcus Gomes made that change. What a save. Had to be a big save from David De Gea. We've got 4-3-3 attack. Will that be a tactical change that can bring him back into this matchup? Corner comes in for him now. Played short as far as Arno. Ronaldo to Eusebio, tries to finesse that first time.
Big defensive header there as well from Danny. If that goes against him, good opportunity that ends in a goal for Marcus. Let's have a look at a 2v2 matchup that we're seeing right now between New Zealand and China, and it's China taking the lead. This is the 2v2 versus New Zealand.
They've yet to pick up a win or a single point over in Group D at the moment, Richard, for them. So they need to win games, or they need to get something going in the end. But you cannot, take away the fight that these guys have shown. They're 1-0 up at the moment against New Zealand, in which New Zealand need to win pretty much every game from now to have any chance and send themselves into the knockouts. Added time here. Will Danny see this game out? He's dispossessed instead, or not? He's just won the ball back. He's there.
Shake the head from Marcus.
To throw away. We'll see that passion waiting for that referee's whistle, Danny. You can see the reaction of Bob as well. Get that whistle blown up. Full time here. Netherlands, big win. Danny, 2 wins out of 2 on Xbox. And he's done exactly that. And the goal that won it as well. An unbelievable bit of play. A lovely finish. And that's massive for them two heading into their last game.
A goal to win any game right there from Danny. Really nice bit of individual play. Moved the ball from all the way from the edge of the box back in field. Slotted past the goalkeeper. Let's jump over to a 2v2 matchup from Group B right now. We're 20 minutes into this one. Mexico versus Spain. Pause just being cued there. Kicked out a play between these two sides.
Mexico have not lost a 2v2 game yet, Richard. Well, they didn't lose any games until this round. They've drawn a game this round, and they lost their first matchup of this round, the PlayStation game between Villamor. And it was Checham. 2v2 though, they're still pretty incredible, the Mexican players. 20 minutes gone. No goals scored. We will be running away with this game over in that Group B. USA on a break at the moment. It's their time to sit out for the match.
A little bit of a delay here in this game. New Zealand versus China is currently underway. 35 minutes gone on that game. China leading 1-0. As we wait for this Mexico versus Spain game to get underway, let's jump back into New Zealand versus China. It's where we started the coverage of round 3.
We'll pick it up as well. They went 1-0 up in about 15 minutes, did China. 2 players, no Global Series rankings for them. Unfortunately, no wins as of yet in Group B for them as well. This will be their 6th game they've played. Unfortunately, haven't picked up a win or a draw yet. Only scored 6 goals for the 21 they've conceded. New Zealand, they need as many points as they can get. They're currently on 9 points, 3 wins to their name. They win this one, they'll be pretty much joint on points with United States, who have still got more games to play. They've still got 6 more matches in total, obviously 2 rounds of fixtures. New Zealand will have 1 more round to play.
It's going to be tough for them to go through.
It really is. It's going to be tough for everyone, really, isn't it?
I think when you come into the groups, you expect certain performances from certain teams. Nobody expected Mexico to be as dominant as they were coming into the tournament. Whether that's a punter, whether that's the analysts, whether that's the players themselves. Even the players won't say it. They'll have thoughts about other players coming into the tournament. It's as simple as that. No one wants to play against Tex, for example. No one wants to play against Desari. These are the thoughts that the players have that they're not going to say, because it almost defeats you mentally if you say that out loud. But you'll be thinking it. Nobody expected Mexico to be as good as they were.
How many cricketers here? If that was airborne there, Whipping out. We've seen a bit of flair to his game. About 4 cricketers in a row from New Zealand there in the 2v2 match. Unfortunately, only came out of a corner in the end. That's headed straight away. Still in possession, and then half-time. Currently 1-0 to China in this round of fixtures at the moment. We are in round 3. We've still got round 4 to come, and that'll be us done for Dana, one of the competition. We come back tomorrow for round number 5, where
of A and C and B and D. So we've got an entire round fixture.
We still don't know the likes of England. If they're definitely going to be through, they need 1 point. They should probably get that in 3 games. Going to go and jump over to another game now and see how this one is currently looking. This is live as well. Denmark against Portugal. It's not a bad 4 players playing, is it, Richard? You got what, 2 of the best Portuguese at this moment in time.
Those are 2 best Danish players.
You can't just eliminate the process, haven't I? You've just got 2 of the best, really of the best, playing unbelievable FIFA at this moment in time when it comes to international FIFA as well, not just in their own country. You look across the 1D Super League, you look across the Champions Cups, the Global Series rankings.
What you're saying is a little bit like Tina Turner, just simply the best from the nations.
They literally are. Marcuso and Houston, and Tuga and Rasta Arta. A 2v2 matchup Just looking at that group, over in Group D, Denmark are currently top. Russia are on a break at the moment. They've had a great run so far, 9 points for them. And a lot of passion as well we've seen throughout the competition for them.
The thing is, it's fine having passion. You've got to back it up though, and that's what they've done. They've not been screaming after they've been winning 2-1 or 3-1. They're putting points on the board. That's the main thing. And they put themselves in a great opportunity to potentially go through of Russia. Nobody predicted that coming into Group D. People were expecting Denmark. They were expecting Portugal, the Netherlands, even Australia to go through in the top 2. Nobody said Russia would go through. Russia are in a great position, 9 points after played 6 games.
What about Mexico as well then?
Yeah, like I said earlier.
Unpredictable. FIFA from both of those nations. Obviously all here for a reason. They're playing incredible stuff on a live event as well. In the finals, New Zealand have responded. 1-1 the score now in our 2v2 matchup.
Patrick Vieira coming forward for New Zealand. Lovely drag back. Exited towards the box.
No reaction at all there from Honey Badger. The back all square. And what, they've got 30 minutes left of what I can just see across to the right of me. All the games in front of us. 30 minutes for New Zealand to pick up another 3 points, another win for them. Currently 0-0 in this game. Denmark against Portugal. Denmark top of the group at the moment. They can win this, they'll extend that as well. Add the pressure onto Russia, who are currently in second. 2 accelerated fake shots. Ball goes all the way over for Portugal.
What a nation Denmark are as well. So much FIFA history coming from Denmark. 2 FIWC champions from that nation. Mo Basher 2016, Aga 2014. Multiple event champions from that nation as well.
Hello,
dancing
Cancelo
around the defence there with Cancelo. We've got Hullage. He's just rushed it through the gap there. Have Denmark.
It's quite surprising to see Cancelo run that far forward though for Portugal.
He's good attacking though, young Cancelo. He's got an 89 rated right mid variant of his item, the right back that gets used. Usually the one to watch. Full-back, he's probably guaranteed to get a Team of the Season foot item when the Calcio does get released. That's probably looking at a 93, a 92 Team of the Season Cancelo, which stats will be off the wall really.
Which can then be usable if you want to in your team.
It's a perfect link to Ronaldo as well. He's a very key player. Less so in event teams because you've got every icon available, every player available for that matter, but when you've got like the likes of Vieira, Hullet, Eusebio, you can't afford them online. You have to use the links that you can get. You have to use Cancelo to get Ronaldo in. People have to use Rio to get Walker in. They're the sort of links that you have to make up with.
And they've just had a huge vamos to the right of us. Spain against Mexico. Something about this tie, this matchup, that it's just been really pushing Spain forward. We're seeing probably the best performance we've seen out of them so far in this tournament. They are 1-0 up on the stroke of half-time.
When we see this goal back as well, it's an unbelievable back post volley from Spain here. You're going to see the chance in all its glory. Look at the minute, 47th minute, on the stroke of half-time. Whipped into the back post from that angle.
Into the bottom corner as well. Nearly went post and in, and you saw the huge eruption just to the right of us there. Alfonso Ramos behind them as well. 2-time FIWC world champion. Not a bad person to have behind you, coaching you all the way through this FIFA eNations Cup. They need to start picking up performances now to Spain. If they can win this 2v2, it'll be massive for them. Just wide from Denmark. See Tuga there just putting some instructions on. Let's play this goal kick this way, let's get out a certain way. Goes all the way wide to Ronaldo, who's always going to be winning that battle.
So come straight back at him though.
You don't normally see someone take that to take a goal kick. Obviously an instruction that they want to start implementing, especially Tuga. Play it out to the players that are going to win it in the air. Play out to Cristiano Ronaldo. If he's out on the right-hand side, get the ball out to him. It's always going to be challenging Marcelo in the air. Whoever looks like Maldini out at left back. Just to push the ball through in the end, and unfortunately no way through for it. But that back four, Maldini and at left back, the right back of choice. I think they have stuck with Ramos.
Yeah, is it 4 centre halves across the back 4? Van Dijk, Varane.
Chance. Goal. As simple as that for Portugal. They've been loving it down that right-hand side, whether it's Ronaldo or Cancelo. They've been working so many chances so far. The stroke of half-time as well. And they finally will get the reward as well. Who else but Cristiano Ronaldo to score the goal for them?
Yeah, you're going to see the goal back here. Big gap opened up just at the left-back position. They just were too far away from him. The gap between defender and striker was too big. Maldini just weren't tight enough to him. They weren't close enough to him. It gave Ronaldo just too much space to be able to really manipulate the ball in any position he wanted to. And it gives Portugal, on the stroke of half-time, a 1-goal lead.
Paqueta.
It's got to be Marcuso.
All 4. How many more penalty shouts? He's won it as well. Classic Marcuso there, just teasing with the Paqueta. Ramos falls into the trap, and that's going to be a penalty to Denmark.
You see just dancing through that back 4. Like Anton Dubek on a Saturday night. No worries for Marcuso. Hullet steps up to the spot, 12 yards out, goes to the left. Instant reply from Denmark from the spot. And it'll take us 1 apiece into the second half.
Just like that, from 1-0 up to being all square off the back of just a bit of class going forward. A bit of unpredictability. The Paquetas are out. Ramos fell into the trap. Just like that, we are all square, heading in to half-time. When that goal went in from Portugal, the referee just announced the additional time. We've just gone into half-time now. We've seen 2 goals.
This is live coverage from Australia versus Netherlands. Not tied 0-0.
This is Marco and Marcus Gomes. 2 or 3 accelerated fake shots to the back post for Neymar. They get themselves underway, 1-0 up for the Australian duo against Bob and Danny.
We've just seen another goal as well, pretty much instantaneously fly in as that goal did go in from Australia. Same coloured kits, if you can work it out. Give yourself a pat on the back, because it was Australia getting a goal back against Spain. Big goal there, that's currently tied 1 apiece in the Group B clash.
Big for Mexico as well. As I said, they have not lost a 2v2 game yet, so they're all square with Spain. We'll go and have a look at that goal now. Said it was the same colour kits. That's the one indeed. That's Mexico. R9 back inside, just a pivot turn again. Pivot onto the finesse. And look at the passion between these two. It's been the similar story for every single game they have played. You saw the eNations Cup is brilliant. Passion, upsets, some unbelievable FIFA along the way. There's nearly a chance at the back post there for Netherlands to get on to the end of that one. I think Ronaldo leapt up. It's just about defended until now. Dragged back into the box, scooped up for Neymar.
What save, Van der Sar. Springing to the left-hand side to tip that round the post. Header doesn't really go anywhere for the Netherlands.
I think New Zealand, China has finished all apiece. 1-1, that's the first points on the board for China. 2 points dropped for New Zealand, and what they need to win 9 points. They need to win all 3 games. Another shot comes in, fired. Slightly wide deflection from Cristiano Ronaldo's shot. This is Netherlands still on the attack. And a chance to counter-attack, in fact, for Australia. Cristiano Ronaldo driving on forward R9s, tried to make the run in behind, but superb defending from Bob and Danny there, had to make a decision.
Yeah, the combination of Vieira and Maldini getting back there. Putting a stop in the tracks to Australia on that counter-attack. You can see Mexico, Spain, one apiece there at the top of the screen. 15 minutes left in that game.
It's Denmark and Portugal's all square as well. Just over 25 minutes left in that one. This is your round 3 of the FIFA eNations Cup, where it's all happening, upsets, late goals, drama. Australia a chance to go 2-0 up, scoop turn away from the man, and that would have been a delightful finish for him. Just wide of the goal though. Australia, fantastic play. Just before half-time as well. Now into the break. 1-0 up, could have been 2-0. What a chance it was.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda from Australia at half-time here. Big second half needed. I think they must win to get as maximum points as possible if they want to have any hope of really going through in that group.
So that is Group D, which has been an interesting one, especially with Russia missing out on a game yet. No win registered for Australia either yet. They picked up 5 draws, the most I think I've seen from any team so far in the group stages. That's where their 5 points have come from. This will be their 9th game they've played. They'll have 3 more matches to play after this, but just haven't been able to register a win yet.
So they might not have enough points to go through, but they can take points away from other people to take them through. They get a win here against Netherlands. They get a win in their final game. That's when you're snatching games away and points up for grabs away from other players.
You can see how tight the group is there, Richard. It's got 12 points, the maximum one team is on at the moment. There has been a breakthrough in that Mexico-Spain game. A huge roar to the right of us. We're going to have a look at that goal. It's Spain that have got it. Their first 2v2 defeat this could be for Mexico there with, what, 4 minutes left. They love a late goal to the Spaniards. Into the changes, we can just see that on the right-hand side for Mexico. Have they got a chance to pull themselves back in this game? To the back post for Netherlands now, acrobatic effort. Out for a throw-in, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, that was an awful strike at a goal there. This is the goal from Spain, dinked into the box. Rude Hully with a bullet header past the goalkeeper.
Look at the reaction once again from Chechu and Zidane, just saying, keep your head in these last 4 minutes. Now, there was nothing even special about that goal. It was just a basic set piece. Whip it into the box, get someone on the end of it. And lucky enough, I think it was Ruud Gullit that was there.
Denmark, Portugal 1-1. Australia, Netherlands 1-0. Spain, Mexico 2-1 Spain. The smallest and tightest of margins in the 2v2s are what's separating teams going through and going home.
China picking up their first point of the tournament as well. Unfortunately, will not mean much at all other than just stopping New Zealand trying to progress through to the knockouts. The last 2 games to be concluded after this one. In their latter stages, Portugal against Denmark, Spain against Mexico. Pause cued by Netherlands here. They're behind by 1-0. Haven't seen the best of 2v2 performances from Danny and Bob yet.
I feel like the teams who said they were really good at 2v2 have struggled a little bit at 2v2. Danny and Bob said they've got vast experience playing in 2v2. France, loads of experience playing 2v2. The teams were a little bit more, you'd say, new to that environment, seem to be succeeding. Tex and Tom probably never played before together until this last week down at the Footwiz HQ. The United States.
France, you probably back France and Germany in 2v2. We didn't really see that. Definitely not for Germany. They're out in the group stage. It's knocked out the tournament.
Yeah, backing up what we're saying there.
Definitely been a weird one. Here comes Australia now. Mbappe, can he cut it back across? Oh, went for a dink. That dink fell into the hands of De Gea. Oh, that's a mistake. That's felt Kylie. Back to Modric. massive goal. Australia, could this be their first win of the tournament? The dabs are out, maybe by accident, I'm not too sure.
A needed goal for Australia's survival, you'd say, in the FIFA eNations Cup.
Mistake again, it's from the goalkeeper throw, Richard.
Spain, victory against Mexico, 2-1. Denmark and Portugal, finished.
I think it finishes a draw as well. 1-1 in the end. We'll get confirmation on that, unless there was a late goal there from Denmark. But I don't know who's made the mistake there, whether it's Bob or Danny. Yeah, 1-1 the final score, Denmark-Portugal. That is confirmed. Spain do pick up a win against Mexico.
Defensive changes coming out here from Australia. Get men behind the ball in a deep 4-2-3-1.
This is for their first win as well. They've picked up 5 draws. 5 draws Australia have picked up. They just really struggled to get a win under their belts. They win this, will take them on to 8 points. They've got 20 minutes just under to hold on to it. Another mistake it is from a goalkeeper throw. I don't know why it's been just kind of the common mistake, mainly in the 2v2 as well. Maybe it's a miss or a lack of communication of what we're doing when we get the ball from a goal kick. We saw, for example, Tuga say to Rastros, just kick it along, get to Cristiano Ronaldo's head, win the aerial ball every single time, don't mess about with it at the back.
It's something that there's no real written rule on how you play a goal kick. I think that's another thing. Some people like playing out short, some people like throwing the ball, some people like doing the driven throw. This could be a chance to make it 3.
Chip the keeper. Oh no, we'll do exactly that. Keeper's off his line. You can see the reaction from Danny there. Who brought the goalkeeper out? Oh no, he's not laughing though.
Smiles all round for Australia. A win on the board, 1 in the column for the Aussies.
A needed win as well, which is in that Group C, which will be moving all around. This win puts them back up there and actually will probably take them just above Netherlands, or pretty much near them. There you go, it's updated in front of us now.
Put them to 8 points after this matchup has concluded. Level with Portugal and the Netherlands. Russia on 9, Denmark on 13.
Netherlands and Portugal have played 3 games less, it's important to add. Russia have looked great as well, 9 points for them. They've still got to play in the next 2 rounds.
This result isn't that bad for the Netherlands. It's a 3-0 loss, granted, but it's the way that they've lost. It's been mistakes. If they're going to start to creep into further matches, you have to eradicate that straight away. You can't let mistakes go from your 2v2s, then into your 1v1s, and then results start slipping away from you. The blame game is a tough game to play. It's a harsh game to play. Nobody wins.
Certainly, as you can tell by the result. A team that has made the mistakes, 3-0 down. There's not really much time left at all to pull themselves back, to accelerate fake shots. Great bit of defending there. Modric comes off. Just see there discussing from the goal kick. Where are we going with this one? For Marco. Marco's going to put them on 8 points. We said they'll have 3 games left. They go and win those 3 games. See a big if there. 12 points. I'll put them on 20 points, and I've no idea how the group would look then. And you know,
it's all up for grabs.
It's all about the ifs at the moment. If this team does that, if this team does that, how this group will look. Look, there's a chance in the back post. He's just peeled offside. Good defended anyway from Varane.
Well, the maximum amount of points that Australia can get if they win this game and then win the remaining 3 is 17. So is that enough points to go through? Then after the results go their way, it's all up for grabs. The only thing they can do is just continue to win. Let this result start to build a little bit of momentum. For the Netherlands, it's certainly a kick in the teeth. But they've got 6 more fixtures, 6 more 1v1, 1v1, 2v2, 1v1, 1v1, 2v2 to bring this result back and to try and secure a top 2 spot.
'89th minute now, added time to come any second. New Zealand though, so they're out the competition. However, Australia, the hope is still alive for them.
There will be a minimum of 3 minutes.
Added time of 3 minutes. First win on the board, 5 draws to the name of Australia. Probably the most draws I've seen any team so far getting the group stages. They finally do get that win though. Just waiting for the referee to conclude this game. To block for full time. And there we go, congratulations Australia. 3-0 win against Netherlands. A game of mistakes, especially for Bob and Danny. I'm sure they will not be wanting to look back at that game. Learn from it, move on. They've still got 6 more matches to play.
Let's have a look how Denmark-Portugal did end up in the end. It was Portugal getting us underway on the stroke of half-time. CR7 slotted past the goalkeeper on his weak foot. Over that scoreline didn't tell the picture of the game. Lovely individual piece of skill here from Mbappe.
He went down there for the penalty. That was the Paqueta show from Marcuso there. You could just see, just teased in for the penalty, just teased in for the foul. Well, it did not mess about with that. Put it in the left bottom corner. We're all square by half-time. It was a crazy added time of 2 minutes. Houston couldn't look. I'm sure he was over the moon when they found out that went into the back end there. This was a game of a lot of talking points because Mexico have not dropped a 2v2 matchup yet.
This was the start. Lovely back post cross there. Ronaldo, you can see the reaction. Every time a Spanish goal goes in, it's a scream heard from around London. Mexico got one back there just on the stroke of half-time, but an 86th minute winner from Ruud Gullit. Bullet header. And that won the game for them.
Did as well. It was nothing too special about that goal, to be honest. It was a crazy one in the end, but that does conclude round 3 of our tournament here at the FIFA eNations Cup. We're going to throw it back over to Adam and Spencer to break down what was a fantastic round of action.
Thanks very much, guys. Spencer, wow, what a round 3. We just witnessed so many great games.
Yeah, and these 2 groups, there's a lot of work still to be done on them. Tomorrow's games are going to be crucial, deciding who goes through.
Yeah, we can have a look at just a little reminder of where we're at so far. So, of course, these are the results from round 3, Group B. So we witnessed 2 games within round 3 from Group B. Mexico against Spain and New Zealand against China. Spencer, Mexico against Spain. All of these individual fixtures were so close.
It was a great matchup, and you have to say, we kind of called it with Mexico. They had a fantastic start to the group, but we said we're only really going to know how good they are when they come up against the likes of Spain and later America. They've got to play later as well, or tomorrow, and they have struggled. Yeah, they haven't actually won a game since they've played Spain.
And China getting their first points on the board as well in the 2v2 matchup against New Zealand we just saw there.
Yeah, shame for New Zealand they didn't get the 3 wins because China were already out at that point. China are playing for pride and they've got their point, fair play to them. But if New Zealand had got that last game, the last win, it would have been a little bit more competitive. There is still a slight outside chance New Zealand could go through, but it's going to be difficult.
But that result could cost New Zealand, couldn't it? Like you said, that could be a pivotal moment in the group, that result there.
Yeah, I think it could be, and that shows you how important the 2v2s are.
Yeah. Let's have a look at Group D. So, once again, there were 2 results from Group D within round 3. Denmark against Portugal and Australia against Netherlands we just saw. And again, 2 fantastic matchups. Let's look back first on Denmark against Portugal. Quite emphatic in the 1v1s, either way as well, interestingly. And then a draw in the 2v2, so another close encounter.
That reminds me of Uston back in the Club World Cup last year when his teammate Aero lost the first game. Or won the first game, actually. He came back against Aero. Uston overturned it for his teammate. He's done the same here. Marcuso's lost 3-0. He's gone and done one better and won 4-0 for Denmark. And then they've gone and drawn in the decider on the 2v2. So very tight matches there. And Australia, as much as they've only won 1 game, they've only lost, I think,
they've drawn a lot of fixtures, haven't they?
They're not easily beaten. Interesting fact about Australia, they've scored the joint amount of goals, most goals in their group. They've conceded the most goals.
Wow.
So they're scoring loads, scored 16 goals. But they've conceded 16.
Need to turn those draws into wins. So let's see what that means for the tables. This, of course, is after round 3. So Group B, Mexico sitting top, 19 points from 9 played. USA in second, but Spencer, worth pointing out, they've played 1 round of fixtures less. 12 points from only 6 played. Still quite open as well because New Zealand on 10 and Spain on 10 as well, although Spain have played those games less than New Zealand.
Yeah, so New Zealand not in a great position. Their last 3 games are up against Spain. They'd have to win all of them really to have a chance of going for 19 points, which of course Mexico already have. They've only got 3 games left to play as well, of course, themselves. But yeah, I think the teams to watch here, USA and Spain, can they book themselves a spot?
Okay, let's have a look at Group D. We spoke after round 2 about how open it is, and it's still fairly open, Spencer. Denmark sitting top currently with 13 points from 9 played. Do you think this could be the group in which the team with the lowest amount of points can qualify due to the fact that everyone seems to be picking up points from everyone?
It definitely could, and it could also be a group where goal difference is crucial because there's not a lot between them, only a 4-goal swing from top to bottom. That's been pretty consistent throughout. Australia's position there is a little bit of a misnomer. They look more solid than they are because they've only got 3 games left to play. And they've got okay goal difference considering the results they've had, but I expect the other teams to catch them up.
So of all the fixtures that we saw, was Mexico-Spain the highlight in terms of how it ebbed and flowed?
It was a great match, and it was an important game for Spain up against Mexico because Mexico were running away with it a little bit at that point. They managed to get a late goal, and Mexico's still got some work to do, surprisingly, after winning all their opening 6 games.
Yes, incredible. So let's have a look at the next round of fixtures. We go into round 4. Of course, as always, there'll be 4 sets of fixtures taking place simultaneously. So Group B has 4 fixtures. China against Spain and Mexico against USA, and some key battles in between there. Spain needs to get a lot of points on the board against China, and Mexico, USA, as you said, Mexico doing well, but they've got to get points on the board to guarantee qualification for themselves.
Yes, exactly. New Zealand sit out this round. China, they can't go through, but they can spoil a party.
Yes.
And they can maybe get some more points and have something to build off for the next year, perhaps. So Spain, with any chance of going through, need to really win those 3 games. You'd expect them to, based on form. Mexico-USA is a fantastic match. Honestly, it's going to be huge for the rest of this group. Mexico just need 1 more win, maybe even a couple of draws, to be honest, and it would secure them a spot.
Yeah.
But USA are going to want to come for those points.
Yeah, fascinating. And as good as the fixtures are in Group B, they're as interesting in Group D. We just spoke earlier about how open Group D is. These are the final set of fixtures in round 4 within Group D. Netherlands against Portugal and Denmark against Russia. Some tough battles in Netherlands against Portugal. That's a tough one to call. And Netherlands, of all the teams, have been one of the teams that are one of the most animated teams here on the floor that we're in. They've been very, very vocal every time a goal goes in.
Well, surprisingly, these are the 2 bottom teams currently in the group. Sure, it's only on goal difference, the level with Australia on 8 points, but Netherlands and Portugal currently sitting 4th and 5th. So the points that, however they're shared in this group, in this match, is going to be crucial. The 2v2 particularly will be interesting. Could come down to that for them. If one team loses all 3 games, they could be out.
Yeah, and Denmark-Russia, how do you see that one going?
Massive game for Russia, because they've really impressed. We just need to see if they're just going to be a team like Finland that just impresses and goes out, or are they going to be a team that can actually shock the world and go through this really, really tough group.
OK, we can get back to our casters for the next round of fixtures. It's Dan and Mark, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and it is the final round of fixtures for today, and we start off with a bang here. We're joining Mexico versus the United States, and straight from the get-go, Mexico get the first goal on the board. A fantastic way to start this final round of fixtures, Dan.
Mexico, who had an unbeaten first couple of rounds, securing 18 points. Didn't have the best of round 3, only getting the 1 point. But with a couple of victories and a few points against the United States here, it could see them sailing towards those knockout stages. So an absolutely phenomenal start for them here.
Yeah, absolutely vital to get points out of this game. It's first versus second here in the group as well. And Mexico have just gone from strength to strength as the fixtures have rolled on throughout the day. Dulster has been a fantastic performer so far today, though, for the United States, and managed to turn some situations around, much like the one that he finds himself in here. So an early goal, though, for Mexico. That's going to fill Villamor with so much belief moving forward.
I'm expecting to see a lot of end-to-end stuff in this matchup. Both Villamor and Dulster were very attacking throughout the day, really trying to pressure their opponents, trying to secure early goals to gain the lead and then try and hold on to that lead. And with Villamor taking that early lead here, it means that Dulster is going to have to come at him very quickly to try and get back into the game before Villamor starts to run away with it.
Well, here's Ronaldo twisting and turning inside the box. Vieira's in a little bit of space here, drives it across goal. The save comes in from Edwin van der Sar between the sticks here for Mexico. And again, Patrick Vieira at that prime icon moment for IM, showing that he has one heck of a strike on him if you can get him onto that right foot.
And look how Villamor just transitioning play from right to left, trying to look out for any sort of space either side, and he's finally found it with Neymar.
Here's Ramos back inside to hull it now. As Villamor's time to go forward, and this time the finish is good. And Mexico double their lead. And Mexico, they're on the precipice now of finding their way into the knockout rounds.
I mean, wham bam, thank you, man. That was very simple for Villamor in the end. He was able to work his way up the pitch, and he has had fantastic finishing throughout the day. He seems to have found his form again early on against Ulster. little shake of the head from the American man. But Dolster has been the kind of player who knows how to work his way back into games. He is not the 2 times eNations champion for any other reason aside from the fact that he can grind out victories.
I'm sure that all the Mexican fans watching at home right now will be absolutely loving what they've seen from the first day of action here. The FIFA eNations Cup. It couldn't have gone bad for them so far. Spain have got the first goal on the board against China. You can see that in the top right-hand side of your screen as well in Group B. And as well as that, I believe that Russia actually just got into the lead as well in their game, so goals flying in from all of the matches down.
And we can take a look at that Spain goal now as well as we move across it. Spain versus China. China, who've really been struggling in the tournament so far. Only picking up 1 point in their opening 3 rounds, and it doesn't look like things are getting better any quicker as Spain take the lead. It's Spain who really are going to be breathing down the United States and Mexico's neck.
Well, here's the Russian goal then, going up against Denmark, and this would be certainly a game that could put the cat among the pigeons as far as this group is concerned. Neymar with the El Tornado towards the back post, and Rudhulet again winning a header to put Russia into the lead.
I mean, Group D is going to be so tight, and I'll tell you what, it's probably because of Russia that it is so tight and tentative in that group. Really one of those surprise teams amongst teams like Brazil that also surprised us earlier on today. Well, are they going to do enough to get out of the group? That's the real question. Back to our main game then, Mexico versus United States, and it's Villamor coming forward again.
Here's Hullet on the edge of the box then, Ramos again joining the attack. The fullback's really getting forward here. Mbappe let one fly there from around 25 yards. Floated past the upright, but maybe with a little bit of sprinkling of green timing on that shot. It might have caused the goalkeeper a little bit more of a problem, but that's just given away loosely there by Dolster, something we haven't seen him do too much today.
Yeah, maybe trying to rush the ball up the pitch a little bit too much, because even though it's still early doors in this particular game, you'll want to try and get 1 goal back just to give him that little bit of a lift. Maybe give himself a little bit of belief in this game, because otherwise he's going to fall even further behind. As Mexico, another one, but that one,
another one!
It's taking a deflection. Sometimes you just got to hit and hope. And it's worked out for Mexico. 3-0 now against the United States. So much work for Dolster to do.
Lots of work for Dolster to do, and potentially even more pressure being put onto Godfather in the second game as well. The news from the Denmark-Russia game, we have an equaliser. Denmark have managed to tie it up at 1-1, and here is that goal. Neymar down the right-hand side, comes inside Marcelo with a cricketa. Pull it all the way across here to R9. Cricketa 1, make it 2, and there is that finishing at the near post.
A cricketa from Marcuso, who'd have thought it? Fantastic that he's able to come back into it, but we are going to now stick with this game between Denmark and Russia. And of course, we'll update you on the previous tie when goals come in there.
And just as we join the game, we know Marcuso is on the sticks, because as you say, we saw the cricketas in the goal, and there was another one there. Another one there from Marcelo. There's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Marcelo trying to get inside, and it will create the opportunity. It's a cricketa fountain here in London. You just can't stop them.
I mean, it started off pretty, and then it got fairly ugly, and then even uglier, but it went in the back of the net, and that's all that matters. And something else that went in the back of the net was another goal, and this time, it's Spain again. China not really been able to find their form in this tournament. But Spain, noticing that the United States are losing, they must feel like they have a real chance to get through this group.
Yeah, this is certainly motivating the Spanish guys. They're sat just to our left-hand side as well. Group D really is becoming interesting. Group B as well, certainly going to throw up some surprises. We're actually going to stay on board here with the Denmark-Russia game. Denmark now taking the lead after that goal, created by Marcelo. Russia looking to answer back here. Vieira goes out wide here to Neymar. Ramos will be joining the attack here from right back. A couple of elasticos to try and maybe put that seed of doubt into the defensive mind. The accelerated fake shot around Marcelo is going to cause the free kick to be given away by the Brazilian. And a chance here from the set piece, maybe, for Russia to find an equaliser. Takes it short here to Neymar. Cricketta one. Anything Marcuso can do, the Russians can do better.
No one.
Fenech almost made his way towards goal.
No one can do a Cricketta better than Marcuso.
I think that's a fair point, yeah, I agree with you there.
But decent stuff from Russia. And I mean, this is 1 and 2 in the group, even though there's not been that many points, and the points have been spread across so evenly. It is Russia currently in second, the closest competitors to Denmark, but Denmark can start to break away from that pack with a couple of victories here. And considering the fact Netherlands, Australia, Portugal are in this group, you wouldn't think Russia would be in second place right now.
Shows the level of talent once again. Involved here. The inaugural FIFA eNations Cuppers! Varane, I believe that was at the back post rose. The timing wasn't there. And unfortunately for Russia, Fenech, it means that the equaliser also wasn't there.
You saw his reaction. He's expecting that to be nestled into the back of the net every day of the week, but it wasn't a timed header. Sometimes you expect these team of the foot items to just nod that one in simply. It seems simple enough. We've seen Cristiano Ronaldo do it enough times, but I guess Varane isn't Cristiano Ronaldo.
Mbappe then for Marcuso, and here is Sergio Ramos getting forward. De Gea has to come out, claw that away from the rushing Cristiano Ronaldo. Like you mentioned, always going to win those aerial battles. And speaking of battles, it looks like the USA are up for one at the moment because they've managed to pull one back. Dolster opens the account for the United States here. Now it's 3-1 to Mexico.
And that'll be slight warning signs for Mexico as well. We can take a look at that goal and see how Dolster was able to secure it right at the start of the second half. So that's going to give him plenty of hope going into the remainder of this game. And it's a decent finish with Eusebio as well. And you give Eusebio that space, he's going to put him away. Nicely timed green.
Not too much of an overreaction there from Dolster as well. He knows he's got work ahead of him.
It's just
he knows he can create those chances now moving forward, Dan. And speaking of chance creation, here comes Marcuso. Marcelo again causing problems, overlapping down that left-hand side. Corner kick then. Taken short here. Maldini goes back out to Mbappe. Ronaldo on the edge of the box. Well, it just lets it run to Ramos. Here is Ronaldo. Body's in the way, though, to stop that shot.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 3 minutes.
Maldini picks the ball up once more. This time doing the defensive work after trying to create at the other end from that corner. Ronaldo now, there's a run inside him from Mbappe, but here comes the Cricketta train. It's 3, it's 4! And it's 3 to Denmark now. Marcuso dancing his way through the Russian defence.
Can we rename Marcuso to Mark Cricketta? I wonder whether he'd be okay with that. I think that's something we can definitely...
we can look at it. I feel you can do better. I don't think that's your best.
Cricuso.
Better.
Okay, we're improving. At least we can take a look at different names for him. But I tell you what a goal that is for Denmark. And this is going to be an interesting group as well, with how many points you need to secure yourself in that qualification. Portugal versus Netherlands. Another game. Two teams who are both on 8 points at the moment, toward the bottom of that table, and it's Portugal taking the lead. Portugal, who should have done so much better in the early stages.
Yeah, and it came from a mistake there from the Netherlands, and there's another goal here. Spain have made it 3 now. On a simple goal, finding Ronaldo in the middle. Going back to the USA-Mexico game, this one just got very, very interesting. With Dolster and the United States pulling another goal back, now it's just 1 goal. The advantage to Mexico.
Mexico probably thought they were clean through, and they were starting to even think about the knockout stages, but oh no. The United States want to make a difference. They want to make sure it's not going to be an easy ride for the Mexicans. What have Russia got to offer then? After going 2 behind now against Denmark.
Coming off the pitch.
Marcuso and his Crickettas seem to be very difficult for Fenech to actually be defending against.
Number 16,
It's been a great turnaround though by Marcuso, you have to say, after Russia did take the lead in this game. And now we're back underway in the second half, and we'll keep an eye on all of the goals that are flying in from all the different games that are going on. It's getting to that point of the day, Dan, where every single point means so much more as far as the final standings are concerned. Only 2 teams can go through from these groups, remember. So they're going to be battling out right down to that final game for that chance to get into those knockouts and become the first ever eNations champion. Here come Russia then, well defended though by Denmark.
I mean, earlier on with groups A and C, we were at this point talking about teams being knocked out, teams going through, but these groups are a lot tighter. Denmark, like France earlier, this will be their last set of games. They'll have to sit and watch tomorrow with as many points as they can accumulate today. Certainly a couple of wins here against Russia would put them in a very tidy position to get through into those knockouts.
Well, here come Russia then. Vieira, the man who's ahead of the play, and what a pass that is, Ronaldo. Yeah. He was through on goal there, and I think that even up there was a little bit disappointed with the final result, because that was a huge opportunity for him.
A lackluster finish in the end for Russia, and that can be the difference sometimes between these teams, is just knowing when to take your chances, when to hold off and look for that extra pass. I feel like he maybe shot presuming it was going to be with a different player, but then the ball bobbled around to someone else. He'd already kind of shot then at that point. Reaction time's very important in FIFA 19. You've got to really predict the run of play.
Well, speaking of reaction time, you might have just caught it. Scoreline in the top right-hand side of your screen, because the Netherlands have equalised now against Portugal. Here is that goal, and we could hear the screams from across the room. Ronaldo into Mbappe, Criqueta, and the finish. Now, that vital game. Bob has tied it up at 1-1.
And that's the thing, Netherlands, even though they're down toward the bottom and only have 8 points at the moment, they still have a potential 18 points left to grab, because they have 6 games remaining. So Denmark need to try and secure as many as possible, because otherwise, Netherlands, if they find some form, they could be very close to the Danish side.
Still so much to play for here, for every single team that's involved. Russia need to make something happen, though, in this game if they want to rescue some points. 2 goals the difference between the two nations. Marcuso almost predictably going for the Criqueta, but it's one thing to know it's coming, and it's one thing to deal with it. Russia come forward once more. Ronaldo turns back onto his right foot. Cruyff tries to squeeze the ball back to Hullet there. But Russia do win the ball back here, and maybe there's time for another attack. Well defended, though, by Marcuso.
With the Criquetas, I mean, it's... Well, if you can deal with the first one, all right, you've got the job done. But once they start to be chained together, the second, the third, it gets more difficult to presume which way that Criqueta is going to go. Is it going to be shifted onto the left foot? Is it going to be shifted onto the right? Are they then going to suddenly stop using a Criqueta and go for a heel-to-heel, go for a drag back? That's when things start to get really scary.
It's not just the full Criqueta as well. You can kind of change the animation halfway through it. Yep. There's so many different variations of the Criqueta that are sort of these minute things that can throw a player off, especially when you're playing defensively. That's why Marcuso is so effective with that particular skill move. Now we're seeing the changes come in.
Yeah, Russia need to actually start going for this now to try and pick up some points. If they are aware of results elsewhere, they know there are plenty of teams ready to kick them off that second place spot. Spain increasing their lead against China, though. Things going from bad to worse for the Chinese team. De Gea punching it out, but only as far as Mbappe, who can put that one away. And a little bit of a shocked face there from the Chinese player. Now back to Denmark versus Russia. I mean, Mark, you spoke earlier about what it means to all the players to try and get points, not only for themselves. There is the national pride. And we saw when teams were eliminated earlier today, Germany, for example, the Megabit was in absolute tatters.
It was difficult to watch at that particular time with Germany getting knocked out of the tournament favourites for a lot of people coming into the first ever eNations Cup. Well, one team who have had a fantastic morning so far as we just let this attack continue here was Mexico. They were 3-0 up, Dan, but what a turnaround this has been from Dolster. Coming forward here with Mbappe. Beautiful little passing play. Neymar makes no mistake, and now it's 3-3. What a turnaround from that man on your screen.
That's what he has. That's the potential and the ability that Dolster has. That is why he is the 2 times EMLS champion. And he's got the experience of the Godfather behind him as well. Question is, can he find another goal to gain a victory? I'm sure after being 3 down, he would be more than happy just to secure a point.
That's a point gained. That is not points dropped at all from that situation here for Dulster and the United States of America. A goal like that could be absolutely valuable in such a tight group. And we're going to stay on board with this game now. 3-3 with just 7 minutes of regular time left, plus stoppage time, Dan. And you have to say, all the momentum here has to be with the USA.
It's how Villamor feels about this situation. Does he think now, oh, I just have to defend this draw, or is he saying, actually, no, I'm going to press on. I feel like I do have the ability to go forward and try and secure the victory here. Because it's going to feel like points dropped for Mexico, that's for sure.
100% agree with you, but Dulster makes a little mistake here. Ramos bails him out. Neymar now comes forward. And I like this from Dulster. I think he's sticking with that 3 at the back formation that's worked well, has got him back into this game. He's looking for a winner here in the last few moments. You see the reaction there from Villamor as the ball flies out of play for a corner. He's frustrated, as you would be, Dan. 3 goals to the good. It's now 3-3. And we're in the final seconds here. Kante from the corner. Stoppage time here in London. Dulster taking his time smartly here, Dan, to build this attack.
Yeah, just wanting to have that final attack, not give Mexico the last one.
Oh, but here is the attack of Pele! Oh, that was a huge opportunity. But the shot is deflected away. Another chance here from the corner.
Could play it short, or he could try and toss it into the middle. Does go short. Plenty of players who can bang them in from here.
Eusebio then has to go forward at this point. Has to make the most of this attack, and he's found a fantastic ball inside. What a turnaround it could have been. But that is going to be the final whistle.
No, it's not.
No, the referee's pulled it back. I thought it was the final whistle. It's a free kick, Dan. Neymar, ball into the box, and I think that will be it. I don't want to presume that that is going to be the final whistle once more, but there it is. The players are shaking hands. And what a comeback that was. A point gain there for the United States of America.
Elsewhere, Netherlands versus Portugal then. 1-1. And then suddenly, just wide as we watch the closing stages of this game in a very tight affair, in a very important game, as they all are. And poor Mexico, I mean, they were cruising at 18 points. They probably thought, yeah, knockouts are going to be easy, but teams they've faced since have not made it comfortable whatsoever.
And one player I've just seen on the bench there for Portugal, you know, we talk about how players have little superstitions. We talk about Steven Gerrard for Tex, for example. Who was the man that scored the winning goal for Portugal in the Euros? Eder. He's on the bench.
No way.
76 rated. Just saying, just planting that seed for maybe later in the tournament, but Modric is trying to get inside the box here. Corner in the last few seconds here for Portugal. And taking 3 points from this match, from this position, would be huge. Eusebio, what a save from David De Gea.
I mean, just like
how did he get across there?
If you're a Man United fan, you would have seen David De Gea make a save like that mere hours ago, if even that. He's done it in FIFA as well. As the points shared between Netherlands and Portugal, nothing can split them. And it means both of them, they'll just be on 9 points after their 7th game. And we can watch some of the highlights from Mexico and United States. I mean, we left this game after Mexico were dominating 3-0 mark, thinking, all right, Mexico are cruising. But Dulster had something to say about that.
Oh, for sure, and that shows the caliber of the player that Dulster is, not letting his head drop, making sure that he fought until the very end, and his reward for doing that was a point from a position where he really was staring down the barrel of a defeat. 1 point in a group that is so tight. To say it can be absolute gold dust in certain situations. That third Mexico goal there, a little bit fortunate with the deflection, but that just lit a fire under Dulster, and this is the start of the comeback that we're about to see.
I mean, it went from elation from Mexico to, I imagine, bitter disappointment towards the end, and sheer worry when goals started to fly in left, right and centre for the United States, as Dulster slowly but surely worked his way back into the game. And look at the reaction on his face as well.
He knew.
He started to believe that he could get back into this one.
This was the final goal here, and we saw it earlier. Neymar just driving the ball home with the green timed finish at that near post.
Let's go.
And you hear the "let's go," and why would you not be screaming "let's go" with a comeback from like that?
And then Denmark-Russia was another game we were lucky enough to join as Russia took the lead and started to continue their form from earlier. But the experience of Marcuso, the cricketers of Marcuso, just was too much for Finland to deal with, wasn't it, Mark?
It really was, and the experience as well as Marcuso, we have to remember, is the finest on the PlayStation 4 last year on FIFA 18. Got a little bit fortunate there. Yeah, a little laugh from the coach there, who I don't think could quite believe that had worked. And he found his way into a lead with that goal. But this is what Marcuso is all about here. 1, 2, 3, make it 4, and a little poke finish with the outside of the right foot there. And a much different reaction for a goal like that from Marcuso.
Oh, it's because Marcuso does them week in, week out. He's very much used to scoring goals like that. And then in the dying moments as well, we saw a few more cricketers that was able to get a 4th goal for Denmark. Just a little bit of icing on the cake. And these are the scores then from Group B. Spain taking down China 4-0 on PlayStation, and then what an incredible game it was between Mexico and the United States, sharing the spoils.
Yeah, and I think that Godfather's going to be wanting to get straight on the sticks next on that Xbox, having just seen that fantastic comeback from Dulster, but Mexico, that's going to hurt them, isn't it, moving forward, because you just feel that was their game to win. Easy 3 points should have been in the bag there.
Sometimes when you're that close, it gets even harder. Netherlands versus Portugal also shared the points. Bob versus Rastarata, and Denmark's Marcuso. What a performance it was from him against Venok of Russia. Russia still with a lot to do. I mean, to be fair, the whole of Group D has a lot to do. But let's take a look at the standings for Group B, where Mexico, they are leading with that draw. They do have 20 points. Now, remember, we saw France with 20 points, and they're kind of worried. So Mexico still need a couple more to secure their spot in playoffs.
Especially with those 2 teams behind them at the moment, those 2 nations. You have the United States of America on 13 points, Spain on 13. New Zealand just about staying in touch at the moment. China, unfortunately, will not be joining us in the knockouts. But in Group D here, Denmark leading the way, 16 points. But look how tight the rest of that is, Dan.
Such a tight group. Group D is certainly mouth-watering. But we're going to go back to Group B and see how the United States get on against Mexico on the Xbox. It's Godfather. It's only a 5-time grand finalist himself. He's got all the experience. One of the oldest, if not the oldest competitor currently competing here today. Can he get the job done against one of our younger competitors, Bito?
We'll have to see if there's any twists in this game, much like there was in the last one. Father almost creating the first opportunity of the game. As he comes forward once again now. Neymar on the edge of the box in that cam position. Well, it gives the ball back to Neymar now. Mbappe now twisting, turning, trying to bully his way through, and the Godfather trying to fight his way through here. No goals at the start of this game, but we do have one to tell you about from the Denmark-Russia game.
Yeah, Denmark, again, just showing their experience with an early start, and maybe Houston learning from his teammate. It's a cricketer.
Say, is it Houston? Is it Marcuso?
I think that Russia are going to be sick of that skill move by the end of this round.
Back to our feature game then, and the Godfather coming forward here. Neymar, beautiful pass into R9. Shot just let him down there. The pressure coming in from the defenders. Now Bito going forward himself. First time he's really been in the final third here. Accelerating fake shot, El Tornado towards the back post. Oh, and you saw the player desperately trying to make contact with that diving header at the back post. He just couldn't get there.
And it's almost expected to be scoring those nowadays. I mean, you've done the work to get into that position. You've managed to flick the ball up. You see it hurtling towards the back post, and you think, all right, okay, this should be a goal. Bito not able to secure that one. Player just not in the right position at the right time, but he's going again. Unfortunately, plays the ball right into Hullet. Hullet and Vieira just so strong as that central defensive midfielder pairing. Now Godfather can come away with the ball here, but good defensive interception from Bito.
I think the Godfather's playing a 4-1-2-1-2 here as well. I can see there's a cam in position. There's 2 strikers up top, and Vieira just sitting at the base of that diamond. That means he's going to be super dangerous on the counter-attack with those three men staying up top in those central positions. Does mean he might be a little bit exposed in front of his back four, though, and there is that space now with Neymar. Courtois sees that shot a little bit too hot to handle and just pushes it behind for a corner hit.
Unfortunately, not able to find that front post. That's what they're all aiming for. Trying to bring Cristiano Ronaldo towards the front post, get in front of the man, but sometimes very difficult and predictable because you know that's what they're going to be going for, so you just bring your own defender and put him in front. We have seen several times, though, players maybe be a little bit lazy with their defence against corners. So it's good to see everyone switched on at the moment from the United States.
Here's Marcelo then, coming forward for Mexico. That's a great ball down the line. It's Neymar away from his man. Beautiful little stop up as well. R9 dropping to support the man with the ball. Vieira, oh! I think I felt the wind changing here, Dan. As Mbappe swung hard, but he struck out.
Mbappe, the fastest player in the game, arguably, but maybe too quick there. Lightning fast, and he was almost ahead of the ball as he swung and he missed. That'll be a let-off for the United States. They know that that was an opportunity for Mexico to take the lead.
Dangerous position here. Mbappe just forcing Ronaldo out wide. Pass not quite what it could have been in that situation. Here's Neymar, though! And there's the left hand of Courtois to keep it at bay.
I mean, the quick passing from both of these teams is incredible right now, making it so difficult to defend against. It's just ping-pong passes. It's hard enough to track the ball with your eyes, let alone to move a defender into the right places at the right time. I think the speed and the tempo is what both teams are aiming for in that final third. Sometimes it's skill moves, sometimes it's passing. It looks like both of these teams have a similar way of trying to get to that. Get the ball in the back of the net.
So a cagey affair here. On Xbox One. Leg of Mexico versus the United States. Beto versus the Godfather. But you do expect, with how much is on the line at these moments, with how many games are left for some of these nations, that one goal can completely change the momentum in a game. It really does just set a fire under the player who has to then chase and change tactically, and a little mistake like that for the Godfather might be a problem moving forward. R9 now. Criqueta pass one. Pull it out wide to Neymar. Big chance here for Mexico! And they take the chance!
And again, Mexico find themselves in front, but we've seen it before. They were going ahead against Spain and they threw away the lead. They went ahead against USA in the previous game and they threw away the lead. Can Beto go ahead and stay ahead here? As we have an update from the Denmark game. Denmark versus Russia, of course, it was 1-2 in this group before we started this set of rounds. And Denmark getting a penalty.
Neymar, the player who goes to ground. Shocked look that's there from the Russian representatives, and it's Neymar stepping up here, and it's a big save coming in to make up for it. Houston missed him from the spot there.
Always tough when you come off the back of a penalty miss. But on the other side, we then saw an equaliser from Russia. So many twists in this tale, Mark. I don't know how long this book is at this point.
I mean, there's another mistake at the back there from Houston. He's been guilty of it all season long. A little bit lax with his possession, playing out from the back, and it's cost him a goal. And we've seen him not only cost him goals so far this season, it has cost him matches, but back now live to our feature game, Mexico versus the United States. And it's Mexico coming forward here, looking to double their lead. Good tackle from Vieira.
Just looking at the table and how many points Mexico might need, I mean, we're kind of guessing around 23 could possibly secure them, so just one victory would have them in a really good spot going into tomorrow. United States, they don't want to make that easy, so you can just see how Godfather's coming forward, relentless with the amount of pressure he's applying. Just needs to be careful he doesn't get carried away. It is just the one leg, though, and I think that's what's made so many of these games so close and so tense, Mark.
Oh, for sure. Have to leave it all on the line here. Mbappe inside the box, roulette, trying to force Marcelo into a tackle that maybe you didn't want to make. Whipped in now towards the front post. Two players were converging there for Mexico. One thing I want to highlight about how much this means to the players, if you watch Dulce every time that the Godfather is going forward, you'll see his hands slowly go up in front of his eyes. He doesn't want to watch until the ball hits the back of the net.
There is something very different when it's your country, when you're representing your country, when you're even watching your country. Similarly to when we saw clubs being represented at the E-Premier League, for example, there's just so much more passion.
Well, here's Vieira then, looking to reinstall that passion here to the United States of America. Eusebio doesn't catch it flush. The ball just dribbles wide.
I mean, it almost dribbled in, to be honest, but that's the group as it stands. Mexico on 23 points could be enough to get them through, but both Spain and USA on a decent amount of points. The main difference in this group compared to the groups from earlier is China, a little bit of cannon fodder at the moment, kind of being bested in all of their games by everyone else. So they're all picking up points against China, which means the points total is going to be a little bit higher than maybe some of the other groups we saw.
But that can change with just one goal. The entire complexion of this group hangs in the balance of these last couple of games. Of course, we have our final group game to bring you tomorrow from all four groups. But we have seen the nations in action today.
Elsewhere, of course, plenty of action, plenty of goals, and there was a goal just towards the end of the first half between Denmark and Russia. Red shirts going forward, and it's Cristiano Ronaldo slotting it away as Houston showing why he is one of the top 5 players in the world. Playing on his opposition's console, used to playing on the PlayStation, but he's not too bad on the Xbox as well.
And I think it's going to be good for him moving forward as well in competition, getting used to those potential cross-console finals that he found himself in Singapore. That's a big goal there for Houston, showing again that free-flowing scoring lifestyle that he likes to lead when he's playing FIFA.
It just can be a little bit more difficult in this particular format when you only have the 90 minutes to get the result, because yes, he has been lackluster in defensive positions at times throughout the season, but usually he has time just to outscore his opponent. And with less time to do so now, he just needs to take that into consideration.
Well, here's Mexico then, big chance here, Eusebio clean through! Finish really wasn't up to standard there to beat Thibaut Courtois. But one thing that was up to standard was this goal in this game. Spain taking the lead, Mbappe inside the box. Ball back to Ronaldo, R9 on the turn. And when you hit them green, normally they hit the back of the net.
Yeah, and I mean, that goal will send Spain above the United States on that table. Really important result for them.
Oh, this could be a huge goal, Dan.
And yeah, this would be an important result as well. And who is it again opening the scoring? It's Portugal, and it's Cristiano Ronaldo. Tuga, a man who came out of nowhere almost, suddenly gets second in Atlanta, top 4 in Bucharest as well. Really has broken onto the scene and shown what he's made of in FIFA 19.
We talk about talisman. They had Eder on the bench, but they've got Cristiano Ronaldo up top. The man born and bred in Portugal, doing the business on the virtual pitch here for Portugal as well. 10 minutes or so left in this game for Godfather to find a goal, to get a point from this game at least. Mexico flowing forward though, Eusebio. Big chance here, there's a man over here, Mbappe with the strike. But there was a block. So it didn't end in a goal here, Dan, but speaking of goals, we've got another one here, and it's China who have equalised.
Well, this might just change the complexion of the group. It's not going to be plain sailing for Spain. As China, even though that they are facing elimination from this group already, might be able to just dampen the mood of some of the other high flyers in the group.
Modric has the ball on the edge of the box here. 5 minutes left plus stoppage time. That was so close to being a defence splitting pass there from Modric towards Ronaldo. And now Mexico just have to hang on. 3 points is on the line for them here. But we know what happened in the last game, Dan. They were 3 to the good, and they threw it away.
Oh no, you've got to be careful from there. Need to get this ball up into safer areas. You can't just be crossing it between your fullbacks. As now, United States are going to have a chance to punish Mexico here.
Here's Eusebio, Modric on the pitch now. Finds the ball into CR7. And he finds the left boot of Ruud Gullit to deflect it over for a corner. 2 minutes of stoppage time here. Vieira, not the most agile of foot items, but he's found one that is very agile, and that's Eusebio, and no, it swings, but again strikes out, and Mexico hold on.
A massive 3 points for Mexico, putting them on to 23 with 1 to play. They are going to be one of the teams that has to sit and wait and watch tomorrow, so they need to get as much as possible, because both USA and Spain do have the potential to overtake them. 23, I feel like, should be enough. But you never know in FIFA 19. Let's take a look at Netherlands versus Portugal, though, and see how these teams are getting on. 1-0 to Portugal as it stands, and we're going to join it live. Again, Netherlands cannot afford to really be dropping points to Portugal here.
They really can't. Marcelo's just going to croquette that one into the stands. And with an hour gone in this game, Tuga showing his prowess again on the international level for Portugal. And on the other side of things, it's Danny who has to find an answer here. We've seen him score important goals in tournaments for his entire FIFA career, and maybe there's one here from Mbappe, just wide of the upright.
Danny, who's been in 2 E-Club World Cups, he's been in 2 E-World Cups as well. Very familiar to the FIFA scene. Well, China couldn't hold on for the whole game. Spain, in the last 7 minutes, were able to just pass again and find a much-needed goal. And even with China being bottom of the group, you can see what it means to Spain, and they know they need to be picking up these points. They can't afford to drop points where other teams have dropped 1, for example.
Some classic Spanish football there. Pass. Creating the best possible opportunity to finish that one off against China. What a win this would be for Portugal. 3 extra points on the board. But Danny wins the ball back here. And Ronaldinho is fresh on the pitch. He's looking to cause problems. Here's Mbappe. Strikes towards goal! And Danny's found an equaliser!
With one hell of a finish as well from outside the area. That's what Danny has to offer. When he gets into a position where he has sight on goal, he is clinical. It's one thing that he's always been doing throughout FIFA 19. He just knows how to score goals. He finds ways in every single meta, every single patch. People will say, nah, Danny, he was a one-patch wonder. Never. Always comes back, always finds ways.
And what a vital goal that could be for the Netherlands. Not only picking themselves up a point, but potentially denying a point to Portugal as well. Now, with around 20 minutes plus stoppage time left in this game, is there a winner on the Xbox One between these 2 nations?
Both teams leaving themselves with so much to do if they were going to walk away with only picking up draws against one another. But I mean, I guess these are the games we should expect with the likes of Netherlands and with the likes of Portugal. When we looked at Group D, we knew there was the potential for very close encounters. I mean, just let me read the nations. Denmark, Russia, Australia, Netherlands, Portugal. People are talking about groups of death. I tell you what, I think it might be this one.
Well, Tuga looking to answer back now. Ramos, that's a fantastic tackle. It was Real Madrid versus Barcelona there. In that little battle was Tuga was coming forward, but Tuga's pinched the ball back here, and it's Messi now into Neymar. Well defended, but oh, this might be another mistake from Danny. He's living his life on the edge at the moment.
Not only was that goal, of course, important in the grand scheme of things, but Tuga is a player who defends a lead very successfully. We've seen that throughout the FUT Champions Cups that he's competed in. Even across 2 legs, he's defended 1-goal leads, 2-goal leads. Very hard to break down because he drops back. He defends with every man possible. Sometimes we see 11 men behind the ball. Even now, at a draw, we see 11 men behind the ball. But Denmark versus Russia. Plenty of goals to be had in this game as we take a look at some of the goals that were scored, and it's Houston showing what he's made of again, Mark.
Yeah, but Russia did answer back. 3-1 at this point in the game, but Ronaldo turning back, and the ball fortunately falls to Mbappe, who's completely free in the middle of the box to make it 3-2. Still action to come here, and it's going to be Russia. For all the good work that Houston does going forward, again, it's at the back, he gets let down. Drag back after drag back after drag back, and Ruud Gullit just side foots it. And there's that little celebration once again.
The shushes are coming out, and this group is getting more intense by the moment, more intense by the goal. I mean, we're not going to have a standout, clear favourite from this group by the end of the day if it currently goes this way. Russia starting to claw back to Denmark's point total. Netherlands and Portugal, you can't split them at the moment. Australia still waiting on just their 8 points. They'll be hoping for draws throughout all of these games so that they still have a chance tomorrow.
Corner here then for the Netherlands. Danny whips it in towards Gullit. Couldn't quite find the header, and speaking of the groups, Dan, this is how it stands right now in Group D. Denmark holding on to top spot.
Holding on, but they have played the extra game, so Russia, Netherlands, Portugal, they'll all be rubbing their hands together saying, hey, not only is qualification possible, we can take this group if we have some decent results here.
Tuga puts this one up high, looking for the head of one of those on-rushing players. De Gea's in no man's land here, and it just falls wide of the post. De Gea, having got the initial clearance there, kind of went walkabouts.
Australia watch on and watch all the other teams secure points as they slowly drift behind everyone else, but still potential for them to get through if teams are still drawing like this.
Here's Danny then, Eusebio. Cricketter's past one, Danny! Almost found a winner in the last few minutes here. Corner here to the Netherlands. Ronaldinho goes back to Van Dijk. Ronaldo now caught offside.
You saw the disbelief from Danny as well as he looked around. He thought it was in, he thought that was the goal. It would send Netherlands closer towards those top spots. But Tuga, as he has done all season long, holds on and defends this current draw.
And now Tuga's going straight up the other end. Marcelo now to Pele. Varane has to make an interception. This will be the last attack of the game here. Mbappe sends it forward. Maldini has to win that aerial battle. And the Italian does exactly that. The points will be shared on the Xbox One between the Netherlands and Portugal.
And Australia are literally going to be thinking, all right, yeah, can you just draw another game, please, Portugal, Netherlands? Just give us a chance. I'll tell you what, Russia, if you can draw against Denmark as well, that would be fabulous. But really close games in Group D. The tightest group we've had so far. And that's the 2 1v1 matches done and dusted, so it means that it's just the 2v2 games left, of course, for Netherlands and Portugal to go up against one another. And that man on your screen, Danny, he is familiar of the 2v2 scenario. We saw him in the E-Club World Cup earlier on in the year. And he didn't do too bad.
Didn't he? He had some very impressive performances there. I wonder what he's doing right now. He's rewatching that chance he missed right at the end of the game. Reliving that moment and thinking what could be different and what could have changed some of these results. From Group B here after round number 4, you see China versus Spain. Zidane picking up a 3 points here over Ma in that second game on the Xbox. Mexico versus the USA, again, did not disappoint, but Beto managing to grind out a 1-0 win in that one.
Yeah, unfortunately for China, it will mean that they are eliminated from the competition if they weren't already. Mexico, however, have they booked their place in the knockout stages? Only time will tell, as USA's godfather fell to Beto. And that was Group B. On the other side of Group D, we also had some impressive score lines. It was a tight affair for Danny and Tuga. 1-1. And then also Denmark and Russia. Couldn't split them either. Houston and Klenhoff. No one could just take the advantage after going up, Mark.
And how many times have we said that when we've seen a game with so much on the line with Houston involved? Scores so many goals. But it's so rare that you'll see him only conceding a 1 or 2, but oh wow. Do you know what, Dan? You're the stat man. Have at it. This is all you, Group B.
You can see Mexico starting to edge away from the United States. They just need a 9-point lead going into those final 3 games of that 3rd place. Well, a 10-point lead and they'll secure their knockout. So they should be just about there. But still fighting for their lives are Spain and USA. Even New Zealand are we looking at saying, okay, there's a chance. Group D, however, one of the tightest groups we've seen so far. Russia, Netherlands, Portugal, all on 10. And that's why I said Australia are going to be hoping for some more draws, Mark, because if we see some of those teams finishing on 11, they still have a chance.
And you just have to feel this 2v2 could absolutely be huge as far as things are concerned for those groups and who's going to be going through. But we're going into the 2v2 now stage of these fixtures. It's Mexico versus the United States. And Mexico know that they might have done enough here, but the United States, the onus is really on them here to win this one.
They'll know how that group table stands. Will be one of the questions that the players ask their coaches instantly after a game. Where do we sit? How many points do we need? And they know a victory here will give them the chance to get through to knockouts. A loss, however, would give Spain the advantage in that race for second. And a win here for Mexico, and that would send them through.
Mexico on the attack to start with. Marcelo around the corner here to Mbappe, who's inside his man. That's a ball rollers. Sergio Ramos, I believe, recovered to make that potential tackle. Hullet now inside. Ronaldo, great stuff here from Mexico. Courtois turns behind. Corner then for Mexico. 2v2, you can be so creative, and they were looking for the head there of Cristiano Ronaldo, but they just couldn't beat the defender to the ball. See Dulce and Godfather having a conversation about how they want to defend this as well. And one way to do that is to stick the head of Ruud Hullet in the way.
I think conversation's very important, both when you're attacking set pieces and when you're defending them as well. You need to communicate, you need to be covering every single angle.
The one angle they haven't covered was the run of Cristiano Ronaldo, who not only surprises us by not hitting the back of the net there, Dan, but completely misses the target.
United States, who had so much hope behind them. I mean, the actual United States team, the real football team, on the real football pitch, they don't have too much to scream and shout about in terms of World Cup success, but maybe this United States team could be the ones to scream about. And there's a screamer for them. Neymar absolutely blasted it into the top corner.
Green again for the United States. And that means goals most of the time. They take the lead here against Mexico. And they're the ones out of these two teams who need the points more than anyone. Neymar just threaded it through the legs of Ruud Hullet there. And past the reach of Thibaut Courtois in goal as well. 1-0 to the United States here.
Good, though, conversation between the two Mexican players, just saying what went wrong and trying to highlight those areas to make sure that mistake doesn't happen again. They might be saying, all right, you need to close this area, or you need to be backing off, I need to be closing this area. Little things that you can tweak mid-game, very important to do so.
Mexico come away with the ball then. They need to find an equaliser here. For the United States, having just come off the back of a loss, that's what you need to just remotivate yourself a little bit and refocus your attentions to picking up those 3 points. Hullet comes forward now for Mexico. Mexico have looked dangerous going forward, in and around the box, but Neymar snapping into tackles like that is going to create a real opportunity on the counter-attack here, and Ronaldo is trying to get away from Virgil van Dijk. There's a man free here as Ruud Hullet inside the box. Mexico desperately trying to get some defenders back. Neymar turns back, and it's 2! Neymar with the right to start with, now Neymar on his left foot. And the little Brazilian magic man himself has doubled the lead, 2-0 to the States.
It's been such a roller coaster of emotions for the USA team. Dulce, who was 3-0 down in his 1v1 game, brought it back to 3-3. Godfather not able to pick up any points against Beto, but now they have the lead. Speaking of leads, China were able to take the lead against Spain. Again, still trying to change the implications of this group with a cross to Cristiano Ronaldo. And what could be a very painful set of points drop for Spain if they're not able to get back into that game.
China looking for a win here. I think they'd be more than happy to go away from this tournament after their earlier performances, just getting a win on the board. Big confidence boost for them, something to work on next time they're back here at the eNations Cup. As I say, it's always good to see FIFA esports spreading across the globe, having more nations and players represented at these tournaments. But back to this game, 2-0 to the States.
And are we going to see a difference between Mexico and the United States when Villamor had that 3-0 lead and arguably threw that victory away? Are we going to see a bit more experience come in from the US players? Not only has Dorsta played so much this year, but he also has Godfather with him, who is a veteran in the scene. They know how to close games out, but the question is whether they're actually going to be able to. Are Mexico going to allow them to play the ball around the park how they want to? Or are Mexico going to be able to find these penetrative through balls?
Oh, the little Elastico has created space here, and there is one back. I was saying about how dangerous Mexico look when they're coming forward, and they just exploded into life there. Around the edge of the 18-yard box, R9 Ronaldo with the finish. But the Elastico just outside of the box here from CR7 created that space. Now that's a simple finish.
And sometimes that's all you need, is that just that one skill move to give you enough space to try and pass across. It was a great run from R9. As we can look at one of the highlights from Denmark versus Russia. From the free kick, direct! Connects with the crossbar, very close for Denmark taking the lead there.
Not close enough though. And the margins we're playing with. And the crossbar's probably still rattling in that game, but back to this one now. Mexico looking to find an equaliser here. Neymar, he's going to collect this ball over the top towards the back post here. Defender had to extend his leg there. It's a full stretch to get anywhere near that and hook it away.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 3 minutes.
Mexico, who had lost leads before, can they now be...
Ooh, Cancelo's had his pocket picked here. Ronaldo inside the box, step over. Marcelo will deal with it.
Mexico really would be a thorn in the side of the United States if they're able to get back into this game and again make the USA drop points. But at halftime, USA still have that lead. Possession very close though. And Denmark, they came close with the free kick, but they were finally able to break the deadlock just through normal play, and it's Raquetas again. I think I can guess who that was.
Marcuso then, and Houston take the lead for
Oh no, it was
Denmark.
Houston. That was what they were asking.
That was what you meant. That's why you didn't say a name. You knew it was Houston.
The coach was saying, "Oh, was that you, Marcuso?" And Houston was saying, "Nope, that was me actually. I know how to Raqueta too."
A couple of tips out of the Marcuso playbook, maybe.
Can we see Mexico fight back and try and secure their spot in the knockouts? That's a beautiful one,
a big
too.
chance. Mbappe through on goal. Marcelo's trying to get across. Ronaldo, the goalkeeper movement. Superb there from the United States.
I tell you what, we've seen so much Courtois this tournament, but it's Hullet! Oh, just over the bar.
We nearly had to see some more of him there. As the ball just flies over the bar, but we have an equaliser now. From kick-off here, Mbappe striding forward, and Spain, who have been trailing in this game, managed to find the ball to the feet of Neymar. And he makes no mistake of slotting it past the goalkeeper.
Right from the start of that second half. And then Netherlands-Portugal, the battle in the middle of this Group D. And again, it's Portugal taking the lead. But Netherlands, they've seen this happen before, and they've fought back before. I know full well that game is not over yet.
Plenty of action starting to happen then. All of which changes the permutations of the group table and the standings at the moment. We're back here once again to Mexico versus the United States. North America versus South America. And it's Mexico who have to be the aggressors here. Good tackle there in that right back slot. And Cancelo's in there for the United States. As we approach the hour mark now. Maybe Mexico are going to start thinking tactically. Do we go for those changes now? Do we wait a little bit longer with it just being that one goal? Are they happy with just taking a point away from this game? Free kick here for the United States, as we do see that pause now cued in by Mexico.
And sometimes you do just have to take an early pause in the second half. 30 minutes still left to play. Recognise that you need to start pushing forward and going for that goal. Okay, yeah, you might be a little bit more vulnerable in the back, but Mexico know if they can secure a victory here, they'll be through to the knockout stages. 26 points would be more than enough. USA, however, it gives them a chance to make some substitutions as well. Bring on some fresh legs. You can see it's still that 4-1-2-1-2 to really dominate the middle of the park. Maybe that's something Mexico can expose. Potentially play the ball down the wing a little bit more, bring those fullbacks into play as well. A couple of 1-2s, and then suddenly Mbappe is let loose.
Well, I'm hearing a scream from across the arena, and that usually means that a goal has got in. We'll get that update as soon as we can to you. Just past the hour mark now. Mexico in this game just looking to close their position at the top of the table and guarantee themselves a spot in the knockouts. For the United States, nothing is guaranteed. 3 points here, though, would go a long way to making that dream become a reality. Here is the ball inside the box. It's Modric! And it's 3-1 to the States. And Dulster and the Godfather, they're forming one hell of a duo.
Mexico, who had 18 points after their first 6 games, might find themselves on only 23 after 12, which just means that they are still going to be sat worrying tomorrow, as both USA and Spain could find themselves on around 17 points with still 9 points available, and they're playing different teams, they're not playing each other. And that means that they could, in theory, both overtake Mexico tomorrow. Denmark versus Russia, though. Drama here as a penalty given to Russia.
Penalty given there, Rio Ferdinand, the guilty party in that situation. Look at the reaction there of the Danish players. A shake of the head. And from the spot, Ruud Gullit versus David De Gea. And it's an equaliser then for Russia, and that changes things once again, Dan.
Yep, and again, Australia probably leaping out of their chairs and cheering because it gives them hope, gives them possibilities. China versus Spain, though, another game that affects everything. It's from a direct free kick as well. You love to see it.
You love to see it.
We see so much little layoffs from free kicks, but I know that we're all fans of a couple of direct shots on goal.
There is the reaction there from the Chinese players. Beautiful free kick. A little nod of approval there as well. Always good. And now we have another goal flying in here. The Netherlands looking to get back into this one. Ronaldo turning, and they have got back into it just before half-time.
This is setting Group D up for an absolutely phenomenal ending tomorrow. But then more action. This time it's Russia taking the lead against Denmark. And I saw a little shush across the way.
It's getting smaller, but it's still there.
It's a very quiet shush, but we know what it means.
Well, back into this game, and Mexico have found their way back into it. Rebounding off of Courtois there. The shot with too much power for the Belgium to handle, and it's Eusebio who now brings this to a 1-goal game. And a point here from Mexico. Pretty much guarantees them through to the knockouts. The States need these 3 points, though. It really cannot be understated.
I mean, a point here for Mexico and the United States would make things very interesting going into tomorrow. If my calculations are correct, I'm sure we'll get the exact calculations later. It would have USA 9 points behind Mexico with 9 points available.
Oh, mistake here at the back from the States. Eusebio's in, there's a man free at the back post. Ronaldo! It's 3-3. What a crazy turnaround we've seen again. In the first game, it was Dulster for the United States who made the comeback. But this time with everyone involved, It's Mexico from broadback, and look at the guys at the bottom of the screen there. Look at the reactions of Dolster and Godfather.
Because they know how difficult it makes it for them tomorrow if they can't find the points here against Mexico. However, I'm sure if they knew that Spain were currently losing to China, they might feel a little bit better about themselves, as it could be them competing for that second place spot. Mexico now, though, with a chance to press on, the chance to secure a comeback.
I think they're happy with the point here, judging by the changes in tactics here, Dan. Back to the 4-2-3-1. I think they know that a point here is pretty good for them, looking ahead. But is that something that is a risky situation, knowing how tight everything is? It's so difficult to gauge how you want to play these situations, with everything changing, you know, on the fly.
I mean, to try and force USA to secure 9 points from their last 3 games, I'd say you'd feel relatively comfortable.
Relatively being the important word in that sentence.
But you know how good these USA players are, and you know that tomorrow they could turn up and they could just inject every ounce of energy into those games, and then suddenly they could be tied on points.
So 3-3 now. Mexico versus the United States. It has been a fantastic day of FIFA 19 so far here in London. No games have been disappointing so far, and here comes the USA again! And they're back in the lead!
And they need this victory, and you can see what it means to them with the celebration as well. Heartbreak for Mexico, as they've had to work so hard to get back into this game. And quite rightly, we're going to get a pause. But elsewhere, there's been goals, and it's Spain again getting back into things, not allowing China to get their victory that they're so desperately searching for in this tournament. From the corner, it's Hullet at the front post.
And Spain needed that as well, when you can see Jesus there just trying to refocus his teammate there, because he knows that they need 3 points here. They can't let points slip against China, who have been the ones to give away the most points in the group, in the weakest team. Need to pick up 3 points in this 2v2 to keep their hopes alive as well.
Mexico are going to be biting their nails, I'm sure, if the score stays like this. Oof. But USA, Spain, they're both going to be breathing down their necks. But we said 23 points should be enough when we looked at this group, but it's just the fact that so many teams have picked up a large amount of points against China. It kind of changes the dynamic of it.
They're back underway then. And Mexico got something else to say in this final game of the day. Modric goes forward. Ball's going to ricochet back off the defender here to Ramos. Mexico coming forward once more. Modric looking to dictate the pace of the play from the base of the midfield. Varane now the centre-back, pushing forward and getting involved himself. Mbappe, Modric out wide here, shot across goal. Courtois holds this one. You see Dawson just saying, calm down, we're good, we're good.
And just when you thought the goals would stop coming,
oh, there's more.
China, they want that victory. They want to come away from this tournament at least with 1 win, and they're able to take the lead again against Spain. Spain, who need these points so desperately, searching for that second place in Group D. Quite rightly, they should look upset.
2v2 again, showing how important it is to have that practice, have that cohesion in this final game. Only a couple of minutes left in this one then, for the USA to hold on. Vieira goes all the way back to the centre-back here. And Marcelo just pops it out of play. Possession back here to Mexico. They will have a chance to go forward.
Could be their last chance of the game as well, so they need to make it count, really communicate with one another, decide which area of the pitch they want to attack. Is it going to be this left wing, or are they going to switch and go down the right? Looks like the right is going to be favored.
Oh, big chance! Ronaldo's in a goal, the heavy
touch!
Just lets Courtois get off his line and get down to it. Nervy moments in stoppage time there for the States. And more nervy moments ahead, and this time it's going to be for the Netherlands, because Portugal have found They're way into the lead here. 2-1 now to Portugal.
But still a little bit of time left for Netherlands. But we know what Tuga can do. And to be fair, both Tuga and Rastarata are very good at holding on to leads in 1v1. Can they do the same in 2v2? As we now join Denmark and Russia. Russia 2-1 up here. Again, just really trying to change the dynamic of this group.
And here come Denmark. Ronaldo is turned away from his man. Big chance here. Goalkeeper moves across to that near post, and Messi just spurns the chance there for Denmark.
Russia, who really have been one of the surprise shocks of the tournament, in my personal opinion. As USA, I am getting confirmation they did win that game 4-3. So that makes things a little bit tighter towards the top of Group B. And we'll get confirmation of those tables for you a little later on.
Ball into the box then, and Russia are looking for a third hit. And that might just put the game to bed. Eusebio with the cricketers. Ferdinand steps in. Here come Denmark once more then. 9 minutes left on the clock plus stoppage time. Messi plays the ball in behind Marcelo here. What a tackle that is. And what a tackle that is from Maldini. Back-to-back standing tackles. And both of them outstanding.
I mean, you've got to be brave to make tackles like that sometimes. And I don't blame Russia. They need to defend this lead. They need these 3 points. Unfortunately, they give the ball away, Mark. You've got to be careful. We have a highlight from Spain versus China in the dying moments. Spain with the chance with Pelé, but it hits the post.
Heartbreak for Spain.
But it means China get their first victory of the tournament. At least something they can take home with them. It was a 9,000-kilometre trip for them here. And at least it'll make the trip back a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, the Chinese players have not gone home empty-handed. But Russia might be looking for a third, and again the post has something to say.
What a chance that was for Russia to wrap this one up, and it means Denmark can hit them on the counter-attack now. But a smart foul from Russia just to slow the play down, eat away at that clock a little bit. Can we see anything creative from this free kick around the halfway line? Do we see it lobbed forward maybe to Cristiano Ronaldo who can head it down? Will we see a short passing play? One last ditch attack into the box.
Taken short here by Denmark then. I think they realise they've only got 2 minutes to stoppage time to work with. They can't risk giving the ball away. And as I say that, the commentator's curse strikes. And Russia come forward once more. Stoppage time is up now. Eusebio inside. Russia with a chance to finish it. Mbappe! The crossbar. But it doesn't matter at that point. You can see Houston's reaction. You can see Marcuso's, and Russia pick up a huge win in the 2v2.
Yeah, Russia, who were second coming into this round, they were behind Denmark with some big points picked up from them. I guess bad news for the likes of Australia, Netherlands, who will still be chasing that second place. And speaking of Netherlands, you can see how they get on in their last few minutes of this game against Portugal. Portugal trying to hold on to this 2-1 lead.
Portugal are streaming forward here. Messi, there's a ball inside to Modric, across to Ronaldo to finish it. And Cristiano Ronaldo is the talisman here for Portugal.
And it was a beautiful goal as well for Portugal. Just when you thought they were going to hit it, it was another pass. Are they going to hit it again? No, another pass. Just making that goalkeeper move and work, and guess who's going to be hitting it. And unfortunately, the goalkeeper just not planting his feet in the right place. And Portugal now surely securing a much-needed 3 points against Netherlands.
And now things start to look a little bit scary for the Netherlands as well.
It really does.
As far as the points in the tables are concerned, I'm sure we'll take a look at them as soon as this game is done. 3 goals for Portugal in such a tight game, but there is still a little bit of time left on the clock here. A goal here for the Netherlands would certainly make this exciting, as De Gea will have that ball stick to his hands like glue. And now you'll see Tuga and Rastarata just run the clock down here, make no mistakes, and gleefully pick up a 3 points.
Now, don't get me wrong, Groups A and C were amazing at the start of today. However, B and D have not failed to disappoint. And Blumenau, thought that was going to go firing into the top corner, really, for a wallop to finish this game.
It's a bit naughty, wasn't it?
plenty to play for tomorrow. Nothing yet guaranteed for these teams.
Here come the Netherlands then. Not enough time to go forward once more, and Tuga's reaction says it all. Portugal knew how important that game was, and 3 points for them against the Netherlands. Job well done.
Group D really has shown to be one of the toughest groups out of the four. I mean, Netherlands versus Portugal, we saw the draws early on, but the 2v2 is finally where we see one of the teams actually take the spoils. Here's the results then from Group B. China causing a little bit of an upset against Spain by getting 3 points in that final 2v2 game, which is going to make it even more difficult for Spain tomorrow.
And what a game it was between Mexico and USA. Incredible comeback from 3-0 down from Dulcer against Villamor. And that second game, Theo picked up the win over Godfather, but a 4-3 win, and it was an absolute barnstormer of a game, that 2v2, as we move on to results now from Group D.
Yeah, and you can see Netherlands versus Portugal, 2 1-1 draws, nothing to separate, but then finally 2v2 situation, 3-1 to Portugal. And then Denmark versus Russia, it was first versus second in the group. Denmark got the early victory, then we drew, and then we saw Russia get the victory in a much-needed win for them.
Yeah, congratulations to Russia picking up that win at the end there, but we're going to go through all of today's groups now, starting off with Group A that we saw this morning. England sitting on top with 20 points, tied with France, but France having played those extra games down.
Yeah, England all but through. They just need 1 point to secure that, and Saudi Arabia just coming up behind France with a chance to take that second spot. And that one will wrap up tomorrow. Group B on the other side, a little bit different. Mexico with 23 points,
What
but
a
you can
performance
see
from them.
USA and Spain both the same amount of points behind Mexico, both potentially with 9 points tomorrow, both playing different teams. In theory, they could both overtake Mexico.
Yeah, it's going to be super, super tight as to who goes through in Group B. But moving on to Group C, it was the two South American powerhouses, Argentina and Brazil, who quite simply got the job done today. No worries for them tomorrow, but the real story, Dan, was a lot of people's favourites, Germany, crashing out in the group stage.
And it was difficult scenes to watch the German players as well. We see how much it means to them. But Group D really has been the tightest group of the day. Still all to play for. Even Australia have a chance to get that second place spot. But at the moment, it's Russia and Portugal who look favourites for that. But Denmark, they've played their 12, so they have to just sit, wait, watch, hope and pray.
Okay, well, you can see who's sitting at the top of the table right now. It's Denmark, and Anna is down on the floor with the players.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Øystein and Marcuso of Denmark. Guys, you've had a good day. You're done with all your games. So you ended the group stages with 17 points, but now we have 2 teams behind you at 13, and you just got to come and sit and watch tomorrow. How are you feeling about your chances?
Yeah, of course. We play very good, but yeah, our 2v2 was not that good. We draw 3 games and lost this against Russia. Yeah, so it's very hard now to come to the knockout stage, but yeah, we have to pray.
Do you think the problems with the 2v2 is that you just don't have that much time to practice with each other before the tournament? Is that the biggest issue?
No idea, actually. But I think if we don't make it through to the KOs, I think it's all our own mistake. We dropped some stupid points in the last game, which could have secured our place through. But yeah, we just have to pray and wait for tomorrow.
Right. Well, you didn't play terribly. You guys played good games. Is there any teams that you played that were really surprising you? I mean, Russia surprised a lot of us. What were you feeling when you were going against all the competition?
I'm not really surprised of any of the teams. We have a very tough group. I think all 5 teams in the group are very strong and have a big chance to go through, which it looks like now. Everyone have a chance to go through.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Anna. So, Spencer, another round of great action. So many great games. Was the Mexico-USA, the 2v2, was that one of the highlights of the day, do you think? Because that went ebbed and flowed again, didn't it?
Mexico in general are a great team to watch. They had some massive matches against Spain as well.
Yeah.
So I very much enjoyed watching them. And amazingly, with 23 points, they're still not guaranteed progression to the knockout round.
Yeah, it's amazing how many, we're looking at all the groups and it's so open. Group D is so open still. There's only 2 teams that have qualified, guaranteed qualification from the whole day's play, which just just goes to show how tight this group is.
Yeah,
all the groups are.
Argentina and Brazil, and then the same group.
Yeah.
So it's that one group it's not wrapped up because we're still going to see who comes first and second, but the rest of the group's still wide open. In Group D, even Australia, who's sitting bottom right now, could theoretically still get out the group.
Yeah, incredibly. All the teams in Group D can still qualify. That is how close that group is. And of course, we've seen some great goals. But tough to pick this, but this is the one that we've picked as our goal of the day, and it was some finish, Spencer.
Yeah, take a look at that. I mean, from that angle, and the air he gets as well, that is a fantastic finish. And look at the reaction.
Look what it means to them, yeah.
From the Spanish.
There we go. So that was our goal of the day. Tough to pick because there's been some strong contenders, hasn't there? A lot of other great goals.
Yeah, massive goals, massive reactions as well, of course. Great to see. I think we'll have more of that tomorrow as we get to the last games of the group stage and really work out who's going through. Because like we said, only 2 of 10 spots have been booked.
Yeah, so of all the teams that you've seen,
spots,
2 of 8, yeah, the guaranteed, as we said. Of all the teams you've seen, who have you been most impressed with over the course of the whole day, the morning and the afternoon session?
2 nations, I'd say. I'd say England, very well, but bit of expectation on them.
Yeah.
But again, Tom, as well as Tex, doing really well for England. But the country I'm going to say that had the best day is Brazil. Namely because they're through.
Yeah.
They're through with only 9 games played, still got 3 games left to play. And I think they will top their group, a group which there was other countries that were being talked about more in, including Argentina, who I think will have gone through as well, but will probably go through in second. So, yeah, Brazil, I think, are my team of the day.
Yeah, so don't forget tomorrow it's round 5, so it's one more round of the group stages and then it gets into the knockout stages. Just before we go, Spence, just a quick word on the event, the inaugural eNations Cup, the first chance we've ever seen clubs being represented, countries being represented, should I say, which has thrown a huge dynamic into this. It's been great first day, hasn't it?
Been fantastic. Love the performances, love the energy in the room. Tomorrow it's going to be even bigger and better. Still so many spaces and spots in the knockout rounds to be decided. So more of the same tomorrow and I'll be happy.
Yeah, more of the same tomorrow. You'll be happy, I'll be happy. It's been a fantastic day. We'll see you. That is the end for day 1. We will see you for day 2, the knockout day tomorrow, the final round of the group stage and the knockouts to see who will be crowned the eNations Cup winner. 9 o'clock BST. See you tomorrow.